Hi everyone, welcome to the Gracie-Keidi VTuber Royale. Over the course of this weekend, Gracie and Keidi's communities will battle it out in Valorant, League of Legends, and Marvel Rivals. They'll gain points by either winning their matches or completing in-game criteria. There's a lot at stake in this VTuber Royale. Who will become our champion? Stay tuned to find out.
Thank you, Park Marime, and hi everyone. Welcome to the Gracie-Keidi VTuber Royale. I'm your host, Browntul. Over the next 3 days, Gracie and Keidi will battle it out in a triathlon-style format to determine who will become the first VTuber Royale champion. As they play through the 3 games featured in this tournament, they will gather team points in our overall scoring system. The more matches they win, the more points they get. Even if they don't win, they can still earn points through side objectives, which vary across the games. Here's how the scoring will work. As you see here, the score is 0-0. They'll be playing through Valorant, League of Legends, and Marvel Rivals, and as they gain points, their overall score will update as well. By the end of Sunday, whoever has the most points will become the first VTuber Royale champion. Here's the players pool that Gracie and Keidi can activate their players from today. Each day, they can activate at least the minimum amount of players required for that day's games, plus 3 additional substitute players. Some players are one-game specialists, and others are flexible gamers. What combination will these creators bring to the table today? Let's learn directly from them right now. Before we begin the competition, let's introduce our 2 VTubers who are taking on the challenge presented by the VTuber Royale. Say hello to Graciejie and xKeidi. Hey you two, how's it going?
Hey, it's been good.
Awesome. Y'all have different themed PNGs. I am sensing like a different vibe from both sides.
Oh,
it's very great.
Yeah.
Alright, well, let's start with Gracie. I know that this was an idea that we had talked about for a while. Now that it's actually happening, what are you feeling right now? Are you excited or nervous?
I've been excited for like a month already, but now I'm like nervous as well. But I think we'll do well.
All right. And Keidi, we brought you on because of your great expertise in a lot of the Riot games, but not every game is like your strong suit, right? There's like a new game out there. How do you feel about this event overall? Do you think you can do it?
Yeah. Even I think I've been playing League and Valorant for a long time. I picked up Rivals less than a month ago. Overall, I'm just excited to play and maybe like get to learn how to play Rivals in a more competitive setting because I still haven't unlocked ranked.
Well, I think that you all will do great. I want to know, I think the audience is very curious. Gracie and Keidi, what are the 2, for both of you, what's the number 1 game that you think you are very good at, and the 1 game that you're not so good at that you're kind of worried about?
Well, for me, Valorant, I'm very confident in, and then League, I was also a new player, for League, so that one, I definitely grinded learning. So yeah.
What about you, Keidi?
For me, I think League is the game I'm most confident in right now. And then Rivals, as I said, I I picked it up less than a month ago, so I'm still learning on like how to play the game properly. But I've been playing a lot of that, even though I told myself I would never.
Oh, here we are now. I know that Keidi's been grinding out more of our Rivals a lot, and Gracie's been grinding out League of Legends a lot. We'll have to see in the next 2 days how that goes. Now, before we continue, you know that today is Valorant, so how confident are both of you in your teams today in Valorant?
Super confident.
I'm very confident.
Mm.
I think my teams, we vibe well, we work together well. It's just about, at the end of the day, it's about having fun.
Mm. Awesome. I know both of you have very fun team names to make it all fun. So we look forward to learning more about your team names as we continue through the tournament. All right. Well, thank you to Gracie and Keidi. And now it's time to start our competition. And let's chat with Park Marime to learn a little bit more about today's game, Valorant.
Gracie and Keidi, your first challenge of VTuber Royale is Valorant. You will get the classic Brownie Val competitive game experience, which has been the highlight of our events here for the last 2.5 years.
I went back to back halls.
Oh, I'm blind again. Oh my god. I'm blinded 3 times! Oh.
So
Oh,
sorry.
that's it. No, I'm not blinded. Oh.
Early push back up by these last 2 defenders, but with this gun disadvantage.
Going down. See, it's just Keidi on the side. Ooh! Here is Keidi. Gets 2. Does Keidi know? Keidi finds a triple kill. Black able to get the pick on the Vero.
Each of you will be able to pick one map from any map rotation in Valorant to play. In each map, the more rounds you win, the more points you gain. Win as many rounds as possible in regulation and finish the job to win the most amount of points. I heard you two are cracked at Valorant, but which community will shine the brightest? I suppose we have to stay tuned and find out in the Gracie-Keidi VTuber Royale.
You can learn more about our scoring system for today's games by going to our website and clicking on the events drop-down on the navigation bar. !VTR in the chat. Okay, well, now that we know how today's games will work, are we ready to start the map bans for today?
Yes.
Awesome! I love the enthusiasm from both of our teams right now. I can hear it straight through the chat. Alright, so now throughout the events, we'll be highlighting our event admins that help make this event possible, including today's map bans admin. This admin first played in Brownie Val in its latest iteration, Brownie Val Impact, and made her debut in its round robin phase. Since then, her drive for competitive esports has skyrocketed, and she's participated in even more Valorant tournaments, inspiring her to be an event admin today and, one day, host her very own tournament. Please welcome event admin Claire. Hi, Claire.
Hello.
Hello.
Guys.
Yeah, there's Claire in the background.
It's me, Claire.
I know that she's really excited to do the map bans, right?
Yes, I'll be doing map pin today.
Alright, so loud and clear, Claire. Let's go ahead and get started with the map bans.
Okay, are you guys ready?
Yeah.
Ready. So we're gonna do a coin flip to this side. Choose heads or tails.
Gracie, you got it.
Oh, okay. I will go heads.
Okay. It's heads. Gracie, which team would you like to be? Team A or Team B?
I like to do team B.
Team B. Okay.
Mhm.
Team A will get to ban first. So Keidi, what would be your first ban?
Freeze, please.
Please. Okay. Gracie, what would be your first ban?
Bind.
All right. Your second ban, Keidi?
Could I ban? I have to think about it.
Take your time.
Can I ban Fracture, please?
Sure. All right. Gracie, what would be your second ban?
Ascent.
Ascent. Keidi, you get to pick the first map we're gonna play.
Haven, please.
Haven. And Gracie, which side would you like to start?
Attack for Haven.
Okay. Gracie, pick the second map that you guys were gonna play.
Abyss.
Abyss.
Mhm.
Okay, for sure. Which side would you like to be, Keidi? Keidi?
Can we start defense, please?
Is there a sorry, is there a server that you guys would prefer?
I'm good with Texas.
Yeah, I think Texas is fine.
Alright. So, Keidi, you ban Breeze, Fracture. Gracie, you ban Vine and Ascent. Your first map will be Haven, and your second map will be Abyss.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your server is Texas. Go have a little fun. Luck.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right, awesome. Well, any last words from our creators?
Good luck, Katie.
Good luck, Gracie.
Thank you.
All right, awesome. Well, good luck to you too. You go back to your calls and have a wonderful time.
Thank you, Brownie.
Thank you, Brownie.
All right. Well, thank you to our event admin Claire for doing the map bans. Despite the fact that only these two communities are playing, you as a viewer can win too. Did you know that? Thanks to our longtime sponsor, Draw Christie, you can enter a special giveaway where you have a chance to win an assortment of Toffee the Brown Bear stickers and a Brownie Val card. Here is how you enter.
Thank you to Draw with Christie for supporting BrowntulStar and the Gracie-Keidi VTuber Royale. Bring Toffee the Brown Bear home by purchasing vinyl stickers for your journals, water bottles, laptops, and more. Watch the stream, gain points, and redeem them for raffle tickets for a chance to win a special sticker bundle and a Brownie Val card. Gain the powers of Toffee the Brown Bear and become inspired by a handwritten note by Browntul himself. Be sure to enter the raffle before the event ends on Sunday.
Thank you, Toda, for explaining. Okay, well, I better see some commands to enter the giveaway right now, because if you want free stickers, a Brownie Val card, and my signature, you should probably enter the giveaway. So, exclamation point giveaway to learn a little bit more about it, or you can enter right away with those instructions. Thank you, Toda, again, for the introduction. Every 10 minutes, one ticket, enter the ticket with your command. Alright. Okay, so I think we're ready to begin, right, everyone? So let's go ahead and get started. I'm excited to introduce our two casters for today's games. I'll introduce both of them, and I will pass it off to them. So let's go ahead and get started. So first, on the left, he has been my longtime Valorant co-caster for the past 2 years and has casted numerous high-profile games for Brownie Val. Now he's a football master based in Korea and the owner of the Spectrum Classic. Here is KV and Koi.
Hey yo, what's going on everybody? KV and Koi here. Really excited to be back for another Brownie Val tournament. Brown is the GOAT. You should all know that, and you should all enter the giveaway because any Brown merch that you can get, not only is it limited edition, but it's probably going to sell for a lot of money one day.
And they are a Valorant coach who has made numerous appearances as a commentator and a player in the grassroots scene. They are back yet again to impart wisdom to all of us. Here is Tuan.
Hello, hello, hello. How are we all doing today? I am indeed Tuan, barely. I'm also barely a Valorant coach. And I'm very, very excited to be casting this event with you guys today. and bringing you this exciting experience.
All right, awesome. Well, I'm very excited.
Not sick doing it.
Oh, well, hopefully you drink a lot of water and not be sick.
Oh, well, why would I need to do that, Brownie? I'm already not sick.
Oh yeah,
as
yes,
you can
true.
hear.
Yes, yeah, totally. Everything's fine, right?
It's doing great.
Okay, well, I'm excited to see you two cast this event. Go ahead, KV and Antoine, you two take it away.
All right, who's excited for another Brownie Val tournament? I know me myself, not just because I cast, but because I love watching Brownie Val so much. Every time a tournament ends, I'm always like trying to Twitch, trying to Twitter, trying to figure out like when the next Brownie Val tournament's going to be, so that I can be able to get some great entertainment and also some great vibes. Juan, this isn't your first Brownie Val tournament either, so what brings you back every time?
I think for me it was the opportunity to get an autographed item of Brownie himself. That was definitely, I think, top of mind for me. I've been coveting something like that for a while, and also, last one I did was pretty fun, I suppose. It was, pretty good. So I'm just excited to be back casting another one of these.
All right, well, let's get into the games. We have two great communities stacked for you guys here. We have Keidi leading Tic-Tac-Toes going up against Gracie with Ranked Anxiety Squad. You can see the different players' names listed up here on the screen as they get ready to go. Remember, it is 2 maps. It's not necessarily best of 3. It is going to be 2 maps, Haven and Abyss. And Tuan, as we look at maps and we look at how the bans played out, what are you most excited to see specifically with the 2 maps that were chosen, Haven and Abyss?
Yeah, totally. I'm excited to see Abyss. I thought that was definitely an interesting one to come out. Obviously, Abyss not in the current competitive pool for us right now. So as things stand, we haven't seen it in a while, just generally. So be a good one to have back, see what things everyone's going to be playing on. Obviously, the game has changed a lot since this map went out of pool. So going to be fun to see what kind of ideas everyone wants to come up with in terms of what they'd like to pick and how they want to play the map. So I'm definitely very excited to see Abyss for us here. But we have Haven coming up first. So Haven will also definitely be a more exciting one as we have all these kinds of changes, to our agents and everything now. Obviously a very big one in this guy with 2 large point and click missiles being nerfed into below the map, I would say, quite far down, if you will. So be interesting to see what kind of things everyone wants to bring out here. Obviously, a map that has a lot of different takes on it. So
Surely you're not stating that Tejo is not going to get picked.
oh no, I would never say that. It's obviously a agent that was balanced well by Riot. I'm a big fan of it, and I'm sure we would see a reasonable amount of it.
As we look into these agent selects coming out, one thing specifically that I want to highlight here is this Yoru being picked by Isagi, aka Cowboy Carter. I think since the Yoru buff, however many patches ago it was now, Yoru has really come onto the scene as kind of like a not quite as impactful as Jet or Raze in the early games, but in this newer meta, Yoru has really kind of started dominating. Teams have been picking him more. What specifically is it that you think about Yoru that's so good on a map like Haven?
Yeah, absolutely. Yoru's, I think, one that kind of snuck under the radar for a very long time is something that's super, super strong. But I would say for Yoru on this map, it's definitely a lot of the rotations that you're able to get very fast with Yoru. a lot of other agents, you know, it's the way this map plays, you throw a lot of fakes, you're manipulating the way the defense is set up on this map quite a lot. And so Yoru is able to disrupt a lot of these ideas and able to intercept a lot of things like some of these site execs that you'll see after attempted fakes and such. So it's really difficult a lot of the time to kind of pinpoint where the Yoru is. For starters, the Yoru obviously creates a huge threat just in terms of existing, being such a strong op character and such a strong self-sufficient character with a TP that lasts 30 whole seconds. So you have to find the Yoru in the first place, and then you have to find where he TPs to. It's not such an easy task.
Indeed. Here we go. Map 1 about to get underway. Ranked Anxiety Squad starting on the attack. Tic-Tacs-Toes gonna be here on the defense, looking for a good start to this map. We're gonna have a lean towards A here to open things up. Recons are gonna come out. Not able to find anything, but they will get the noise there of them trying to break the dart. And first contact is gonna be Grubby taking down Kudo here to start things off. Aaron's gonna find another. That's Isagi going down. The Yoru out of the picture. Couple trades coming out here, and all of a sudden 3v2 numbers back almost in favor of a Tic-Tacs-Toes, but this last two players are gonna fall down. And what a quick round here coming out from the attackers on pistol.
Yeah, very nice utility in terms of taking that early A space. And you know, this it really kind of trapped out a lot of the defense in terms of setting up the way they wanted to set up on this A bomb site. You know, they lose this early pick so fast. A nice shot on with the sheriff connection into this kind of everything just slowly collapsing from there. You know, Isagi trapped in top short, and everything really crumbling. They tried to scale out, flood onto the site. Nothing really connecting.
Another A hit here, and once again, Isagi taken off of the map, out of the lobby. Quickly taken down. Scrubby on fire so far. 2 kills to their name, but gets taken down in a revenge shot there by Paytime. Ooh. Some other great shots landed with that util being used as well. 4v3 now, and defense here winning it out on their save round.
Yeah, big trades back to win that exchange. And another big thing here is they've lost a gun too with it. You'll see Paytime here pick up this Spectre, and as well a couple sheriffs gained as well in this exchange. So really high value connections there for the defense. Look at this lurk though into B.
And nobody gonna go through B. Aaron able to give all of the information to the remaining 2 teammates for Ranked Anxiety Squad. They know exactly where this rehit's coming from.
Perfect backstab.
And Spectre in hand, gonna find 1, find 2. The third unsuccessful. Paytime sticking the defuse here, half health. Taken down quickly though, and what looked like it could easily go into a thrifty round for the defense ends up turning back in favor of the attackers.
Yeah, really huge cleanup and a great initiative taken there by Aaron to stick himself in this little corner on B. You know, those are the kinds of rounds that really can spiral out of your control on your buy rounds here. You really don't want to lose the rounds like these to eco rounds. Such cheap weaponry on the other side. But Aaron takes nice initiative, tucks himself in a spot where he's able to catch people off guard, catch a backstab, and so much value that he just found from that.
Full buy coming out here for Tic-Tac-Toes. Keidi's gonna peek out early, missed the shot, but at least information given that this is not going to be this typical full A hit that Ranked Anxiety Squad has been doing so far. Drone gonna come up, get some information out here in A lobby as members start making their way towards B main. More.
A little bit of a B hit, but they're not really ready for it with the numbers.
Aaron did take a little bit of that decay damage, but it is going back up to full health. And Keidi here gonna find a lot of people here outside of window and gets taken down by Hale. And great trade coming in from Paytime. But definitely sound hard. Finds a second while blind. Paytime at 3K on the round.
Last player standing.
Trades out quickly. Cowboy Carter finding one as well. And that's going to be Gracie taken down. Defender's going to get their first round on the buy. 2 guns to make that 3 guns dropped as Paytime falls to the Clove Curse right at the very end.
Yeah, not quite the round the defense was looking for. A huge collection though from Paytime in that garage window area, but honestly, all things considered, not quite what they were looking for. You know, on these kinds of anti-bonus rounds is what we usually like to call them. You usually look to keep 3 to 5 guns alive. 2 guns means they're gonna have to buy back with some weaker weaponry. You see Cakes here on the Spectre, Paytime now with a Guardian in hand.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Look here, Isagi tucked over here into A main as there's a huge rush down short behind this Phoenix ult from Scrubby. It will get taken down, and now violence happening. Isagi gonna find one. That Scrubby taken down. That could be a huge benefit here for the defense, as Scrubby's kind of been the one starting the pace heavily. Paytime finding 2, but 2 get traded back. Paytime still alive though, able to get that heal off. 3v2 in favor of the attackers, and look at the health remaining for Ranked Anxiety Squad.
Wow, absolutely nothing remaining. Paytime, I think, got a collat there onto the 2 players executing out of short. Big connections here. Bukaki's still on this Spectre.
1 enemy remaining.
Keidi gonna find one, and this last one should be a simple clean up. Not sure if it's been communicated how low they are, but it's just one singular,
30 seconds
maybe
left.
even the jet smoke itself, if it could do damage, would be able to take this last player down. It's just a matter of time. Aurora's gonna try to find something here, try to get a little bit of value back, but taking down another 3K coming in for Paytime.
Yeah, another big round from Paytime. Like I said, that collat on the A execute completely shutting down that exec, which would have been completely devastating. Curl, they're stuck in the drone form, trying to find information on short right before they were executing. Could have been a huge catch, but Paytime coming up so clutch in that moment there.
Turret out.
Forces the attack now down onto an eco. Big round for them to win.
Yeah, and this will be interesting because it's the first time that we're going to have to see them at a disadvantage, really, with the weaponry. Not able to really muster anything other than some sheriffs. Killjoy bot, though, going to be taken down in garage early. Cam going to spot out that the jet is here as well. Couple shots fired, nothing connecting, but everybody kind of... You know, it's just a nice, simple, friendly. Okay, how's it going? Nice to see you. Here we go. Hale trying to think about entering here onto the B side, but it's Paytime holding it. Will spot out that Reyna just outside. Nothing but a ghost. Paytime here looking to potentially capitalize on this lesser weaponry. Shot's gonna fire out though. Keidi gonna find one. Cakes finds a second on it to Aaron as the rest of the attack moves over towards C. But so far, 2 players here ready to greet them with open arms. Aurora, though, finds one, drops the gun, gets one back here. Cakes taken down as well on the Reyna blind. All of a sudden back to a 3v3 here, but Paytime still alive. And the back line's causing a lot of problems. Finds 2. Aurora last alive, does have a gun, but surely it's not enough. Indeed not. Isagi gonna get that last kill. 3 rounds in a row round for the defense.
Yeah, that round got a little nervy there after that successful C exec. It didn't look like it would be, but some of the shots for Cakes not quite going their way, and they able to find a actually really successful entry onto the site. But I mean, the flank from Paytime is just on such a good timing and too difficult to deal with. Not any round they were expected to win in any case, so not a big loss for them. And they got some good ults off it too. Sova here can be devastating.
Yeah, 3 ults. The Cypher ult able to give a lot of information once they find a specific body, and a lot of people clown on playing Reyna in high-level, competitive environments, but I think in a well-coordinated team, Reyna can still bring a lot of value, especially just getting in there and diving in. Case gonna get spotted out by Sova. Drone, a lot of util dunk, barely getting some on. No chance there. Gracie gonna get the kill, but it does get traded out by Keidi. Call that number 1 in the books for the individual creator versus creator battle here going on. But look at this huge lurk by Aaron. Finds one, finds two, looking for a third. Paytime, though, gets the kill, claims it back. Still 3v2 here in favor of the attack. And look at this, Isagi gonna find one. Not even looking, all of a sudden 1v1. And look at this. Dimensional drift activated for Isagi. But can't find Hail behind the power of that Reyna ultimate. Attackers, ranked XKeidi squad, gonna find a round back here.
Wow, yeah, big round for them to win their ranked XKeidi. You know, it's a really tough one for them. Really tough. It looked like that CXX was gonna be a little complicated, but a complete barrage of utility onto Cakes in that platform spot. Absolutely nothing to be done there. And then, I mean, it looked a little shaky, but Keidi ran out of knives. And then no gun behind it, so just a person unable to participate in the fight, really.
Isagi here trying to get Swifty down short, but gets taken out by 3 people staring at them. Drone gonna come up to clear the rest of short, and now you see the rest of the attack grouping here. But look at this quick rotation, already 3 players on this A site for tic-tac-toes. Able to minimize the damage here, only lose 1 body. Still a 4v3. Cakes peeks out though, does get taken down. Keidi gonna find 2.
My turn.
A third getting taken down by Paytime. But 1v2 Paytime here in the clutch.
Spike planted.
Spike is planted.
I don't think he expects him.
I want these.
Decay gonna come out, try to find something, but nobody offering yet. And it's Gracie gonna finish things off here. Attack gets their 2nd round in a row after dropping 3.
Yeah, ranked XKeidi there with a really nice exec, nice coordination, all that scaling. The trades came out so clean. Keidi was almost able to disrupt all of it there. It was really nice smoke from Paytime. I want to highlight that on the A bomb site for Keidi to play in, but just unfortunately not quite enough to get the multi-kill. Such a good smoke to disrupt some of those trades, but didn't go our way. And ranked XKeidi were able to clean it up very nicely now.
This time
with the Sobalt.
Ranked XKeidi lean towards C. Paytime getting a little greedy there, takes a lot of damage. Runs straight into the smoke, finds the ult, finds 1, finds 2. Paytime going nuclear right now. We'll spam some more shots, but enough damage has been done here by Paytime. Huge round coming up here.
I know exactly where you are.
But Neural Theft gonna come online. Bringing it back to 3v3.
Put down.
Isagi caught unawares from behind as Aaron lurks in through garage. Paytime though, ready for this. Will get the trade. That's another 3k here for Paytime in this match.
Spike planted. 1 enemy remaining.
And there we go. Sova ult finally being used here by Kudo. Gonna find their counterpart Sova, and last person alive for ranked XKeidi squad. It's Scrubby. What can they do here? Paytime very low HP. Will almost certainly be forced to use the ult here.
Like I never player standing.
Does still have flash in hand, but Paytime 4k on the round while blinded.
Wow.
Oh, and it's such a tough decision there. Because if you're Scrubby in that situation, you know the clove has to push you, but at the same time, you're like trying to play time, but you don't want them to get too close because you're already half health.
I'm back for good.
Yeah, I mean, that is just a heartbreaker for Scrubby in that spot. Such a winning position from such a tough spot. You have to play a 1v2. The clove has ult, so it's almost a 1v3. Gets the flash connection and everything. Just full blind, 1 HP. I mean, sometimes those things just don't go your way, but So well played despite that.
It's just some Valorant for you right there.
Indeed.
So on to round 9. Another A hit, but here, interestingly this time, normally on this A hit they go as 5, but Aaron already making their presence just outside of Garage. Cam's gonna go away, give away that information that Aaron is there, while the rest of the team pushes up, but it doesn't even matter. Keidi's gonna find one. Looking to find a second. Spots out Gracie, but Gracie just gonna get the spike and get out of there as the team rotates off.
Sorry, not sorry. One enemy remaining.
Oh, pay time!
Spike down mid.
Huge 3K there. Dropping spike garage window, and it's Scrubby last alive, making a 4K on the round. Pay time cannot be stopped.
It's disgusting from Paytime. Absolutely perfect clicks on those transfers there. Not even a spray transfer, just simple bursts. Absolutely demolishes them peeking out a window. I mean, he's 21 and 7 right now. It's just hard to stop this kid.
I wonder, did somebody tell Paytime that this is Valorant, not aim labs?
I don't think that was communicated. We're gonna work on that.
Yeah, I think Paytime just thinks this is aim labs right now, to be honest with you.
It does look like that, for sure.
Well, back on it to a full buy for ranked xKeidi squad. Paytime here, gonna try to bait out this recon dart. Actually, with the decay, spots one hidden behind the box, and Paytime again with the kill. That's Gracie gonna be taken out of the picture. No smokes now for the attack. Recon drone gonna spot out exactly where Paytime is, but not able to capitalize it. Aaron, though, taken down. The lurk finally caught onto by Kudo. And now this attack, ranked xKeidi squad, gonna try to rotate out of here. But already Isagi in a huge position here outside of A main if they end up going this way.
I don't think they'll expect him here. Such a tough spot to clear. Does not have the owl drone anymore to clear it either. But it looks like they're gonna go back to garage.
Cake spotted out garage, and now they're going to be joined by Hail through B. Do you... Oh, I was just about to ask if they're going to end up going B, but no, Hail gets taken down, and now you just have to two-man this through garage window. Not a lot of time left, but Scrubby gonna find one onto Cakes. All of the Sentinel util down, but Kudo gonna find one.
Spike down.
And now it's Scrubby left alone, 1v3. No time really left on the clock. Kudo's gonna have to be forced to come find these kills. Finds one, 8 seconds left, but knows Isagi is there, and Isagi's gonna clean it up. 6-4 now, 2 rounds remaining in this first half.
Yeah, tough round there for ranked xKeidi. You know, looked like a slight miscommunication on that C exec. You know, one person caught out, stuck in behind the box. I think it was Gracie there that ended up stuck on the C site while the team was still stuck behind the smoke. Maybe a lack of clarity on whether they were wanting to go out, hit the site, or, you know, go double back, but got punished for it, unfortunately. And I mean, very difficult to win around like that when you're down a person.
Scanning ahead.
Another eco round here for ranked xKeidi squad. We do have a DC come out from this team though, so it's going to be a 4v5 for this round.
Yeah, Hale's disconnected.
And Gracie taken down, and now the rest of the team here forcing themselves through a short, trying to find something, trying to get at least a couple of guns down, maybe something to try to work this round back into their favor.
Such a difficult spot here to find any equalization. You're down a person already, then Gracie's died, and you have low guns. Very, very difficult round for them to be able to find info here.
Area. There they are.
Crow's about to get the spot with this dart. Yep.
The dart will find the position of 2, and now we see the rest of the team leaning more towards this A site. 2 players already rotated fully into B for tic-tac-toes. Isagi just waiting here inside the smoke with a shorty, trying to get some Yoru Supreme tech kills. But Hale does come back, so maybe getting this Reyna into the round is the key that they need to open up the lock on this attack, but Keidi gonna find one flash gonna come through. xKeidi taken down, but absolutely nothing that Ranked Anxiety squad can do there in the last 10 seconds. They managed to drop a couple bodies, but all for naught.
Yeah, just such a tough round for them to find value there. Even though Hale is able to come back and participate in the rest of the round, just lack of money, lack of guns. I mean, they've saved correctly. They've got the money now here to have a full buy into this last round, but very difficult for them to find value pushing onto that A site against 2 people. No guns there for their favor. Really nothing in that round could go their way.
Final round of the first half here. Op actually finally being brought into the mix here. Keidi first round on the Op, not able to get any success on it. Actually takes a lot of damage, but also able to pop this Blade Storm. Also on the side of the defense, Killjoy has their lockdown available to use for this round. xKeidi gonna find one, and that might just be the pick needed to kind of elevate this round in the defensive favor. Paytime though gets taken down, and this once again flips around immediately, I think, towards the attack side. Paytime's been the big MVP so far for Tic-Tac-Toes. Settling here into this retake. xKeidi gonna clear out. Garage finds one on to Scrubby. As the rest of the team comes out. Dimensional Drift in play. Keidi gonna find one with the Blade Storm as well, and all of a sudden it's Hale left last alive. And yeah, flashed ultimates in their face. Nothing to do there. It's going to be an 8-4 half coming out here for Tic-Tac-Toes.
Yeah, such a great retake coming out there from Tic-Tac-Toes. I mean, just perfect ultimate usage there. The Killjoy ult does so much, leverages so much into that bomb site. And you know, you typically expect a Sova in response to kind of break that when you're not able to, but we're stuck in the bomb site, really not able to find the value from the Sova in that moment. Wasn't able to break it. The team kind of half forced out of the bomb site, half stuck in. The Yoru ult as well, picking everyone out. The dart lighting everybody up. I mean, every bit of utility found so much value there. Even with Paytime dead, just didn't matter. Every piece of utility they used was just very, very large.
We've swapped side here. Tic-Tac-Toes here. Now on the attack. It's like a fast exec on it to C site. Hale has the Leer, gonna blind out. Will find a lot of damage and eventually drop Paytime, but the TP from xKeidi gonna be able to get that trade out. 4v3 though in favor of the attack here. Gracie gonna back off and try to wait for the rest of the team to regroup here for this 3-man retake coming out of long. Gracie gonna find one to open things up for the side, and this might be it. xKeidi does get one back, but Aurora with a quick trade as well. Keidi is pretty low, gets taken down, and all of a sudden Cake's left alone 1v2. Eventually gonna fall to Scrubby, and both pistol rounds here going the way of Ranked Anxiety squad.
Yeah, really, really nice retake coming out there from the defense. I loved the scaling out in that 2v2 just out of garage. You saw the timing in which they're peeking out of the garage smoke combined with the players scaling backside out of logs. I wasn't able to see which one was which, but really, really nice little micro play there to make sure that everyone was tradable, and ended up not needing it. They just go 2 for 0 in the exchange, but really, really nice, good stuff to overwhelm the player there. Just fully isolated, nothing really to do.
Yeah, and you look at being down by 4 rounds at the half kind of as like a negative thing, but if you win this pistol and you win this bonus, all of a sudden it's back to a 2-round game. A lot easier for you to bring it back, but here we have a quick fast exec on it to B. Site completely open. Spike gonna be able to go down, and some quick kills coming out. Oh, it's a massacre. xKeidi caught with the knife out, last alive, but some good damage done. 2 of the guns dropped and Spike planted.
Yeah, pretty good round, honestly. You would absolutely take that if you're Tic-Tac-Toes here. But just a funny little exchange in the back of site there. Paytime not able to find the connection onto the Reyna there in back of B. Otherwise, you think if he was, maybe that round could have swung the other way, honestly. But yeah, high value found from them, and a really good look into this anti-bonus now. Ranked xKeidi with not great guns going into this against the full buy.
Yeah, now that we have rifles in hand, we expect Paytime to kind of continue dominating throughout the rest of this half, but cheeky little spot here by Scrubby, but nobody pushing down a short, so now a lot of information given away for both sides. They know exactly where Scrubby's playing from, and this is going to be just a 5-man death ball through A main. Aurora's going to find one, though. Looks like a team flash. Keidi going to trade one back, but all of a sudden, look at all of this coming in for the defense here against the buy round. 2v3 here remaining.
One enemy remaining.
And Scrubby left unchecked. A long gonna find one on to Keidi, and
Weapon here.
Wow.
Wow is right. I mean, that looked like such a good setup for Tic-Tac's toes there, but that exec got a little discombobulated, a little discoordinated maybe. You're right, it was a team flash, I believe, from Isagi as they were executing out, and I mean, they were punished very severely from it. A really, really nice reflood coming out there from Ranked xKeidi squad, just completely flooding the A bomb site with a lot more members than they thought there might be. Forces them down onto an eco now, and this comeback is starting to mount.
Another fast B hit here coming out for Tic-Tac's toes. 2 kills going to be found against them, though, but gets quickly traded back. Aurora going to find a third on the round, and Chimian as well. That's Gracie finding the kill on to Cakes, and it's Isagi left all alone. 1v3. Does have 2 TPs and a flash available, but you got to think maybe not, unless they... I won't say anything anymore. Flash being used. But able to be taken down very quickly. Still Spike going down, trying to get some of that economy back. However, it's back to being a tie game.
Yeah, and a great denial of the B site there. Completely forced them out. It's what they attempted to do on their previous eco round, so maybe a bit of an expectation there of the B exec from Ranked xKeidi squad on that round there, but something I will highlight as a value gained for Tic-Tac's toes there is they did get the Yoru ult out of that. So we see here that Ranked xKeidi with 2 pretty big ults here, in the Phoenix ult and this Sova ult. So this round can get very, very scrappy.
Revealing area.
Aurora here gonna send out matching recon darts. Will spot out that this is gonna be an A hit this time. Drone coming as well, but Dimensional Drift gonna catch them potentially unawares. Isagi already in the back line waiting. Oh no, waiting, but the
Spike down.
Able to get taken down before the Phoenix ult gets traded. Huge counterplay here by Ranked xKeidi squad as things are starting to fall apart. Paytime will be able to find one, but still 4v3, and they are forced away from this A site.
And here's all this noise. He might be able to have a catch here. Oh no.
Slips through the back line, finds one, finds 2!
Attacker spawn.
Is aware of the positioning of Paytime here, does spot it out, and now Hale coming in support. Paytime, what can you show us here? 1v4.
This would have to be nuclear.
Oh, and not expecting the peak from garage side by Hale. And first lead
I'll see it.
since round 7 coming in here for Ranked xKeidi squad.
Yeah, I mean, great success so far here on this defense half. I mean, that round looked like it might go the way of Tic-Tac's toes there after Isagi got out of that Yoru ult. He had a full catch on the Phoenix, but I think it was Aurora maybe in the back of A that was able to protect his boy, able to secure the survival there. Scrubby exiting out the Phoenix ult caught him before he could find the value. Oh, what a shot.
Oh, Keidi, huge kill with the Blade Storm here on the Thrifty, trying to get something back. Maybe won't be able to secure that gun, but at least drops it. Makes it just a little bit easier for the attack to come through. Paytime gonna find one, but not expecting the second player to be there, trying to get this gun before they come out of the ult. But unfortunately, not able to pick it up there. Hale does end up getting that kill secured. Down to a 4v3, still in favor of the attack, but they are on this low buy. Neurotheft's gonna come in and top that off with the tripwire as well. Aaron's gonna find one. Aaron's gonna find a second. And now
one enemy remaining.
Sova ult gonna come in to claim Keidi, and it's Cakes left all alone, taken down as well. Hale a 3K on the round, and ranked xKeidi squad just buzzing along here in this second half.
Yeah, they are really finding a lot of success on this defense side, absolutely steamrolling them. A really unfortunate little exchange there for Paytime.
Spike down.
Something that some of you may not have known and potentially learned through that little exchange is that you actually cannot pick up guns in the Clove Resurrection. You also can't do it in Reina Dismiss, I believe, and Paytime learned that one the hard way. That one might have gone the other way if that were not the case, but no good. That shock dart didn't receive a bounce, so he missed it into the tree. Shouts out.
Fast hit on to C here. Isagi gonna TP back site, trade out Hale. Opening up this side, but look at this. Aaron's already worked through. Finds one through the cage, finds a second. And it's Aaron's turn to go nuclear. 3K on the round. Gracie gonna find one as well. Paytime left once again, 1v4. And as good as Paytime is, even this is going to be really hard. Scrubby going to finish things off. And we are looking at 11-8 here, 2 rounds away from securing this first map.
I mean, what a play from Aaron. That is absolutely ridiculous. That is audacious, if you will. Just pops this cage. I looked at this and I thought, what can you possibly do from this? Absolutely proved me wrong. Just swung out, somehow got 3 from that position. What an incredible anchor. That is ridiculous on the buy.
If that peak angle through the cage was intentional, I am in awe of Aaron right now. But moving on to this round, Scrubby taking over, getting a 2K there, shutting down this A push. And all of a sudden, it's just Isagi and Kuro left alone, trying to find something. Just nothing being given here for free by ranked xKeidi squad.
Last player standing.
No. Unfortunate there on the... It's so hard sometimes with the Stinker. It's like you either vomit all of your bullets onto people and kill them in an instant, or all of the bullets go nowhere near the target.
It really is the gun that gives and takes. I mean, a really nice trap there as well, coming out from ranked xKeidi. I want to highlight there in long. Let them scale up, complete punish on both of them. Went 2 for 0, I believe, on that, or maybe 3 for 1. I can't quite recall, but really high value found. And something interesting as well, Tic Tac's toes forced on that last round, so a very shoddy buy into this match point.
Standing ahead.
Indeed, match point behind an 8-0 perfect second half here for ranked xKeidi squad on the defense. A lot of damage done. Aaron spammed through the cage. They knew that they'd be playing there again, but here you go. Kills coming in quick and fast on both sides. Gracie gonna find one there to make this a 4v2. Paytime not able to secure one, and now it's Cakes left all alone. It's only a Spectre in hand as Hale cleans things up. Ranked xKeidi squad gonna take this first map 13-8.
Wow, I mean, what a map we just witnessed. What a defense map, really, it must be said, that we just witnessed from both teams, quite honestly. I think it was, what is it, a total of, yeah, 17 of the rounds, of the 21 rounds were won on the defense side. So 4 attack rounds won in that entire game, all by ranked xKeidi. And I mean, just a tough one for Tic Tac's toes, for the toes, if you will, trying to walk their way into any of the sites. Just not able to get anything going that whole half, and tough way to end it for him.
Yeah, tough way, but a great way for Ranked Anxiety Squad to start off this first map. And when we are ready, we will have Aurora joining us from Ranked Anxiety Squad. But while we wait for Aurora to be dragged up, what did you kind of see from that second half where they were really just on fire doing 9-0?
I mean, it was really just a difference in coordination, really, from Ranked Anxiety. Just every single round you'd see, you can even look through it in the timeline. It's just a complete barrage of kills that would go one way. It's just they'd find a certain point where they'd out coordinate and yeah, completely bulldoze the rest of the round.
Well, speaking of out coordinating here, we have Aurora here joining us from Ranked Anxiety Squad. Hello, congratulations on winning map 1. You guys looked absolutely dominant in that second half. A crazy 9-0 run. What kind of set the difference in those two halves for you guys?
On offense, I think it's mainly just trying to get as many as we can because we know we're a strong defensive-sided team. So keeping a good cool going into the second half, we know we're strong on defense. Every game that we've played, practicing together, we've been a defensive-sided team. So just getting our offensive rounds, keeping a good mental, and just keeping the comms good. Good vibes. It's really all it was. Keeping good vibes going into the second half.
Wow,
well
I mean, it really showed. It really showed in the way you guys performed there on that second half. Tell me, I'm hearing about a call out on this map. Can you tell me more about where ceiling is?
Oh goodness, yeah, the comms were a little hectic there. Gracie got a little confused hearing C-Link and thought someone said ceiling. So she got on B site and was kind of freaking out. Where are they at? Where are they at? Ceiling, but it was C-Link. So we got a good meme for that now. We start saying ceiling now.
That's good. That's good. I think I'm gonna use that call out as well. Actually, I think I've heard that call out before.
Pretty good one.
I think that's a real comm. And Gracie was actually
Jets in your
correct in
rafters.
hearing that. Yeah, Gracie was actually correct in hearing that.
Yeah, we're all the crazy ones, not her.
Yeah,
she got it right.
That's exactly what I was thinking too. You really read my mind with that one. Yeah, okay. I did have a question for you actually. About your Sova ult on the first half, or rather, lack thereof.
Oh yeah. I was saving it for the second half. I had too much.
Yeah, you didn't
too
have
much planning on.
it,
Yeah, I forgot to bind it again.
Yeah. Okay.
That's a good point. Yeah, I forgot to bind it. I went to the second half. I was like, oh shoot, guys, I forgot to use my ult. Let me bind it real quick.
Did you notice that during the game?
No, not really. I didn't really think about it. I was just.
Is what you're seeing.
Yeah, I was too focused on trying to keep the comms good. Didn't really think about my ult, but more focusing on what my teammates have and what utility we can play off of. And my ult just kind of went over my head. I didn't even think about ulting anyone.
Well, it showed. I mean, you guys had really, really great coordination across that game, and especially in the second half. What was your approach specifically across the half as it kind of progressed in terms of dealing with some of the stuff that they were trying to do to you? Were there any major adaptations that you guys had to how they were playing? What were the conversations like about that?
For offense or defense?
For defense.
For defense, I was just keeping everyone a cool head to not let this big comeback get into our heads, to stay calm and keep the comms good. Just making sure that we don't over-rotate or rotate too quick. That we give good call-outs of where we're hearing, where they're making noise, what util they're using. Just mainly trying to keep the comms good and keeping everyone level-headed. Because we got off onto a roll at the beginning of the second half. Wanted to make sure everyone's stuck with that, but not got but not get too into our own heads.
Awesome. Yeah. Well, I mean, it really did shine through in the way you guys were performing and the way you guys played throughout that half. I believe that is all we have for questions at the moment. So thank you very much, Aurora, for coming in and doing this interview with us.
Thank you for having me.
And I think we are ready to. Give me just a second here.
Yeah, we'll break down this map just a little bit here as we talk about kind of how it all played out. So,
Absolutely.
Rory, thank you once again for joining us. Feel free to go take your break, go catch up with your team. Make sure you guys are ready to go for the next map.
Will do.
Man, what a map! What a show that we just saw. I was very impressed. It's very hard sometimes when I'm casting to be watching a game and not immediately think when one team jumps out to a huge lead that they're just gonna win, right? Because a lot of times Valorant's a very momentum heavy game, right? And pistol rounds specifically are the thing that I want to highlight here. So Ranked xKeidi Squad won both pistols, right? They won both pistols and both bonuses. But in the first half, they won both of those and then ended up still falling behind 8-4, only able to get 2 more rounds on the attack half. But like Aurora just told us, they knew they could really lock in on the defense. And as soon as they came out and won both of those rounds, the pistol round and the bonus in that second half, I felt in my soul, I was like, oh, we're about to have a close game. It's going to be a comeback.
Yeah, I mean, it really did come down a lot of it to the approach that they had on that defense. I mean, there was like I keep saying it, I keep going back to it, but there really was just a difference in coordination and the way they kind of played as a group. It really did it looked drilled, if you will, like the way they were just able to seamlessly play together so well. And the success that they had definitely with a lot of the defense rounds. You typically see a lot of teams that have defense success. It'll be individuals doing certain things. There's certain players that are very effective on defense halves because they don't have less responsibilities to the team as a whole in terms of the attack side of how they're scaling and executing and these other things. And so they will find more value on their defense because they are able to play individually very successfully. But I mean, not these guys. It was completely just outplaying on this defense, just fully together in everything that they did. It was quite impressive.
Indeed. Well, before we throw things back to our host, let's take a quick look at the overall score update. It's only been one map of the first day so far, so not a huge lead. But as Ranked xKeidi Squad wins map 1, they do get the full 6 points. Tic-Tac-Toes, though, having a very, very solid first half, does manage to get them an additional 4 points, so they don't leave here with nothing. And in map 2, if fortunes are flipped, perhaps they will be leaving here maybe even tied at the end of this first day. But let's send things back over to Brown before we take our halftime break.
All right, thank you so much, casters. Now it is time for the halftime show. Every day, we will feature a VTuber singer who is so talented, you might call them inspirational. Today's performer is a fellow star and PNG tuber who streams a variety of games on Twitch. She also sings comfy covers on her YouTube channel under the series Star Covers. Here to sing her star cover of When You Wish Upon a Star is addddistar.
Welcome back, everybody. I am KV and Koi, joined once again by the lovely Twan. We had a very exciting first map for you there on the Haven. Looking forward to map 2. As we get into it, we'll do a quick look at the map bands so you guys can see how this played out. But as you can see here, Breeze Bind, Fracture Ascent, all getting banned out. Haven was Tic-Tac-Toe's pick. Unfortunately, they did, after racing out to an 8-4 lead, end up falling with a beautiful, perfect 9-0 second half coming out from Ranked Anxiety Squad. And now as we move on to the Abyss, Ranked Anxiety Squad's map pick, my one question, the one question that probably everybody wants answered is, will we see Tejo?
That is the question, isn't it? And we have a decent map for it too, is Abyss. Abyss, who really knows what we're going to see on this map, honestly. I mean, it's been so long since we've seen it in general at all. You know, some very famous moments on this map, you know, guy with a Guardian, Reaver Guardian, walking down B, killed 4 people, Kang, something or other, yada, yada, yada. Okay, you know, we all remember the rest.
One of the things that I found interesting about Abyss is when you watch, especially like in the pro scene, maybe not so much in the ranked scene, but in the pro scene, when you watch Abyss, the meta seems to evolve like every single like different tournament. So like when they have like this season, and then they move on to like a Masters, and then they go into the next season, the Abyss meta seems to change a lot. But then as soon as Tejo came out, like everybody was only playing Tejo until they rotated it out and said, we don't want this map anymore.
Yeah, I mean,
but now it's back, so
yeah, it's back here, and we get to see it for the first time in a while. But I think another thing about that was so very interesting was that Tejo went in around the time that Abyss went out. We really didn't get to see it for very long. We didn't get to see what that whole interaction would be like. And I think I'm glad I didn't. I think I'm glad that was a thing that we got to skip. But, you know, we get to see it here. Tejo's obviously been nerfed into the dirt. So are we going to see a dirt Tejo? Or are we going to see no Tejo at all? I personally hope it's the second.
Yeah, I think if Tejo isn't brought, you have to wonder, outside of Sova tends to be like the favored agent that I've seen at least get brought a lot of times. Do you bring Gecko or KO?
Oh, I personally have always loved Gecko on this map. I think it's such a plant execute retake heavy map, and it looks like I'm getting an agreement from our wonderful and beautiful players here. We have a double Gecko mirror here on this one.
Indeed, and this time things getting shaken up a little bit. We see ISO and Vise brought into the picture here for Tic-Tac-Toes. And you know, when Vise first came out, right? Vise came out, a lot of people said Vise is going to be crazy strong, and then people like saw how it actually played, and everybody said, "Oh, Vise is going to be terrible," right?
Yeah.
The initial reaction. But then people started learning how to play Vise, and Vise has been a terror on the maps such as Abyss, such as Pearl, that Vise is very good at. What key thing about Vise's kit do you think it is that kind of elevates her into such a high value position?
I think the key bit that changed a lot of it was this change to the thorns that they did fairly early on after she was introduced to buff them. You get 10 damage per tick of this ability that you have to walk through that slows you by the way. It slows you. So you have to walk slowly through this very large AoE that takes you 10 damage for every time you walk a little tick through it. So this single ability completely denies you to walk forward at all through it. That you have, and you can't walk through it at all because you go slowly and you take damage. So it has become the best stall ability in the game, and with it, Vice has become the best stall agent in the game. So I'm very excited to see it brought out here because this map needs it.
Indeed. Fast B exec here coming out for ranked xKeidi squad, starting on the attack map again here for the second map in a row. But Isagi's going to be the one that starts things. Oz finds one, spots the second, but unable to land the shots. Hale going to find one and dies though to those vines that we just mentioned. Kudo getting it back in blood here, bringing this to a 4v2. Aroru and Aaron, last two left alive, but we've seen Aaron come up huge a few times in that first map. Can they get something started again here?
So tough for them to do this now in this position. Aroru just ran out of stars. Has to just win these gunfights raw now.
8 time does get taken down by Aroru, bringing this to a 3v2 and half health here for Keidi on the Clove, and Spike able to be retrieved. And a run back to A here. Looks like it is in the books for ranked xKeidi squad.
I don't know how they managed to retrieve that bomb at all. But it looks like they are going to be beaten here on this rotation path, at least by Keidi. So we're going to have a fight here, or maybe not.
Last player standing.
They're pushing up, trying to get active. Keidi does find one, though. Aroru able to get the trade, and now it's just Aroru left. Does still have time to find Spike after getting that shot clean. And now Aroru versus Kudo 1v1. No utility on the side of the Vice here, but half shield and a lot more health. Aroru's going to have to play this perfectly. Unable to land the initial shots. No stars available for Aroru either, and Kuro's gonna just stick it. Ooh, gets off just in time, finds the one tap onto Aroru, and with 1 HP, Kuro winning things out here, and tic-tac-toes getting one back.
Wow, I mean, I got very, very nervy at the end. A round that looked completely unwinnable. You know, 4v2 bombs stuck on site. Got very, very tense as a lot of 1v1, something you really want to avoid in those number advantage situations, came through, and they looked like they were going the way of ranked xKeidi and of Aroru specifically, who almost did a heroic job, but eventually cleaned up.
Over there.
This time, a slower A hit on the eco coming in for ranked xKeidi squad. Getting the memo, hey, maybe we don't try to push over onto B with all the Vice utility.
Wise decision.
Camera gonna get taken out, and a beautiful Dizzy coming out as well. Isagi gonna claim Crazy dude. Oh my goodness, paint time with a huge spray transfer, gonna find it too, and drop Spike down on site. It's just Hale left all alone. Absolutely nothing to hope for here. Maybe try to drop one gun at best, but what a stall out play here coming in from tic-tac-toes, and Keidi not even gonna give Hale a chance to claim one. Beautiful defensive hold here.
I mean, the Spectres really finding a lot of value. They're just stinging out, absolutely throwing them down, trying to scale onto that bomb site. No chance for them there. Just hail of bullets just running through their bodies. It is completely destroyed trying to scale out, but not much you can expect from a classic round. I will say, very, very good signs for the sides of tic-tac-toes, saving all their guns onto this bonus.
And Scrubby gonna get spotted out here. Paytom gonna try to get aggressive through smoke. It's spammed up, has to fall back and wait for the rest of the team. Look at this lurk by Aaron, trying to find some value over onto this B site, trying to figure out what the key is to unlocking it. Does find one, but wisely turning tail from this Vizu tells the rest of the team is still going to stay over towards A. Paytime going to work up into a very advanced position, but spotted out. Gracie almost not winning out the duel there, but does get it done. Scrubby going to find one as well. And Aaron here in another beautiful lurk spot, going to take down Kuro. 5v1, and at this point, if you're Keidi, there's no point in trying to save this gun here. You just try to go for it and try to drop as many rifles as you can.
Yeah, fixates onto the one, able to collect onto Aaron, and now you actually are able to save this gun. See what more she goes for here, but really good lurk from Aaron there. Created so much pressure, installed so many of those rotates. You saw both Yoru and Vice just fully stalled out, not really able to rotate here, as this is going to be a round when a anti-bonus conversion for the side of Ranked Anxiety Squad. Keidi able to save this rifle, it looks like. But yeah, really good impact from Aaron there on that lurk. Just solo on that B site. Not only able to stall out the rotates of two players, but find a pick as well. So much value that he found there. Just making really simple pressure over towards B. Just completely stalled everyone out. Paytime solo on that A bomb site. I mean, just not a lot you can do there solo on this site. Not a lot of stall utility in your favor. And yeah, bit of a bulldoze.
Yeah, another lean here over towards A. Maybe the tripwire that Aaron put out gets heard. It was close enough, I think, that the Yoru would have been able to hear it. So they should be aware that there's a potential another lurk over here towards this B site this time. But look at this. Scrubby in a huge position, pushed all the way up through mid-rafter. Is aware that the clove is there, and a beautiful shot gonna take Keidi down. Scrubby getting things started here in this opening round for the attack. As the spike gets moved over towards B.
Yeah, picks up the smokes as well. Clove dead. Still smoke while dead. What a kill, Kuro.
Cosmic Divide gonna come out, but Vi's wall faded away.
Thorns are alive.
So they should be able to get a clean push out onto this B site once they get through these thorns. But look at this defense fully rotated over, but are they expecting Scrubby to be lurking through the back lines? It's been Aaron this whole time, but now it's Scrubby, but the rotation a little bit too late. Gonna have to find three, finds one, finds a second, and now it's just Isagi versus Scrubby. Reload has full util. Everything actually here now in favor of Scrubby, but very little time left. But does find the kill. 4K on the round for Scrubby as they tie things back up here.
Oh my goodness. What a play from Scrubby in the 1v3, I believe it was. 1v4 maybe? That is just ridiculous. I mean, they got completely stalled out on the B bomb site. The Vice utility found so much value. But that earlier pick that was found in mid found similar value, as you saw Yoru and Vice trying to scale back onto that bomb site, just fully stuck, not able to come out because they didn't have smokes. Blood.
Joke's over. You're dead.
Save round coming out here for Tic-Tac-Toes. And Scrubby able to get taken down, but a lot of info found on the position of these players, as Spike able to go down early as well. Paytime gonna find one on this Sheriff, trying to bring numbers back in favor of the defense, and will be able to secure a rifle, and that could be huge way that this round turns. But Cakes taking a G2 scramble off the side of the map here, bringing this back to a 4v4 and a great flash. But Gracie prepared for it, finds one, finds two, finds four. Gracie on for the ace here and gets it. First ace of the tournament coming in favor of a Gracie, and now 3 rounds in a row won by Ranked Anxiety Squad.
Jeez, I mean, what a what a round from Gracie. That got a little tense there for sure for ranked anxiety, but I mean, just an absolute monster on the bomb site, completely unkillable in that spot, justifies the Reyna pick in one round. I mean, oh my goodness, that was nasty. That was nasty. Instant investment of that ISO all over towards A. Found nothing.
Expecting them to be there, but Kuro taken out. An unwise peek early on. The Reyna ult also get popped. Empress in full form. With multiple ults coming out from both sides this round. The Spike able to go down. Keidi will spot out one player, but not able to land the shots as Isagi. Everybody's just popping their ults. I guess this is ult round. Aaron gonna get paid time trying to come back through mid. Hale finding one onto Isagi as well, coming out of that dimensional drift down to a 4v2. Very favored on the attack side, but Keidi gonna break things open, finds one. Unable to find the second, and wisely will not use the ult here in the 3v2. And as Cakes gets traded down 4 rounds in a row now, won by Ranked Anxiety Squad.
I mean, you really summed it up well in that was the ult round, but one key ult that was not able to be used was Kuro's. Dying before the actual BX that came out, just an early peek. You said it, ill-advised. Dying before the utility could find the value. Such a crucial ult you have there in an equal buy round. The Vice ult completely turns the tides of a round, not able to invest it. Dead in such a crucial.
Keidi, a quick shot trying to grab somebody off of the wall bang there, but unable to land. It does get the info. Here's sounds that this is going to be a fast A hit, but stalled out by this smoke so far. Paid time, waiting for this lurk from Aaron. Finds it, lands the shots. Well done, and now this is going to be the signal for the rest of the team here for Ranked Anxiety Squad to flood into A, but Keidi, what a shot! Takes down the Reyna before the Lyric can come out, and that Vice ult gonna come out. Steel Garden shutting down this push. And life found for Tic-Tac-Toes here as they bring this to a 5v2. Keidi trying to push out to grab something with Vice ult in hand, or sorry, with Clove ult in hand, not able to get any. And wait, winnable moment here for Ranked Anxiety Squad, bringing things back closer. Hale finds one off the mosh pit, but they're not expecting Kuro. But all of a sudden, somehow from a 5v2, this is a 1v1.
Unfortunate gun to have in this spot. You can't pick up a better one, for it will make noise.
Isagi spots out Aurora, knows exactly where they are, but how do you play this? Lucky's gonna come out. Pushed up, gets the kill! And Isagi winning the 1v1 there after they bring it back all the way from a 5v2.
Team Ace.
Oh my god.
What a round.
Oh, I mean, that round got very touch and go from Tic-Tac-Toes there. 5v2s, you said. I mean, it really all starts off the lurk death from Aaron. You really shouldn't. It's inadvisable, really, to be lurking in those spots in these anti-eco rounds, just because you're able to give a gun away, and they almost made very good use of it, but oh my goodness, that round got nervy. Isagi a little lucky, honestly, that the Bucky was able to be put in a spot where it could find value.
Finally, a round back in favor of Tic-Tac-Toes here. Paytime gonna spot out one in mid, but Isagi getting a kill over here on it to A site. Shutting down the initial push, or sorry, over on B site, shutting down this initial push where the spike was. 3 players stacked mid, 2 of them starting to drift off towards B to group up with Hale, but how do you push into this when all this Vice util is still here?
Not able to flush any of this out beforehand. Big flash connection.
You are divided.
Dizzy comes out. A lot of damage done by the
down,
thorns.
B.
Kuro gonna find
Last
Hale.
player standing.
And 3 quick kills coming in just like that, and all of a sudden Gracie.
He's behind
Can
him.
we perhaps see another ace?
It would have to be a hell of an ace from this spot.
Yeah. Absolutely nobody knows that Gracie is
Gonna
there,
get
though.
awkward.
I don't know if they even know that ult freed that spot up. Gracie finds one, gets a kill onto the second. The heal, though, gets stopped by the singular shorty blast from Isagi, and then the quick trade off the flash. And for a second there, I started believing.
I did too after that second kill went her way, but yeah, I mean, a good shutdown, catch with the flash and all that.
30 seconds left.
Oh,
The last thing you want is letting Reyna heat up in that kind of a situation.
Oh,
if there is an agent to do it, it is Reyna.
Yeah. I mean, you get enough kills that ult can come online, then it's all of a sudden a lot harder to trade things. Gets a bit spooky.
Recovering it.
Lean back towards A this time. 4-4 score here in this second map. Tic-Tac-Toe's trying to get some revenge after their map 1 loss. Playing things very, very well here for the most part on this defensive half. Paytime trying to spot out one, is sure that somebody's going to be lurking mid. It does know that Aaron on the Cypher has leaned back towards this B side, and now it looks like the team potentially is rotating as well. Kind of caught out, not really sure what to do here.
It feels like a little bit of indecisiveness on the side of ranked anxiety. Nice spot there from Isagi.
Dizzy will come out, and it's Gracie finding an opener here with the Sheriff, and Hale going up and over, also finding one. All of a sudden, it's a 4v2 here on the eco round. Guns have been secured. Kuro's caught out as well. And Isagi left 1v3. Does have Dimensional Drift, TP, and a flash. This is very winnable now that it's a 1v2. Should be aware that Aurora is in that backside area, but some shots fired, and oh! 1 HP left. Aurora shutting down Isagi from what could have been a very, very scary moment.
Yeah, I mean, that could have gotten very scary. Aaron there was still stuck with a Marshall in B main, or in A main, excuse me, wouldn't have been able to trade Aurora. Had that kill gone Isagi's way, but not quite. I mean, really, just an unfortunate one for Tic-Tac-Toes. You really want to win those kinds of rounds to be able to snowball these halves, but the eco round not going their way.
Begins.
Paytime here forced onto the Guardian, but other than that, a full buy able to come through for Tic-Tac-Toes here, but this is gonna be a very crucial round here. If they can't win it, their economy is kind of broken really for the first time this half. But Isagi has worked into a very advanced position here in mid. I'm not sure that anybody's going to be expecting this. Aaron, though, bots it out. Paytime trying to get some revenge there. Does get traded down by Hale. So a 1v2 in favor of Ranked Anxiety Squad. Bringing this to a 4v3. Gecko Ultimates online for both sides here could make for a very intense post-plant scenario.
Yeah, and something that just happened while that occurrence in mid was all going on was that Vice Wall was tripped. So now that's forced the rotation here of Cakes over to the A site, and they're gonna have a free B plant here.
That goes down. Keidi playing up on the site. Not sure if they're aware that somebody would already have rotated over. Does find Hale, so that is the Thrash taken offline for the attack. Gonna have to bait this out to try to get rid of some of these stars while the rest of the team rotates over. Lear, though, is gonna be beneficial in taking down Keidi. Wingman gonna go out, and the Molly taking down Wingman indiscriminately. Grubby gonna get up the last kill as well, bringing this to 6-4 here.
Yeah, really nice manipulation there of that mid round in the man advantage. Just able to catch that the Vice had actually swapped sides over towards A. So baiting out that Vice wall, forcing that rotation, keeping 2 people on a site where really you ideally want to just keep your anchor there. So good little catch in that mid round to really take the sting out of it in the 3v4. Secure that that round for them.
Oh yeah!
On with Nico now again.
On the loose.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Big catch onto Aaron there on the lurk, and meanwhile, Ranked xKeidi are gonna have the site.
No distractions.
Able to get plant down.
Spike planted.
ISO ult gonna come in, but gets shut down by Scrubby. Kudo did manage to get one back though in the meantime, but it's going to be extremely hard for the defense to try to retake into this. Isagi trying to find, does find one, but gets taken down by Scrubby, and all of a sudden, what a retake coming out here for the defense just when it looked like it was out of the question for them. Really, Isagi comes in and just cuts through the back line and opens things up.
Yeah, I mean, it's just another instance of that lurk getting caught out. Aaron once again picked up on the lurk by the defense into giving them a gun, into them being able to successfully complete that retake in a round where they were on an anti-eco that really should not be really is a very difficult round for them to win ordinarily, but good trades coming out and scaling, and really just off the back of that lurk pick. It's the second time now he's been punished on it.
Last round here of the first half. Both teams able to buy, and it's Keidi getting a bonus point there, taking down Gracie. But a quick push out on it to B. Kudo shut down the rest of the Vice util, laying on the floor, unusable. Isagi gonna get a lot of info here from this dimensional drift and wisely teleports out. But Aaron here already in an advanced position, pushed up through stairs, finds one. That's pay time out, bringing this to a 4v2. Isagi and Cakes left trying to figure something out. Isagi almost able to connect there off the mosh pit, but it's going to be Aaron with a huge 4K, bringing us to 7-5 here at the half.
Yeah, really nice round from Aaron there. Caught Kuro completely off guard on that B site. I guess swung through the cage or something, but despite dropping that first pick, there really was able to muster a really great response as a team to pay it back in kind. And find the successful B plant and to equalize the situation. And Aaron, I mean, just finds the good catch, pushed up onto pay time, and from there it's just easy pickings. But it is an attack-sided map, so the 7-5 scoreline is honestly not too bad for
Let's go.
tic-tac-toes.
7-5, and you know, if things held the same from map 1. After tic-tac-toes was up 8-4, Ranked xKeidi came screaming back, so perhaps we can see the same coming in from tic-tac-toes here, but starting things off, Ranked xKeidi gonna find one, does get traded out here by Paytime, spike planted, Paytime able to get that kill and able to regen that shield, and just like that, Gracie, only 13 HP, does get taken down, Paytime finding a third on the round as well, and Paytime reactivated 4K, something we haven't said in some time, but we've said it a lot of times.
We have indeed, and it's a big round to do it here on this attack pistol. Huge round to convert for tic-tac-toes. You know, we've seen it before how Ranked xKeidi is more of a defense-sided team. So, question now becomes how many more can tic-tac-toes get here in terms of bringing this one back? Attack-sided map, defense-sided team. I don't know what that means.
all I'm gonna say is Ranked xKeidi won both pistols and map 1 won the game, so pistols are important. Paytime here, screaming through sight, gonna find it too, and just on an absolute minute here in this second half. Does eventually get taken down, but a lot of damage done to Aurora, nothing there to do. Kudo gonna find that kill, and another 4v2 here to start off this second half.
Look at it, flashed himself.
Aaron does find one with the classic, but Isagi gonna trade it back on to Scrubby. Now it's Aaron left all alone. 1v3. We've seen there is a gun down. Aaron pushed up ahead of the flash. Just find one with that classic. But what a great vine thrown out there by Kudo, kind of shutting down what could have been a huge clutch potential there for Aaron.
Yeah, I mean, that round certainly got very costly. I believe they bought 2 Vandals into that. Both Paytime and Keidi had one, and only one was able to be recovered for the following round. So -1 Vandal, really not something you like to see if you're tic-tac-toes here. So not exactly what they were looking for on that anti-eco round, but they get the round nonetheless.
It's you and me.
So, all tied back up here after pistol round and bonus conversion. What a shot! Gracie immediately shutting down
Time to jump.
what could have been a huge domain expansion. And as we see, we do have one player, Keidi, who has DC'd for the attack. And so basically now it is a 5v3. Most likely we should see tic-tac-toes here. Maybe try to stall out this round a little bit. Give Keidi time to reconnect.
Yeah, that's most likely. That is what I believe it was Ranked xKeidi did last time this happened, but what's going on in mid? Kuro there seemed to be looking for a bit of a little swing onto Gracie, pay that one back, but I guess didn't find anything.
Oh, what are your thoughts so far here in map 2 as Kuro finds a kill over onto this B site, which is gonna bring a rotation over towards B, giving up a free A site here. Aside from Stubby playing Heaven, but no, Plant gets taken down as well. They fall off of it. Aaron has already rotated back as well, so there's absolutely no shot for the rest of the team. And fortunately for tic-tac-toes, Keidi reconnects just in time to keep the guns.
Yeah, I mean that's a really, really tough one to see. Just in the middle of that round, being down one suddenly. It's very unfortunate for them, but they still are able to maintain a healthy buy here. Everyone's able to force back into this with rifles. Keidi the only one with a Bulldog, but Bulldog, it's a weapon that can still sing, so it's a very winnable round for them here.
Cage trigger.
Pass hit over towards this A site. Cypher Util gonna be used perfectly to claim the life of Paytime. A lot of damage done indeed with that Bulldog. Isagi's gonna be the one though who finishes off the kill on it to Gracie. Kuro gonna flood through and get Aaron as well. Cypher Utility out of the way. And now, but Spike being planted back site does get taken down. Kuro there finding the trade. Aurora though from Heaven gonna find a second kill. 2v2, and look at this flank from Hale.
Spike planted.
No, the Vice was still alive. Caught it with the wall. Big ult.
Huge ult there. Puts both players on pistols, although Hale sneaks through somehow. Does find the kill onto Kuro. Keidi though, very low HP, does get that heal, but still not as much as you would like to have here.
Concussing
Aurora with a great chance here to clutch this up.
expired. She lost all the HP she got.
But perfectly played here by Keidi, just making Aurora have to stick it. Swing out now is beautiful. Keidi getting the round back. And once again, tic-tac-toes back in the win column.
Very, very nicely played by Keidi in that 1v1 there. Heel just not able to find the value, but didn't matter. Keidi, such good discipline in that spot to just live and wait. You know they're not sticking that bomb. And no time left. Played it to perfection. Absolute perfection in that in the timings there.
So tied up once again here into the second half. Gracie swinging out for the early peak, gets tagged up, able to re-heal though if they will find some kill here due to that Reyna ult, but the rest of the team here for tic-tac-toes already on a mad scramble back over towards B, but now cut noise. What is the plan from here?
Big connection to Loru.
Some mid exploration here by the entire team for tic-tac-toes. Swing out by Scrubby. Just a little bit off target, but still managing to find the kill onto Paytime. Two more huge kills coming in, but Keidi finding 1v4. Can Keidi, the captain, clutch it up? Whoa, almost. I saw the vision there on the lineup. Oh, that was... Ooh, we were about to clip that.
I was seeing it too. I'm not gonna lie. Inadvertent high load there that they had just scaling out, and yeah, able to connect that one. A mid exploration that I'm not sure is so advisable for them in that spot, and it's gonna put them on very low econ. They're actually forcing into this, but it's a very, very tough force buy. 2 Guardians, a Stinger, a Marshall, and a Bucky. No actual proper rifles involved.
Who's next?
Well, one of the benefits to the way that this tournament is being scored is that every single round counts, so sometimes there is the benefit to try to force and get something through it. Aaron somehow taking an entire Bucky shot, getting a 3K there back sight before finally getting taken down. Spike able to be planted by tic-tac-toes, and Paytime drop. Kuro, they're going to get one back. Kuro going to find a 3K on the round. The sheer wall is triggered. Kuro perfectly aware of where Scrubby is, and now 1v2. Somehow they've brought themselves back into this round here on the Thrifty.
Kuro, this is looking like it's going to go their way.
Going up.
Out of utility fast, no time. Cakes with the headshots.
What a round. It doesn't show Thrifty on the board, but in our hearts, that was a very thrifty round. Coming in here for tic-tac-toes once again, tying things up here and just keeping this game extremely competitive.
Yeah, a big round on the force buy. You know, I was surprised that they opted to go for it with the weaker weaponry that they had, but handsomely rewarded for it on that B site. And then Kuro with a great late lurk through mid, I assume it was, that cleaned it up.
And the crazy thing about that forced buy is that now Ranked Anxiety Squad forced into a eco round of their own. Flash coming out. TP is beautiful from Isagi. Does get immediately traded by Hale. But Spike able to go down. Paytime activated once again. We'll find one. We'll find two. And Paytime will not be denied on certain rounds. Gracie just barely missing out on the shots here as Kuro cleans things up. And once again, it is Scrubby left alone. This time 1v4 Flash coming out. Spectre going to be so hard to find at long range, but will manage to find one. Finds a second, a beautiful shot there. It does have a lot of util left at their disposal. But Keidi does get flashed, but a full crouch spray gonna finish things off there. And I think this is the first round lead for Tic-Tac-Toe since winning the bonus round.
Yeah, it is. That's right. And a big round to do it on. Really, really nice anti-eco conversion. And consistently, Kuro is getting info off this wall. They really like continuously flanking, and it's not really working out for them. This is consistently info that they're getting out of it, and kills that they're getting off it, actually.
Those are some exciting trips on the A site here. Certainly won't be expected.
It's you and me.
But it's Scrubby starting things off with a kill onto Isagi, and this time Paytime will not be denied in the domain expansion. Aaron gonna find one, and Aurora finding a second. Look at this trip coming in clutch. And if Paytime left all alone, will get spotted out by the camera. A quick round, 3K coming in for Aaron, and just like that, as soon as Tic-Tac-Toes had taken the lead, immediately tied right back up.
I think Aaron's trip on default there caught 3 different people. I think that trip got 3 separate values. Uses of value. That's crazy. 3 kills that he got all off that same trip. I mean, this Cypher pick is really working out into the enemy comp because they don't have anything to actually break any of these trips. They don't have the Sova that you usually see here. So,
if
really
Aaron is, yeah, if Aaron's not a Cypher main, I'm disappointed in a lot of things. So this time a fast push through mid. Aurora gonna spot it out, take down one. Neural Theft online as well. Things starting to fall apart here, but 2 kills coming in for the attack here off of the Neural Theft, which is would not have been expected to be. Here we go. Scrubby gonna come through on this Phoenix. Now the question is, was he far enough away that he is not in the ult? Indeed, able to use his gun. A wise play there, maybe, by Scrubby. So still 3v2. Thresh has come out. Does get taken down. Flash coming out. Time slowly ticking away.
Going up.
Dizzy gonna knock out both players. But spam through the flame wall is going to take down Gracie, bringing it to 11-12.
Do we mix it up? Double
and
down?
Econ not super good here for Ranked Anxiety Squad.
No, certainly not. I mean, the value you found off that utility was really, really nice. There was the flash, there's another flash, there's 3 different flashes in that round that single-handedly each stopped a continuation of the bomb defuse. So much utility, really, that they used that got them off the bomb in that post plant. And now they're hitting an empty site? Ranked Anxiety went for a stack on their eco round, and it seems they've guessed wrong.
Absolutely nobody over towards B. No trips on B. The only thing that's there is the camera by stairs. And free plant, free site. But a 5v5 retake will be in the cards, which does even the odds here for Ranked Anxiety Squad trying to pull this round out on the Thrifty. Is he going to come out, spot out a lot of players, but some good flashes coming in. 2 players taken down. A nice little transfer there by Isagi. Finds a 3K before Aurora gets the trade out and Paytime. Perfectly tucked into the corner. We'll find Aurora. Hale left last alive here. And gonna get taken down by the Outlaw there. 12-10 match point here for Tic-Tac-Toes.
Yeah, a really, really nice round from Tic-Tac-Toes, and a big round from Isagi too to shut down that anti-eco. Able to guess right on the thrifty there, the anti-eco I should say there, opposite of a thrifty actually. and then the post plant able to take that space. They recognized the site was empty, took aggro positions, and the crossfire setup off it was really, really rewarding.
Really aggressive peek out here by Gracie, trying to shake things up. Will find a kill on Dakuro. All of that Vice util taken out. And Hale finding a spam through the Cypher Cage. Gonna find a few.
Last player standing.
And things just quickly fall apart. It's Cakes left all alone, op in hand. You have to think that Cakes is gonna just try to maybe save this off. Or at least throw it off the map to not give it into the hands.
Yeah.
Not a terrible choice here. Now Cakes, lots of money in hand on the side of Tic-Tac-Toe. No reason for Cakes to not try to get some damage here. But a flawless round, which means on this final round of regulation, both teams should be having some full buys come in.
Yeah, and a very, very big round for Ranked XKeidi there on the match point. Able to win 3 ults off it. Hale with a 3K on that round to get the Gecko ult up. In addition, they have the Astral Wall, the Cosmic Divide here, so a big retake that they have the power for here on this this final round, this round 24, to take them into OT.
Meanwhile, Cakes did get forced into using an Outlaw here to do buying that off last round. The rest of the team does get buys. Domain expansion once again here, popped by paid time, but Grubby unable to duplicate earlier success. As they're now pushed out onto site, Hale will find one. Gracie finds a second here for the defense before Isagi works their way into backside. Aaron hopping out of heaven, unable to corral their gun, but Gracie will drop things down by Spike. All of a sudden, Kuro standing alone in between Tic-Tac-Toes winning this map or us having overtime.
One enemy remaining.
Finds one, heard the steps of Aurora. Kuro with a huge clutch. 13-11 gonna be your score here. Tic-Tac-Toes winning map 2.
Wow, what a clutch from Kuro. That is ridiculous to find as the map decider, as the match decider there. And I mean, Ranked XKeidi with consistently successful defenses, not able to find the defense half they needed on that one to carry that out. 7-5 attack round turned 4-8 on the attack sided map, and the theory rings true. But what does that mean for the points? I believe that's going to be what, 6-5, I think is the math on it.
I do believe we'll get a final counting on the points in a little bit. I think we're gonna have to figure out how to do the one singular round that would be decided. But in the meantime, while we wait for the final points to be handed down, we will be very interested in this interview. It's going to be Paytime coming in, who was very strong in both of these maps. And when we are ready, we can have Paytime come join us here in the lobby. Paytime, how's it going? Welcome. Congratulations on winning the second map here.
Oh, I think we're hearing that Paytime's PC is actually froze. So don't worry, Paytime doesn't hate us. It's just that there's some tech issues, I promise.
That's what they all say.
Paytime, respond if you hate us. All right, there you have it.
Oh, okay. Well,
And,
I guess we can.
We're all good.
Yeah, we can break down this map a little bit while we wait for Paytime to be able to reconnect with us. So,
absolutely.
As you mentioned, 7-5 first half kind of flips, and the thing that I kind of pointed out at one point early on, right? in map 1. It was a bit of a slow start for ranked xKeidi squad, but they did win both pistols and were able to run it back in the second half. Same thing going on for Tic Tacs Toes, right? They win pistol round first half, they keep it close, and then they win pistol round second half. In round 2, being able to bring it all back. As we take a look here at the maps, we'll see 13-8 for Haven in favor of ranked xKeidi squad, 13-11 in favor of Abyss. And Paytime is here with us now. Paytime, congratulations on winning map 2 on Abyss. Twan's got some neat interview questions for you.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. First off, how are you feeling? First day over now.
I didn't know. I didn't know what to expect. And I definitely didn't expect to play ISO. I'm traditionally an initiator player, but we were kind of just playing this more for fun and the experience, kind of just like bringing people from Keidi's community in. So it was super fun, kind of stepping out of my comfort zone, and getting to hang out with more people in her community.
Yeah, I mean, you look like an absolute natural there in the server today. I will say, I mean, like, okay, wait, how many times have you played ISO before? I'm actually curious.
I think that was the 3rd time I've ever played ISO.
Okay, wow. I'll be honest, it didn't show at all. You look like a natural on it.
Well, I mean, it's funny because like if you ask the opponents that we played against, there was a bunch. I think out of the 5 ults, I only used my shield before ulting like twice. So like, there was a little bit of growing pains there, but it was fun and it was challenging. It was an awesome experience.
That's awesome. That's awesome, dude. How are things feeling after that first map? Was there any, a chat between the first and second map in terms of obviously that the second half of map 1 was a bit on the tougher end, right? But going into that map 2, what was the talks like in terms of keeping the vibes up and everything? Just keeping everyone's heads in it and such.
Yeah, I think in most game 1s, like there's always gonna be like a little bit of the jitters, right? And what it comes down to, what I like to tell a lot of people that I play on teams with in tournaments is like, whoever's like kind of shooting that day will take it, right? But what that comes down to is like remembering what you bring to the table and kind of continuing to bring that confidence, right? In map 1, I think there was this like very clear atmosphere that they're like, oh my god, like Kyrie is dropping 22 in the first half, like we're fine, we're up, we're gonna win, right? But then like when it started to become like, oh, you have to step up in your own individual space, I think the jitters like kind of came back because they played really well. They were super explosive, and they made it really difficult for us to kind of get those rotations in. So when we got into the second map, it was kind of like, hey, remember like all the practice that we put in. Remember, like, we know what we bring to the table. I made the ISO pivot to kind of enable that even further. I think it allowed Keidi to kind of take more comfortable fights. We don't really like the KJ on Abyss, and I think having the Gecko, just having Cakes in a place where she could like throw her flash, play the really nice Marshall and Outlaw game that she was playing, and then Kuro's a lot more comfortable on Vise. I asked him to switch to Initiator for this tournament, so we kind of went back to comfort, and I think it showed across the board.
Yeah, 100%. I thought everyone looked way more comfortable on a lot of the agents that they were playing and looked comfortable across the board in terms of just in the server in general. So really, really good work to you guys. Sorry. I'm not sick, as I said earlier today in the broadcast. I am not sick. How are you feeling going into tomorrow?
Tomorrow's the league games. I imagine it'll just be as challenging. I think I'll talk to my teammates a little bit in advance and kind of say like, hey, like we kind of went into this Valorant day a little cold, and I think we could have like a better mentality about it coming in to our games tomorrow for league, and I think we'll just look to put on a show and play our game the same way we did in game 2 today.
Awesome. Yeah, man. Well, I think we're all excited to see you tomorrow for day 2 and of course day 3 as well. But sorry, like I said,
you're good.
not sick. But yeah, thank you very much, Time, for joining us here. Good luck with the rest of the tournament. And congrats on your win here today.
Yeah, looking forward to watching back the cast. And Brown, thanks for holding the event. It's been super fun so far. Looking forward to all the competition.
All right, thanks, Time, for stopping by. As Twan said, good luck tomorrow. You're free to go join your team. Do whatever you guys need to do to get ready for tomorrow's action.
Yep, and good luck to all the other competitors. Everyone have a good night.
In the meantime, let's look at the map results one more time here as we get closer to, unfortunately, having to say goodbye for day one. Just a reminder, Haven was won 13-8 by ranked xKeidi squad. Again, a beautiful second half 9-0, just absolute marathon coming out from them. And then in the second half here, a close fought game, but Tic-Tac-Toes ended up pulling out the W there, winning it 13-11. And the question is, tomorrow, based off of how these two maps have gone today, will things continue to go back and forth and keep things close, or can one team pull ahead? But to get a better look at that, we will throw it to Brown. So as we throw it to Brown, Twan, it's been a pleasure to cast with you. First time casting together. I had a lot of fun. I hope you did as well. Look forward to potentially casting with you again in the future. Do you have any last minute words that you'd like to say to the audience?
Absolutely, man. It's been a pleasure to cast with you. You've been great. I do want to say to the audience that I am looking for a team. I'm going to plug myself real quick. I'm looking for a team as a Valorant coach. If you know any teams in Tier 3 that are looking for a coach, shoot me a message on Twitter. I'm on Twitter at Finn with 2 N's. That's FINNW. Or no, wait, sorry, I changed my username. That's awkward. And I'm plugging the wrong person. On Twitter, I am Twan_Val. So come hit me up. I'm looking for a job and all that. But yeah, thank you guys very much for having me. It's been a pleasure. I hope everyone enjoyed the broadcast, and we'll see you guys all tomorrow.
And I am Kavian Koi. You can find me on Twitter at Kavian_Koi. If you need a caster for your next Valorant tournament, please hit me up. I am in Korea, so there will be some logistics to work through, but I am always willing and available to cast as my schedule permits and as time zones permit. So, and not many people can say that they have a caster from Korea casting their tournament. So, but that's going to be it for us, guys. Thank you so much for watching. We're going to turn things over to Brown for some last minute thoughts and interviews with the creators. Have a good night, everybody.
All right. Thank you, casters, for your great presentation. It was a lot of fun to see Avian and Twan on the broadcast yet again. Also, I'd like to give an additional shout out to our observer for today, Polar, who did a fabulous job capturing the action and making our broadcast such a pleasure to watch. Thank you all so much. Y'all are very, very inspirational. Okay, now let's go ahead and look at the overall scores for today. And there are the scores. Okay, so remember we use a modified overall scoring system. So for every 2 rounds you win, you get 1 point. And so as we mentioned with the map bans and the map selections rather, you know that the first map had a bigger differential than the second map, which almost went to overtime. And that's why at the end of it all, Gracie leads Keidi 11-10. That is really, really close. So it's going to come down to the League of Legends Day and the Marvel Rivals Day. I wonder what's going to happen. Me personally, my expertise is in Valorant. So everything after this, it's going to be up to you all to tell me which team has more experience in the other games. But I know that those other games, the League of Legends and the Marvel Rivals stuff, it's going to come down to if anyone can pull away with those games. So we'll have to see. Let's actually talk to the creators one more time to see how their day went. We'll get them in here. And And here they are. Here are the two wonderful VTuber team leaders, Gracie and Keidi. Hello again.
Hello.
Hello.
All right. Well, that was crazy, huh?
Yeah.
I gotta say,
It's
we
so
got
tense.
some close games for both of them. Let's start with Keidi.
Hi.
Obviously, y'all played a tremendous 2-game series. After you finished the first game, you all were down. You go into game 2. What is the mindset going to that and making sure you get as many points as possible?
Honestly, it was just making sure everyone was still on their comfort picks and making sure like they were having fun. It was just we made sure to keep the vibes up still because I have a saying where it's just like vibes carry games. So I mean, as far as like besides champ, jeez, leak mind, agent changes, nothing else really changed. We still tried to calm the same, kept the spirits up, made sure everyone was on their comfort picks for the second game. And that was it.
All right, well, your team definitely got very comfortable up until that almost overtime game. So kudos to the tic-tac-toes, or I guess there's a short way of saying it. All right, well,
Toes!
there it is.
Toes! Team Toes!
All right, well, Gracie, I know your team had a lot of big moments, great team play all around. I need to ask you about your ace, though. It started out with someone jumping off the map, and then suddenly you just got the ace. Your aim was on point. Tell us more about that.
Thank you. Well, when I saw the gecko jump fall off, I was really confused, not gonna lie, because I swear I saw them like right there, right in front of me. But after I got the ace, which I didn't expect, I wasn't thinking about getting an ace. I was screaming, but my friends didn't hear me. My audio was cut off.
Well, that is a clip that you will definitely remember for a long time. All right, well, Gracie, tell me a little bit more about what you're proud of with your team. Any highlights that you had for these 2 games?
I'm just really proud of Subaru being able to just be our IGL, and the fact that everyone played so well together. We were reminding each other like, we're up numbers, play retake, etc. So I'm really proud of that. I mean, we played with each other before with comp, and I thought we were doing really well. That's why I recruited them. So I mean, I'm just very proud of them. Like beyond my expectations, for real.
Yeah, definitely a very awesome team. And Keidi, you had a very awesome team as well. And I'm sure there's a lot of people you want to shout out on your team. One in particular I want to shout out. It seemed like there was a player that was on like payback time or something. It was crazy. But tell me a little bit more about your team and what you're proud of for them.
My team? Oh man, I love my team so much. I well, I wanted to get paytime in because me and him do a lot in like any game that I play, and I feel like if there's anyone that knows like how I play the best, it's him. And then with Cakes, we were in a tournament together not too long ago. The chemistry was there. We were vibing really good together. And Asogi, we played a couple times before too, and Curl's one of my mods. And we play a lot together too, so I feel like we have that kind of synergy. Overall, with how short notice I had to get like all 5 of us together and the amount of practices that we had, I'm really proud of how much we were able to adapt to each other's playstyles and adjust accordingly in any of the maps that we played, whether it be like we played Haven, we were practicing Split, and then the Abyss game. But yeah, I'm very thankful that all of them were able to play, that we were able to practice together, and I was able to bring them into this.
All right, awesome. Well, y'all know what's happening tomorrow. It's Keidi's favorite game with League of Legends. What do you think are your odds that your team will do very well in League of Legends, Keidi?
I'm not sure. League is a very any side can win. So I'm not sure about that, but I'm just excited to play League. I can't lie.
All right, well, seems like a very excited team captain. What about you, Gracie? I know you've been playing every day to try to get better and better. Do you think your team has a great chance with League of Legends?
I mean, I'm very confident in my teammates. They're always carrying me. As for myself, I've been told that I've been improving and doing like pretty fast for a new player. So hopefully, I won't make too many mistakes tomorrow. And just going into the mindset of like, it's not over till it's over. So yeah.
I've been watching her play. She's doing amazing.
Oh, thank you, Keidi.
All right, or it might be scouting. Who knows? But but I mean, I've definitely been watching both of you play League, so I'm really looking forward to tomorrow. Go ahead and get some rest. Tell your teams great job, and see you all tomorrow.
See you.
Sounds good. Have a good rest of your night, guys.
Thank you,
GG's
thank
again,
you.
Gracie, and thank you, Brownie.
GG's. Thank you, Brownie.
All right, take care. Okay, well, that is it for all of us here at the Gracie-Keidi VTuber Royale. Thank you to all my staff and talent for their wonderful work. See you tomorrow at 6 p.m. Pacific for the next game of our event, League of Legends. You don't want to miss it. Thank you all for watching. For all of us here at the Gracie-Keidi VTuber Royale, this is Browntul saying goodbye.
Thank you for tuning in to the Gracie-Keidi VTuber Royale. This is Puck Marime, the cutest witch who lives in the clouds, signing off. Be sure to follow me on X, YouTube, and Twitch to hear more of my charming voice, sing, dance, and play games, all for my Maripies. I really hope to see you soon. Mwah. Hi everyone, welcome to the Gracie-Keidi VTuber Royale. Over the course of this weekend, Gracie and Keidi's communities will battle it out in Valorant, League of Legends, and Marvel Rivals. They'll gain points by either winning their matches or completing in-game criteria. There's a lot at stake in this VTuber Royale. Who will become our champion? Stay tuned to find out.
Thank you, Park Marime, and hi everyone. Welcome to the Gracie-Keidi VTuber Royale. I'm your host, Browntul. During this weekend, Gracie and Keidi will battle it out in a triathlon style format to determine who will become the first VTuber Royale champion. During this weekend, as they play through these 3 games featured in the tournament, they will gather team points in our overall scoring system. The more matches they win, the more points they get. Even if they don't win, they can still earn points through side objectives, which vary across the games. Here are the results from Valorant yesterday. We had some great matches. You saw Gracie's team go on to Haven. They had the greatest second half in the world, pretty much, and they won 13-8. But then we went on Abyss, and Keidi's team, they were making it very close. We almost were going to go to overtime, but there were some inspirational plays from both sides. Ultimately, Keidi was able to win that game 13-11. All right, now here are the scores after Valorant using our overall scoring system. Because that first game had a larger round differential, Team Gracie ended up getting more points than Team Keidi. But let's see if Team Keidi can bring back the lead in the League of Legends portion of this VTuber Royale. Here's the players pool that Gracie and Keidi can activate their players from. Each day they can activate at least the minimum amount of players required for that day's games, plus 3 additional substitute players. Some players are one-game specialists, and others are flexible gamers. What combination will these creators bring to the table today? Let's learn directly from them right now. Before we begin the competition, let's introduce our 2 VTubers who are taking on the challenge presented by the VTuber Royale. Say hello to Graciejie and xKeidi.
Hello.
Well, hello.
Hello.
Oh my god, I'm muted. Hi.
Hi. Yes, we're back.
We are.
All right, so here we are now, League of Legends. How excited are you all for League? I know Keidi, you in particular, had said that League of Legends is your favorite game out of the 3.
Yay! Yay, League!
Well, what are you looking forward to the most? Do you have a game plan for who you're going to play today?
Kind of. I just show up. I'm not the one that plans everything. That's Paytime's job. I'm just here reporting for duty.
Gotcha. Well, we'll see if Paytime will be able to do a lot of good work today. I know that Paytime was a great player in yesterday's matches. Now, Gracie, you've practiced pretty much every day.
Oh yeah, for a month basically. I'm a new player. Yay!
Well, how new do you feel, or do you think you've got the experience now?
I think I've gotten the fundamentals down for sure now. Do make the same mistakes here and there, but it's fine, you know.
All right. Well, to Team Gracie, I know that we didn't get to talk about the reasons behind your team name, so I want to ask you why you're called the Ranked Anxiety Squad.
Well, you know, basically ranked is very nerve-wracking. So I mean, I don't know about the rest of my teammates, but I always get anxiety. Minor anxiety here and there. Definitely haven't been high enough level to try League ranked yet. So yeah.
All right, well, we'll see if you end up ranking in League. I would love to hear your stories on that. For Team Keidi, why Tic Tac's toes?
So my cat, my pride and joy, her name is Tic Tac.
Oh.
And when I was figuring out like what to name my Discord server, I was going through my photos randomly, and I have one. I had a really random one of just like her laying on her cat bed, and her toe was just straight up, and I was like, "Oh my god, tic tac toes!" So that's it.
All right, and I heard there was a shorter version of your name.
Toes. We're Team Toes.
Got it. Thank you. Okay, Team Toes. So that's all good and dandy. All right, well, best of luck to both of you in our League of Legends day today.
Thank you.
All right, well, now it's time to start our competition. Let's chat with Park Marime to learn more about today's game, League of Legends.
Gracie and Keidi, your next challenge of VTuber Royale is League of Legends. This is the first League of Legends event ever hosted here.
Nice ulti, Hannah!
Nice ulti.
Wait, run.
I'm the guy, that guy.
Nice.
Minigun.
Okay.
Minigun.
Dude, I've used all of my mana to heal you.
Oh, you're here. Oh, hell yeah!
Oh, God! Oh my god!
Go.
Each of you will get a chance to play on both sides of a Summoner's Rift map in tournament draft mode. The goal is simple: win the game to get the most points. However, to give you some insurance on the Rift, go after these in-game objectives shown here. After all, you can't put up a big fight in League of Legends without winning objectives. I've been told that Keidi has the most experience in League between you two, but will Gracie conquer the rift with her team of experienced players? I suppose we have to stay tuned and find out in the Gracie-Keidi VTuber Royale.
You can learn more about our scoring system for today's games by going to our website and clicking on the events drop-down on the navigation bar. Now that we know how today's games will work, are we ready to start the map bans for today?
Oh.
Great! I can hear your excitement straight through the chat and the stream, just like yesterday. Y'all are amazing people that are watching right now. Shout out to you on Twitch. Alright, now you mentioned, or I mentioned map bans, but we all know it's just Summoner's Rift. So we're gonna actually do a very interesting thing today with the site selection. And every time we go through these selections, we like to highlight our event admins that help make this event possible, including today's map bans admin. This admin decided to show up to a VALORANT tournament and volunteer to admin one day. Well, she came in as a newcomer, but she came out of that tournament with so many people praising her for her relatability and realness. Now she's looking to expand her admin experience in this variety event and help out with even more tournaments. Please welcome event admin Kitty. There's Kitty in the background.
Hello.
Hi, Kitty. Kitty, are you excited?
Yes.
Anything you want to say to your fans?
Hi guys.
Love you. Inspirational, really. Okay, Kitty, let's go ahead and start with the map ban, shall we?
We'll be starting with coin flips. So what side would you guys like? Heads or tails?
Gracie.
You want me to pick? Okay, tails.
Tails. Gracie gets tails. See? And it's tails.
Oh my goodness.
Would you like team A or team B, Gracie?
The team A, team B is the blue or red thing, right?
Yes, team A chooses but starting side first.
Oh, I don't. So if I say blue side, is that team?
That's team
or
A.
no? Team A.
Team
Okay,
A,
team
yeah.
A. Yeah.
So team A?
Yes. Team A.
You want to start on blue side or red side?
Blue.
Okay. So Gracie won the coin flip. Team A will be Gracie, team B is Keidi. Gracie selected the blue side for game 1. Keidi will start on the red side for game 1. Game 2, Gracie will start on the red side, and then Keidi will start on the blue side for game 2. And that is all.
Sounds good.
All right, awesome. Thank you, Kitty. Well, there you see on the screen the two games that will be played, the side that was selected, and of course for game 2, we simply switched the sides. So, Gracie and Keidi, you got any last words for each other?
Good luck, Keidi.
Good luck, Gracie.
Thank you.
All right, thank you both, and good luck today.
Thank you, Brown.
All right, I think we're ready to begin. So now I would like to introduce our two casters for today's games. And here they are. First, he is a League of Legends play-by-play commentator who recently casted the NACL Open Qualifiers this year. He is also a host of the Salt Mine Pod, airing weekly on Spotify and YouTube. Here is Gordo.
Hello, everybody. Thank you very much for that intro, Browntul, and looking forward to stepping in for some League of Legends today. We're a bit outside my normal community here, so this is going to be a bunch of fun.
All right. And they are a voice actor, artist, and a writer who coaches League of Legends players on how to conquer the Rift. They are also a proud representative of Gracie's community and is making their casting debut in this event. Here is Crimson.
Hi, hello. Thank you so much for the warm welcomes, and thank you for allowing me to work with you today. I really look forward to this, and I am happy to get to see some League of Legends today.
All right. Well, I'm definitely looking forward to it. A fun fact for everyone: this is the first League of Legends custom that I'm hosting probably ever. So this is all new to me, but I'm very excited, and I know that we're in good hands. So Gordo and Crimson, take it away.
Thank you very much, Browntul. Looking forward to what is sure to be a couple of fun matches here today, Crimson. Everybody getting into the lobbies to start things off, but looking forward to seeing how the picks are going to be prioritized here. We just found out the lineups a couple of moments ago, and curious to see how these guys are to stack up against each other.
I am as well. There was a lot of what seemed to be like overlap on Keidi's side, so I am very curious to see how people are going to be distributing their roles.
Yeah, completely agree. There are a lot of support mains over on that side. My eyes are going to be on Paytime here. He is the highest ranked player on the server today. Going to be in Masters, while everybody else is hovering between unranked and Emerald. So could be a little bit of an X factor there for Keidi's team. Gracie, I think a little bit more balanced across the board here. They're going to be looking for Jappa to be able to show up and be able to put them into a strong position. They're coming in at Emerald.
Absolutely. And I know for a fact that Jappa is very confident in his skills, but on Keidi's side, I'm actually very curious to look at Vanstar. Based off of what I had seen from them, they seem to have an interesting pool of characters that they can play.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting one, especially when we don't know exactly what the roles are going to be here. I do see some Talon, I see some Volibear, I see some Kayn, so maybe expecting jungle. We'll see if anybody's going to really challenge them for that role here. Everybody kind of filtering their way into the lobby, so hopefully we'll be able to get started in that department here before too long. We are going to be on tournament draft, so going to be taking turns on the picks and bans here. Going to have the full 5 bans, but it'll be 3 bans apiece, 3 picks apiece, 2 bans apiece, 2 picks apiece in that order. Well, not in exactly that order. It'll be a bit of a snake draft situation, but importantly, not like solo queue where you ban everything up front, double blind, and then go in and pick your champions.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. It's going to be very, very interesting to see champ pick because once again, looking at all the players' champ pools, it's just going to be very interesting to see where people end up going.
Yep. This is one of those things, it's like you don't really get exposed to tournament draft or even like anything even resembling what real competitive draft looks like if you don't play the game in kind of pre-organized events like this these days. I'm old enough now, I'm a league boomer. I've been playing for 15 years nearly now, that I remember when solo queue, you would still take turns banning. There were only 3 bans total, but you would go back and forth and at least kind of approximate putting together like some kind of strategy there. Now everybody gets a ban and they all do it up front, and frequently the same teams ban the same champions. It really ends up being a pretty different experience. So
Absolutely.
excited to see. This might be the first time doing it like this for a lot of these players, depending on how much Clash they play. So it'll be a lot of fun.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, I didn't realize it was that long ago that was the ban system. Goodness.
Well, it was more like they got rid of it. I want to say like
it was like 2016,
2017. That would have been my guess. So it's been gone probably nearly a decade, though. Again, like I don't know how experienced in League some of these folks are. I know some of them are relatively new, though. I see a lot of 0 ranked wins in this lobby, so I'm gonna take a guess that they didn't get to play ranked mode back, 10 years ago.
Yeah, that's probably a solid guess.
Well, see, we've got 5 members on each side here, so we do know it is going to be Gracie starting off on the blue side, so that is going to give her side first ban and first pick. That will mean the last pick goes over to Keidi's side. That's frequently a pretty highly valued pick, as it does give you a really important counter pick, usually reserved for one of the side lanes. Will usually be top lane, maybe support occasionally. I'm not going to judge whatever role they end up going for. It can be valuable in any position, but if you're really try hard and competitive, it's usually top lane or support you want to give that R5 pick to.
Absolutely. I have seen a lot of people opt to give jungle that as well, just depending on the player. Do you think that we might end up seeing that in game 2 today?
I mean, maybe, yeah. I think it's gonna, especially when you're doing a kind of mixed rank tournament like this, everybody's coming in with their own strategies, and I don't think there's really a playbook for what's best. It depends on the composition of players you end up with here. You know, I'm gonna be breaking some habits today. I'm very set in my ways. I'm usually casting some real try-hard players, you know, trying to get a pro career going and stuff like that. That's a very different environment to this one, so it plays by a lot of different rules. So I'm not going to say anything is right or wrong here. It really depends on what this team is going to jive together like.
Absolutely. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me.
Well, we'll see if we're going to be able to get this one started here very, very soon. And once we are into the lobby, it's you know, timer's going to be ticking down, and there's not going to be a lot of opportunity to go rethink everything. So hopefully these teams are coming in with some real set strategies in stone. They know what roles they want to pick first. Nothing worse than having that timer tick down to the last couple of seconds and lock in the wrong character or something, and then it's a whole mess that everybody has to deal with. You really want to have your mental strong. You want to have your choice locked in by 5 seconds to go. You don't want to give the league client any opportunities to mess up your day.
Absolutely. And I think we've all been there. All of us who play League have been there, where we just casually forget to to make sure we know exactly where we're going beforehand.
This happened to, listen, I don't want to get too deep into the woods here, but you know, we mentioned it at the beginning. I have an NACL podcast. I follow Tier 2 North American League of Legends very closely. We just had a situation in that league yesterday where a player waited way too long to lock in, locked in the wrong character. It was a whole controversy. There's people accusing each other of cheating and stream sniping. It's a disaster. You do not want to put yourself in these kinds of positions, and it all could have been avoided if you just lock in your champion with a little bit more time to go.
Absolutely. And we've even seen that in some pro play games in the past. There was, well,
I mean, the player that this happened to was, if anybody knows old school League Pro players, this was Pobelter yesterday. Him and Doublelift playing together.
It was
in Tier 2.
Pobelter?
Yeah, Pobelter waited until the last second, tried to lock in Ashe, locked in Anivia by accident, and now a whole bunch of Winthrop University players are getting flamed on Twitter. It's a whole mess. It's that little domino meme.
Oh my goodness. You know, back in their heyday, I loved watching Pobelter. He was a personal favorite of mine, just as a pro player.
Yeah, love him. It's good to have him back, honestly. He's kind of tearing it up in the Tier 2 league right now. He should be, if he wants to be, he should be back in Tier 1. And I remember him, like, he kind of got dragged out of Tier 1 kicking and screaming. He really wanted to keep playing. So I hope he finds himself another opportunity in the next couple of years if he wants it.
Oh, I'm sure he does. It'll be, from a nostalgia perspective, it'll be very nice to see him like go back up to T1. Once again, should he desire.
It's really been a blast from the past. It's been a lot of fun over it. Got a lot more eyes on that scene too, with Doublelift and Pobelter playing in there. Biofrost and Speak are over there too, depending on which generation you really call home. But yeah, it's been a real blast from the past in this league. They've been good. They've been top 3 throughout most of the season. They're having themselves a little lower bracket run. They're doing pretty well. I don't think they will win it all. I don't think they will be in a position to promote to the professional league, which does exist now as of this year. But I don't think they're going to get themselves into that position, but I think they'll get close. I think they'll finish, 3rd, 4th, maybe even 2nd if they can pull off an upset.
Yeah, I mean, I think the experience that they have really goes a long ways. Obviously, they have to deal with the quote-unquote like newer talent, but I think there is something to be said about just the hours that they've put in and like the years of accumulated skill that they've gotten.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's a complex game. Pobelter was doing that stuff at like age 15. You could find like old LAN videos and stuff and see like little baby Pobelter walking around. So he's been around through it all, and it's always fun to have people who have been a part of the community for that much time with all the things that have changed. And if some of you, I mean, I think I know a lot of people have dropped League, right, over the course of course of 15 years and stuff. It's ebbed and flowed. Some people have gotten themselves out of the area. So if you haven't been on Summoner's Rift in a long time, you're gonna find some big differences here if you're new folks, especially this season where they've kind of been doing their new in-season seasons approach. I think the terminology choice is not very good, but basically there's like
it's a
3
decision, to be sure.
sub-seasons. Yeah, there's 3 sub-seasons, and each one carries with it its kind of own unique map with some changes to the objectives. We're in the wow, why is the word escaping me here? The Ionia kind of
the Spirit Blossom season.
Yeah,
I think is the one that they decided to call it.
Yeah, you are correct there, and this is definitely the more visually appealing one. We were in Oxus before; everything was kind of brown. It wasn't quite as vibrant. Now it's a lot more blues and greens and
pinks and purples.
Pinks and purples, and it's got some shifts on the Otacon buff as well. They've moved that one over to it's the Thornbound Otacon now, so it's a buff that gives you AoE slows and damage on kill. And it also buffs up all the rose petals to give you more experience. So
yes,
a lot of power in that one, and really kind of making those early secures of objectives like that around 20 minutes. I would say more important than they were in the previous stage.
I would be inclined to agree. I think mostly the objectives that you wanted in the Noxus season, Season of Warfare, I believe is what it was called, was mostly Void Grubs and Herald.
Mm-hmm.
Additionally, the changes to the grubs making it a very interesting change nowadays.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, the grubs were huge when there were 2 spawns of grubs. We are on to the draft now, so excited to bring this action to everybody here. See what is really going to end up being picked and banned, but we'll talk more about the grubs as we get in there. They're down to 1 spawn instead of 2 now, so a little bit of renewed emphasis on being able to secure yourself at least 2 out of those 3. Bans starting to come through, though. Looks like a little bit of a support focus here from the blue side.
Kind of a lot of a support focus, goodness. We have Lux and we have Rel, honestly 2 very strong characters in the support position, getting yoinked away.
Yeah, Gracie going to be focusing on towards those. Keidi here on the red, going towards some of those long-range mid laners or supports, depending on how you like to play your Xerath and Vel'Koz there. So they're both going to be taken off the board. And then Vi, permanent staple at all levels of play. So good to have that reliable lockdown. But Caitlyn, first pick for Gracie's team, the Ranked Anxiety Squad.
This is a very, very safe pick. Offering a lot of long-range poke, very solid. Especially if you know how to harass.
Yeah, can really play very aggressively as well in the earlier stages. They've made it so that she can really rip through those turrets pretty quickly if you leave her alone. So forces folks to pay a little bit more attention to the bottom lane. Whoever is going to be playing down there, Zyra going to be the first selection for Keidi here, and a dodge. So maybe going to go and rethink that selection really quick. But if it does end up going through, that's one that could be in a lot of different positions, depending on what you prioritize. Usually in the jungle these days at the higher levels of competitive play, but you can play it mid, you can play it support. There's some options.
Yeah. Call me old school, but I definitely still prefer Zyra support, though I do definitely understand the sheer power that is Zyra jungle nowadays.
Oh yeah, that's a pain. It just clears so safely, so quickly. All right, it does look like we have a game crash, so we will run back the same bans. I believe we will run back the same picks as well, and we will be all set to go here. I see we got folks in the lobby again, so I think we're going to get right back into that draft.
Absolutely wonderful. And the first 3 bans should be going a lot smoother now. Everyone knows exactly what they need to pick and ban.
Yeah, no, I think you would hope that we settle that before we get in, but there's always some second guessing to be had based on what the other side is looking to take off the board. If you start losing all your mid laners picks, you might want to start to throw in some bans on your own to make sure that they're not playing their favorites up against your 4th or 5th string.
Absolutely. In your opinion, are there any standout champions to look for in this game, just to hopefully get through, we shall say, the pick ban?
Yeah, mixed level play. I mean, I think the Vi is an excellent choice here from Keidi's team. I think getting that off the board is really good. It's really hard to move that champion into a position where it's not relevant. It's got solid damage. It's reliable on its own. It's got targeted lockdown. It's in Arcane, so you know that they keep that champion as strong as they possibly can. It's really
Absolutely.
one that you want to make sure that if you're not going to pick it, it's a great ban. You don't want to have to deal with that one.
Oh, certainly. I think another outstanding ban, I guess I want to say two outstanding bans, being Rel and Kane. Kane is such a powerhouse and fits two very different roles, very flexible. And a good Kane player can simply just run away with a game.
Ooh, a little Aphelios
Aphelios.
action coming in here.
Spicy.
Now, this is where, again, I'm going to have to hold myself back here a little bit, not, get too into super complicated stuff, but I want to see who's going to be playing this on Keidi's team, and are they going to put their guns in the right order? A big aspect of Aphelios is he cycles through 5 different guns over the course of the game, and the default order the guns are in is not optimal. You do want to get them set up so that you can have red-white guns together. Let's see if they're going to be able to do that.
Absolutely. Also, having Infernum and Gravitum is a very powerful combination as well.
Yeah, so I mean, here's the life hack for anyone who doesn't know. You got to make sure to cycle away red gun immediately when you get it twice in a row, and that will put your guns in the correct order, and that gets you all the best combos. That gets you red-white, that gets you white-green, that gets you green-purple, that gets you purple-blue. Like these are all the sets of combos that are really the best ones to have on Aphelios. So you just want to make sure that you are being mindful of the order you discard your guns and when you run out of ammo, so that you can get them stuck in that order. And if you get them out of order, you want to make sure you know how to put them back in order.
Absolutely. And truly, the biggest part of playing Aphelios is just simply knowing.
Yeah. Got some crazy Build-A-Bear combos on that champion as well. Love this Seraphine pick, by the way, alongside the Caitlyn. I think that sets you up for a really poke-focused bottom lane. You're already up against the Aphelios. Aphelios actually one of the only champions that matches Caitlyn range, at least for a bit. When you're on Calibrum, the green gun, you do have the same range that Caitlyn has, but that's going to be for only a short while, maybe a couple of levels.
Yes, only like 25 shots as well. You have a very limited amount of time that you can stay on Calibrum.
Ooh. So there's Nefiri, a champion that's only become relevant very recently. Could also go into the jungle, could be in mid lane. Galio could be support or mid lane. A lot of flex picks here for Keidi's team.
It does seem like Keidi's strategy is to just make people unsure exactly where they're going to be going and potentially offer the ability to just swap whenever they need to, with exception to obviously the support position.
Yeah, there's a little of that on Gracie's team as well. The Seraphine could be mid or support. The Volibear could be top or jungle. I don't think you want to play Kha'Zix anywhere that isn't jungle, though. I don't think you want to play Graves anywhere that isn't jungle either, so...
he has been making a slight resurgence both in mid and in top lane using his lethality build, so there is something to be stated about that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what it's got to be, right? It's got to be Caitlyn, Seraphine bot, Kha'Zix jungle, Volibear top, and Graves mid lane. And then I think this Kennen will lock it in as Zyra support. I guess actually, Zyra, Galio, Nefiri are going to be in some assortment of jungle, mid, and support. And there's some that can't go in some places. Like the Galio can't jungle, the Nefiri can't support.
Yeah, I personally believe Nefiri's most likely going to be in the jungle, just given the buff to her dogs as of recently.
Agree. I've seen it picked a little bit in mid. That's kind of the role they quote unquote wanted for it originally, but they made it a jungler with the last set of little changes. The dogs are great at being able to take down jungle camps. The ganking power is much better now that they gave that big dash to her over on her ultimate that she can reset. She's got an extra dash in the kit, a little bit of invulnerability to help out with tower dives. I agree. I think jungle is best for her.
Yes,
did get another dodge there, so it's going to be a little bit longer before we're able to get started.
We were informed that there was a small glitch in the client once again.
Oh, Graves is not a real pick. Graves is supposed to be something else. Okay. Interesting. All right, so we're saying Graves is a random pick from not being able to pick. So all those questions are right back on the table here, Crimson. Let's rewind a second. Hold up. I'm going to pull up the Twitch VOD in real time. I'm going to look at everything they had picked, and let's try to make a guess on if this is actually going to be a mid laner or not.
Absolutely. Oh, goodness. What did they grab?
Okay, so it was Caitlyn, Seraphine, Kha'Zix, Volibear.
Yes, and I think...
So is mid laner coming, or is it Seraphine mid and they're going to pick a support?
I personally think it's probably going to be a mid laner.
I would agree. I think Seraphine, while she's been viable in both positions, I like it as a duo with the Caitlyn, especially with kind of what they're showing here over on Katie's side. I think there's...
Looks like they were planning on picking Pantheon.
Oh! Well, I mean, it's actually kind of the same set of questions as the Graves, right? Some people will play it in solo lanes. I think most people would prefer it in the jungle, but Kha'Zix being here, I think, means it's got to be in the lane.
I would be inclined to agree with you. The other thing that I'm potentially posing is just going for a high damage, high engage bot lane using Pantheon support.
Ooh.
As he does have that solid guaranteed CC and easy way to proc press the attack. It's just a very good kill lane.
Yeah, I don't hate that. And that's really kind of a trait that Gracie's whole team brings to the table, right? They have, and I should really start saying these team names. Ranked Anxiety Squad, RAS, brings to the table here as they've got some selection-based CC across the board. They got it on the Pantheon. They've got it on the Volibear as well, right? What is it? It's I can't think of the ability name right now. Thundering something gets you that targeted stun. Seraphine going to be able to turn that into follow-up CC. Caitlyn with a well-placed trap going to be able to turn that into follow-up crowd control. And you're really going to be able to lock folks down for a long time, and that's going to be very dangerous for folks like Zyra and Aphelios over on towards Katie's side.
Absolutely, and that makes the Vi pick even more, honestly, just powerful, given that Vi is so incredible single target in their CC. You would just get to pick one person to not play the video game.
Yeah, and not getting to play the video game, big win condition across the board in these League of Legends games. So we're back on into the draft, and that should hopefully come with actually a final selection here. I do suppose if you're going to change your fifth pick on blue side, I think it's only fair to give red side the opportunity to change their fifth pick as well. I don't know if they will, but should be an opportunity for something different.
I feel like on principle, they'll probably not. However, I do agree with you that it would be a very fair and honestly good opportunity for the other team, for the Toe team.
Yeah, I mean, what did they snap up on Toe team? Their fifth pick was
Fifth pick was Kennen. It was their absolute last pick. They're now picking it earlier.
Okay, so they're just picking in the order of what champions they're picking player order now. I think they're just
I believe so. That sounds
cycling
correct.
things around. So what that does mean, we do not have eyes on Paytime here, but that is a question I'm loading in with: is what is Paytime playing? What position are they playing? How well are they going to be able to do up against a squad that I think is across the board a little bit more experienced, but definitely has a, Paytime's definitely the highest ranked player here. So they're going to be
most certainly
someone to keep an eye on.
Most certainly. And honestly, I expect to see a lot of really interesting plays coming from Paytime, simply just because the fact that the sheer difference in how different elos play is crazy.
Yeah. No, it's that, and it really is, it's little mistakes or little differences that can really snowball a game totally out of control. It's the nature of the game, right? You just start to really run away with things. You build up a substantial advantage, and then things that aren't even really mistakes when you're at a more of a parity state start to become huge mistakes when somebody else is ahead. And there's assassins on both of these teams who are really going to bring that to bear maybe a little bit more rapidly than you might expect. This Nefiri, if she ends up with kills, really going to just be running amok. Kha'Zix going to be in that same boat. Both these marksmen, if they get ahead, are going to be just tearing through everybody. There's quite a shortage of true tanks on both sides, I would say. Volibear can be tanky, Galio can be tanky, but neither
Kennen
one
can be as well.
Yeah, none of them really end up building full tank builds these days, though. Most of the time, they do end up going for kind of more hybrid-y approaches, or in some cases, they just go full damage.
Absolutely.
With that, we are going to throw it back over to Browntul for a little bit of a ad while we wait on for the spec delay, but we will be back shortly to get onto Summoner's Rift for game number 1.
Absolutely. See you all in just a second here.
All right. Thank you, casters. Despite the fact that only these two communities are playing, you as a viewer can win too. Thanks to our longtime sponsor, XKeidi, you can enter a special giveaway where you have a chance to win an assortment of Toffee the Brown Bear stickers and a Brownie Val card. Here's how you can enter.
Thank you to XKeidi for supporting Browntul and the Gracie-Keidi VTuber Royale. Bring Toffee the Brown Bear home by purchasing vinyl stickers for your journals, water bottles, laptops, and more. Watch the stream, gain points, and redeem them for raffle tickets for a chance to win a special sticker bundle and a Brownie Val card. Gain the powers of Toffee the Brown Bear and become inspired by a handwritten note by Browntul himself. Be sure to enter the raffle before the event ends on Sunday.
Wow, wasn't that a fantastic ad from Toda? By the way, yesterday we played Valorant, and Toda is one of the only Brownie Val champions that basically won all their games. So I want to say thank you, Toda, for returning to read an ad about XKeidi. Okay, stay tuned for the next spectator delay, where I will be doing a hands-on of the XKeidi merch that I still have that I haven't sent off to people. Okay, all right, back to the cast as we go.
Thank you very much, Browntul. And we are getting towards the end of our spec delay here. We hit the 30 seconds mark. We're starting to load in. I think we're going to be on to Summoner's Rift before too long, Crimson.
I would be super inclined to agree. It'll be super exciting just to see exactly where everyone goes. Once we get into the low screen, it'll be a lot easier to kind of figure out where people are opting to go. That Zyra pick still forever being the spooky swap.
There's still there's potential for swaps on both sides, right? It's modern League of Legends. You can play stuff in basically any position you like. You can jungle a lot of stuff. You can support a lot of stuff. This appears to be Volibear mid at a glance. I don't know if that's true or not, but I don't think we're in role order. I think we're going to have to do some swapperoonies, especially based on what we're looking at out of the Team Toe side.
Absolutely. And looking at just the summoner spells, it does look like that is going to be a Zyra support.
Yes, I would agree. I mean, you do have to lock in who's support now. It determines what items you're able to buy. So, yeah, it does seem like it's going to be Keidi there on support. She will be hanging out there with Nelly, who is going to be piloting the Aphelios. Do you think then that this should mean that we are likely to see
Galio mid with
up there in
top?
The top lane, and yeah, Galio mid for Winter?
That looks and sounds like it's going to be super correct. And there we go with the items. 100% certain we have Zyra in the support position.
Yeah, and Winter is Jules, by the way. It does look like that is the name that they prefer. So, do my best to keep that straight in my head. Jules hanging out in the mid lane there. And then, yeah, it does look like it is going to be Hale here on the top lane on this Volibear with Domo down in the mid lane on the Pantheon. So, we were pretty close, I think, with our predictions for this draft.
I would be very inclined to agree. It is going to be very interesting to see how the mid lane ends up, in my opinion. Simply, both characters want to either poke and gain a very strong all-in to just simply finish off the enemy, or have a very good way to set up a gank. I think there's going to be a lot of action in the mid lane simply due to these picks.
There likely will be as well. Definitely a little bit of brawling to be had there. The Galio, traditionally a strong pick against mages, treated as kind of an anti-mage, at least designed that way. Has a magic damage specific shield, is kind of meant to be your kind of anti-magic tank while being a little bit of a mage himself. Pantheon in a pretty good position in that way, as he is going to be able to kind of play around with mostly physical damage.
Absolutely. Now, top lane looks like it's going to be quite a difficult challenge for Hale, not just because Paytime is the highest ranked player, but due to the fact that it's just a ranged versus melee matchup, and being a top lane main, that is not a fun matchup, having played it a number of times myself.
Yeah, it does definitely feel like it's going to be a little bit difficult for them. And now, checking out this bot lane as well, do really expect to see the Caitlyn get pretty aggressive, as it's a really good setup to be able to make the most out of that one.
Absolutely. So far, both teams are very even in their CSing, which is honestly kind of surprising given how much poking has been done. Domo going in on Winter. Half health... Jules. Going in on Jules. Getting him to about half health, applying a lot of pressure.
Ooh, Domo getting right in there, though, going to keep Winter at a little bit of a lower health total. And this early game going to be especially tough on towards that Galio. Really big bit of damage to be found there.
Absolutely. One thing I do find to be very smart of Domo to do here is they opted to start with the Doran Shield, opting to make sure that they get lots of anti-poke, as that is Galio's primary strategy of just kind of winning the lane early.
Yeah, definitely a really strong strategy to go for, and will let Domo be able to get on around the map, use the Pantheon ultimate to traverse around the map a little bit faster, get into those side lanes, and try to make a play happen. Nice taunt, though, landed by Winter. Jappa on the way over, trying to get involved on this Kha'Zix, but Galio doing a good job of keeping their distance, making sure that Jules is not going to be too vulnerable.
Absolutely. It does look like that Jules is opting to attempt to do the primarily poke backup. Every time Doma has gone in, it looks like they have just opted to get him to stand in the queue and then back off.
Yeah, Vanster makes their way up towards the top side, just hovering around for pay time here, wants to be able to cover if that Kha'Zix does make their way up. Jappa definitely could be looking around to make a play, has been hovering around this top side for a lot of the early game. We are approaching 5 minutes, which is when that first dragon will spawn. Nelly and Keidi doing a good job of getting a little bit of priority back. They're actually at a level advantage here, and Keidi finding a lot of poke on that Zyra, so kind of turning around the fates of this lane versus what you might have expected initially.
Absolutely, and Gracie opting to taking quite a bit of damage here. She is in kind of a scary position based off of the group, but we do see that they are backing off, attempting to use their gold advantage. Looks like they're buying a pickaxe to have an item advantage as well for their skirmishes.
Yeah, Gracie and Shiki both going to be just doing their best to pick up whatever farm that they can. They're down about a wave here. They will have a little bit of an opportunity to try to catch back up in that department as we do progress a little bit deeper into the laning phase. Nice punch connected there by Jules, going to be able to get a little bit of that early harass down on a Domo.
Absolutely, and Domo opting to use that E right away out of the punch. Very scary. That is a fairly long cooldown, and that is a lot of Pantheon's protection in their fights. We do appear to be having a collapse onto the dragon area.
All right, that's some objective-focused gameplay right there from Keidi and Co. on Tic Tac's toes. They are going to look to try to focus this one down pretty quickly. Jappa making their way over, worth pointing out, opted for the exhaust instead of the flash this game, so really, really dangerous to try to enter that pit. They do go for it, not going to be able to land the smite, and now there's no way out here for Jappa. Taunted up and taken down. First blood over to Jules.
Nicely done, Jules. Very, very aggressive play on Jappa's part. I don't believe they even had smite up, and I think they were trying to pressure to Q it and steal it that way.
Wait, they didn't have smite? Oh no. I think you might be right there. We'll check out the replay and see how close it really was in just a moment. We'll see if just what the health total was, if Jappa did have an opportunity to go for the smite or not. Oh no, they did not have it.
No smite up. They were strictly going for the Q steal.
A bold call.
Truly.
It does not pay out, and Yeah, Jappa's going to pay for it there. That first blood gold over to Jules is going to be very helpful for them as they look to solidify their position in the lane. There's a little bit of a catch here towards the bottom lane, trying to take down Chimmy. That's Gracie as she tries to escape. Now moving on to the side of Shiki. She will be able to hold on for the time being as well. A lot of summoners blown there in the bottom lane for Ranked Anxiety Squad.
Yeah, honestly, in this position, I do think it was the correct call. When you're against someone who's of a higher skill level, or honestly, if you're just not certain in your ability, the best thing you can do in this situation is to simply not die.
Yeah, it does certainly work out their way sometimes, and definitely going to be good for them to be able to hold on to their lives, get back away, avoid giving over more gold. But this is a growing lead here for Nelly. Nelly really starting to build up an advantage in CS. 25 to their favor, nearly a kill's worth. Hale going in on the top side. Paytime might be a little isolated. Throws down the lightning, but will not be able to stay alive thanks to the Maelstrom. Vanster trying to trade back. Flashes over the wall, chases down Hale, and turns it into a 1-for-1, but Jappa not willing to let this one go yet. This will be an isolated Nefiri if they can kill off the dogs. Domo coming in from mid lane. Here comes Jules to get involved as well. Lands the taunt, running interference for Vanster, who is still hovering around on the other side. Going to be a flash out from Jules. Successful defense mission, and it ends up being a 1-for-1.
Insane, truly. Honestly, there's not much to say about that. It was just insane. I think Tic-Tac-Toes had a very skilled way of just deflecting the... Excellent escape. They had a very good way of just deflecting the aggro, making sure that Kha'Zix was not able to keep an isolated target, and giving that extra resistances from Galio's ultimate, I think, truly being a deciding factor in that situation.
Definitely. Now working on these grubs, so these grubs will give you extra damage towards structures. They also count as an objective for your feats of war if you are able to secure 2 out of the 3. That is looking like it's about to be the case for Ranked Anxiety Squad. Here steals away! Vanster claims the credit and the advantage on the grubs. It's a 1-for-1 trade so far. Jules low on mana, trying to get out of their Paytime. Without that, a Lightning Maelstrom going to be forced out as well. Now Hale just chasing down onto Jules. Will finish him up. No help on either top laner, but it will still be the gold over to Paytime on just an inch of life.
Truly amazing plays from everyone here. Very objective focus. It's wonderful to see people focus so hard around the map. Shiki appearing to be in a very spagoodly situation over here and getting the kill on Shiki through a clean route from Keidi.
Yeah, it does look like we have a replay ready here to break down what went down here. I want to see that one-on-one between Jappa and Paytime again, especially.
Advancing over the wall to get the smite, and just both junglers blowing up.
Yeah, really good damage here from both sides. Jules trying to get away. Good block on the Justice Punch there from Hale. Going to give them the opportunity to be able to chase down and pick up the kill. And Paytime up against Jappa, so close. Ends up as a win for Paytime.
Excellent place from Paytime, getting that auto attack off and not accidentally canceling it before vision gets taken away from that bush. Shiki attempting to get some vision control here.
Yeah, Shiki.
Always important.
Still working to get back into the game down here in the bottom lane. Again, been a rough early laning phase. Working on the Collector. Both parties are. So both going for that early lethality itemization. I actually like an early Collector quite a bit on the Ophelio, so you get so much base lethality since he scales differently than other characters, doesn't rank up abilities, just ranks up stats. So you can really end up with a lot of burst in the early game if you opt for an item like this, and like that choice here out of Nelly is caught, and they blow her up.
Unfortunate timing to get the wards. It looked like Keidi had collapsed upon her, followed up by Vanster, and that was kind of all she wrote.
Yeah, so going to be pretty sizable early advantage here to the side of Tic-Tac's Toes, but An attempted comeback from Ranked xKeidi Squad as they collapse up towards the top side. Paytime going to be in a 1 versus 2, trying to kite it out. Connects the stun onto Jappa. They're going to turn off the turret here, throwing it down to the Stormbringer, but they don't find that last bit of damage. Hail going to not be able to pick it up.
Truly incredibly close. Honestly, if were I Paytime, I would be a little shaken in my boots.
Yeah, really close there. Does use the ultimate wisely. It looked like Jappa maybe didn't quite trust in the ability to turn off the turret there, but the lack of range, what ends up making the difference. Paytime just creates enough space and is able to walk away in time.
It looks like Jappa is attempting to steal the rugs, potentially opt to tower dive, question mark? No, simply doing some counter jumping here as well.
Ooh,
we have a big fight down in the
This is on to xKeidi. xKeidi has to dodge the ultimate. It connects from Nelly. And Nelly will walk away with that kill.
xKeidi having a rough game of avoiding all of this CC. And honestly, I don't blame her. Between the Gravitum, between the Zyra root, that's name escapes me, Grasping Vines, I believe, it is quite a lot to dodge. Truly, you get hit by one of them, it's just kind of game over.
Yep, so it is just Gracie here trying to stay up in the bottom lane, if I'm correctly identifying who's what. Yeah, Gracie is the one playing on the Caitlyn.
Managing to save the tower at least this wave, it was kind of a scary decision to do so, given just the sheer power that is laid in Tic-Tac-Toe's bot lane.
Yeah, really is giving over quite a bit of an advantage here to Nelly and Keidi, doing a great job of controlling that bot lane in the early stages. They're going to get the lockdown on to xKeidi once again, just going to be able to blow her up before the fight gets started in earnest. Jappa forced back away by the Gravitum shots of Nelly, slowing them down, threatening the root, and too difficult to be able to step up for any more. So 2 dragons richer, and no real response available for the side of the Ranked xKeidi Squad.
Yeah. Ooh, another fight going down. Looks like Jappa might be able to pick up the kill on Vance, except they flash away. And we have another fight starting here in mid lane. Jules looking to be in a dangerous situation.
Almost got a fully stacked Q. Ooh, good damage there onto Winter, who just used the teleport and is going to get forced out of lane again. Domo going to have a little bit of free time in mid lane as nearly a solo kill in top. In fact, it might be Paytime flashing in for one more shot.
Absolutely played. Just perfectly played from Paytime here, using their ultimate, keeping Hail CC there for a long while, and there is first tower in bot lane.
I mean, Nelly got the kill there as well, was able to take down Gracie, so that's Gracie's first death of the game, and that's extra bonus gold to Nelly thanks to the Collector. So looking very strong in this early game, going to be able to straight up buy the Berserker Greaves. It's also Feats of Warfare achieved for the side of Team Toes here. You're going to be rocking those more powerful boots and the ability to purchase tier 3 boots for the full game now.
Absolutely. And what are your opinions on the tier 3 boots?
On this patch, they are substantially better than they were on the Noxus map. They are now actually worth buying 3rd or 4th. They give you significant stats. It used to be that they only really became relevant if you went to full 7 items because they would never be worth delaying another purchase. Now they are pretty frequently.
Yeah, it looks like we do also have gold leads on screen right now. Nelly being 2,300 gold up on Gracie. That is quite a big swing. That is basically a full item right there.
Yeah, it's a big lead. It is definitely going to make this pretty tough to like fight them out here. I think they really want to try to get themselves into a position. I mean, luckily for them, they have double assassins on their team. Right, Jappa and Domo really are going to have their work cut out for them here. They need to be able to get their way onto this Aphelios. They need to shut Nelly down early and often in these fights, or Nelly's just going to take over.
Yeah, and Aphelios being just such a teamfight-oriented champion as well, with the ability to have so much AoE as well as their single target, it is very imperative that Jappa and Domo get to have their way. Truly.
Paytime finds on to Gracie here. She will attempt to flash away. She uses the barrier, and none of it matters. Paytime on a killing spree off that solo kill to bottom lane.
Excellent work from Paytime here, using just everything perfectly. They do have a Kennen ult down, so if a fight were to break out, it would be fairly dangerous for Paytime. However, they do have a 2-level lead on the on the duo laner. Jules missing that taunt there.
Pretty close stuff. They do have the 2v1 up in this topside Hail, with a tough task of trying to clear out these waves on Rod of Ages Volibear.
It looks like tower is going down.
Yeah, Stormcaller just can't clear out the wave fast enough. Throws down another one here, but there's still minions standing. And Keidi just going to escort Hail all the way back to the tower. They are not going to be able to stay there any longer. Jules getting engaged on Encore, connects out of Shiki, and that might keep Winter in place long enough, able to flash out and stay alive. Paytime coming in on the flank, doesn't have the slicing Maelstrom though. Still looking for Domo anyway, just can't miss on these shurikens, and Paytime picks up another. They're not letting up either. Vanster's under the turret, going to have to use the invulnerability to be able to walk away.
No, honestly, a very worthwhile trade. Vanster demonstrating a lot of good use on that W. Over the course of this game, every time we've seen them use their W so far, they have opted to use it to avoid any tower shots, getting that slight invuln.
Yeah, really helpful there. Oh boy, they found Hail underneath the tower. That's that range we talked about with the Zyra support. Keidi making great use of it this game, 1-0 and 6. She and Nelly have just been dominating the game through the bottom lane, and a lot of that 8k gold lead is on these two.
Absolutely. Now opting to take a lot away from Jappy here. He's going to have a rough time. And there is Jappa going down, almost taking Keidi with him though.
Yeah, I mean, taking a lot, including their life. Jappa not going to be able to escape this time. Did nearly get that isolation onto Keidi, but doing a good job of staying close enough to Nelly to minimize the damage. There's a slicing Maelstrom thrown down. This might be an outnumbered fight, as here comes Shiki trying to lock them down with the beat drops. Hale's got it back on away, tries to go back in with the Stormbringer.
Doesn't get the bonus health in time. Unfortunate timing.
Yeah, tough stuff there. Tries to use that Storm God. Will not be able to get into that form in time, and will end up falling on down. That would have been a lot of damage on the crash. I don't think it would have turned around the fight, though.
I don't think it would have. Notably, Vanster also got Dragon in the middle of that entire fight.
Yeah. Stormcaller not going to be able to get off in time, and this map's starting to look very, very favored for the Tide of Team Toes. So really in a strong position as they get a second item onto Nelly's Aphelios.
Yeah, 10k lead. The entire team of Ranked Anxiety Squad is almost exclusively AD, and Galio building lots of armor to deal with it.
Yeah, and the Tic-Tac-Toes, by the way, picking up virtually every bonus objective for this early game as well. They got first blood, they killed the first dragon, they got the first turret, they had the most gold at 15 minutes. Both sides get points if 25 minutes of game time elapses, and I do believe it will here. While Team Tac-Toes is going to be able to be in a very strong position. Tic-Tac-Toes is the name of the team. As they are going to be able to get into a really strong position here. I still don't think they're in quite a dominant enough position where they're just going to like run down a mid and end the game in the next 5 minutes.
If they were to play it in such a way, they could if they wish to. However, I think both teams are kind of really hoping to get those extra points, especially to shore that up. And Paytime getting a nasty kill onto Gracie.
Yeah, Gracie has got to get out of this one-on-one. There is just too much of a leveled advantage here for Paytime's Kennen. And it's one of those cases where there's not really right answers to try to survive out in that lane. Needs the backup, needs to not be in a one-on-one position against a Kennen that's 4 levels higher, although nobody can really answer the Kennen at this point.
No, Paytime is just way too strong to not have at least 3 people dealing with him. And honestly, with just their item build, they could potentially come out of that fight on top.
Yep, Tic-Tac-Toes are just so far ahead, and they are going to be in a position to just take every objective as it spawns. So 20 minutes, Thornbound Otacon shows up. They're going to take down Thornbound Otacon at about that time. This is going to further exacerbate their level lead. It's going to give them that on-kill AoE slow and damage buff. And they're just going to wander down bot now, waiting on that dragon respawn, where they're going to get Mountain Soul. So they are sitting pretty here, just picking up everything as it comes on across the map. Paytime is about to find Shiki, who's down 5 levels, and will take her down with Slicing Maelstrom.
Caught out of position. You hate to see it.
Yeah, it's a tough position to be in here. Another attempted defense here from Hale, but you gotta present a unified front when you're this far behind, as they just keep finding people just a little bit too far away, and they take them down in very fast fashion. Now need to call back the full crew to try to defend, but the health bar's already low. Jappa's gonna get taken down by Paytime. Underneath the turrets, inside the base, chasing down onto Gracie. It's a double kill to Paytime, and this game might nearly be done with, Crimson.
I think it is. This is quite the level lead, quite the gold lead. There's not a lot that they could do in regards to it, but they really needed let's say a better frontliner champion to deal with this.
Yeah, just needed... I mean, when you're going this composition, especially because it's damage Volibear, it's the Rod of Ages, they've got a Zeal in the inventory as well. So they're going for attack speed, they're going for AP, they're going for damage, which is fine, but it means you need to start winning earlier on. When you start to fall behind, especially against the likes of this Kennen, the likes of this Galio, the likes of this Aphelios, it's so hard to even stay alive long enough to access them. And you're starting to see it here. They're just tearing these people apart when they find them.
Absolutely. And I think Hale is choosing to opt to go for the strategy of I'm behind, so I have to just out-damage them, which is a viable strategy. And one that you often see in higher level play. However, I don't think it worked out for them in this exact situation.
Yep. So will be +1 for the losing team if they are able to get to 25 minutes. They are in just about 22 minutes to go. Here comes that Mountain Soul. Here's the thing, right? You want to last the 25 minutes, but you also do not want to give up Mountain Soul for free. So let's see what the call is here from the Ranked Anxiety squad.
Looks like they are gathering there and opting to have Domo protect the base. All of Tic-Tac-Toes minus Paytime choosing to burst down this dragon. They did get vision, knowing that they are just in fact on it. Keidi using her plants to tank the aggro, make sure that everyone stays healthy enough for this fight.
Oh,
and here comes Paytime with the slicing maelstrom.
Waiting on the flank, gets 2 kills right off the bat, and they are going to chase them back over the wall. They don't need to care about the Mountain Soul anymore. It's looking like they're going to be able to close out the whole darn game. It's a triple kill to Paytime, and with only Domo left standing, they're going to start their march toward the base.
And I think they can truly just roll the game, should they desire. We are at 24 minutes and 18 seconds now. Do we get to see that 25-minute bonus point?
Let's find out. They got 30 seconds. It's not looking like they're going to be able to stay up long enough. Here comes Shiki. Can she find a big encore angle to try to save this game? Nelly's already low. The encore comes on across, does not find Nelly, who's still firing away with the Calibrum. The second Nexus turret going to fall. Gracie trying to make a stand. Gonna get jumped onto by the Nefiri. Nelly goes godlike, and everybody is just dropping now. It's gonna be a 5-0 ace going over to the side of Tic-Tac-Toes. And a 29-3 scoreline as they close out game number 1.
And notably, we didn't reach that 25 minutes before the Nexus exploded.
Yeah, 24:57 is the number I'm getting. Let's check the replay to make sure. As it does depend. Oh, all right, we're going to check out the whole replay. We're going to go back to the Mountain Dragon.
Absolutely. This fight was very impactful. It is truly what let Tic-Tac-Toes run the game. Kennen getting that huge slicing maelstrom, comboing it with Jules's heroic entrance. Unfortunately, it did seem to be a little wasted other than the bonus resistances, as everyone kind of died beforehand. Hale being the last one up, getting collapsed upon, and that is the fight.
Yeah, great flank there from Paytime. I mean, massively ahead on the Kennen one way or the other. You could play it front to back if you wanted with this kind of gold lead, but really good call to just hide out behind the bushes there. Knows that they are outside of vision, and they come in for the huge assassination and a triple kill there.
Wonderful first game.
Yeah, really good stuff here. As it looks like we are going to end up with an interview shortly over with the likes of Paytime. He's going to jump on in here, chat with us for a few minutes about how that game number 1 went. I'm going to pull them on up from the waiting room here before too long.
I'm excited. I'm excited to hear their thoughts on the game as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, 25k damage. You can't be upset about that.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, very good game here, and going to be. I mean, I just want to talk about their draft, I think, a little bit more. Hopefully, they're able to get them in here before too long, so we can not spoil all of our stuff. All right, looks like we're ready. Let's bring Paytime on in to have a little chat with us. Paytime, welcome aboard.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm chill. It's a fun game.
Good stuff. Yeah, very good performance in game number 1 there, leading off the scoreboard, 13-1-6, 25k damage. What inspires the Kennen pick? What makes you go for this one in that draft position?
Oh, I'm a Kennen player. Just like just straight up. Yeah. He's like my I was like number 4 Kennen in North America in like 2 splits ago when I was playing League more consistently. So
challenging Bob Jenkins, I see. It's good stuff.
Yeah.
Well done in this first game.
Yeah, it was fun. I was more impressed with my teammates, by the way. Like, I know I did the most damage, but like we very much so paid attention to the criteria and then what was required of us, and I kind of communicated to them like, oh, okay, if we want to do this, we have to be very coordinated on like focusing on the dragons, and I didn't tell them like they had to play passive, but if we like farm 10 CS per minute, play safe, have really good first buys, and then fight at the dragon together, there's no way like we don't hit the criteria that we right. So when we actually got into the game and my bot lane was like getting solo kills, Jules did a really good job. Who's bronze, and kind of like he said like he was worried about how he performed in the mid lane. He played so well in the fights. It was just really a really pleasant surprise, and I didn't really have to do too much. I was kind of just doing my part as like the top laner on the island, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And do you believe? What do you think was like the most pivotal part of that game as a whole? Do you think it was the dragon fight? What was your opinion? Just the solid skills across the board demonstrated.
I would say the most skillful and impactful skirmish was the scuttle fight. So or the grub fight. Sorry, I should say in particular, their jungler did a really good job of being in tempo with like every scuttle that appeared like during the specific objectives that we were playing for. And we were put in a position to where we thought we had the priority and we'd be ready for the grubs, but they did a good job collapsing and isolating their targets, kind of playing to like what Kha'Zix wants to play to, right? They took me out early, and it was actually Vanster that called to refight the grubs, and we were in a position to where like it's really intense, right? You have to choose: are you going to fight to steal the grubs and then play for the fight after? Regardless of what you do, you cannot pull the trigger too early, or else the Pantheon, Kha'Zix, and Volleyball, right? They're just going to one-shot one target and create that numbers advantage. Both of them played it really well. Jules and Vancer playing it really slow, looking for their opportunities. Jules did enough to peel, and Vancer chose to look for the grubs, so securing his 2 grubs for the rest of the game. And I just think that like kind of showed the intelligence of like the players in terms of like what they brought to the table. I was kind of just at that point I just have to deal damage and figure out what my opening is. But they set it up. They did everything. I think it was a pivotal moment because that really easily could have been they pick me off again. I don't have TP this time. Or they take out Vancer and they take his entire top side and the game completely shifts, right? So definitely shout out to all the players in that kind of exchange to kind of bring that together.
Absolutely. I do want to ask, listen, you don't have to give it away because I know there's one more game to go, but the early pick Zyra, we spent so much time discussing where's that champion going to go? Is it going to be for
it can go anywhere, right?
Could it be in mid? Could it be in the jungle? Is it a flex pick for you guys, or is it just Keidi playing it, or are we not allowed to know yet?
No, I mean, I was prepared to play it top if it made the draft like okay, right? Like
that's crazy.
I think it's a good comfort pick for Keidi. I think it can be played really well in the jungle, and I think it doesn't necessarily have losing matchups in top. Like I said, in the same way in this game, I don't really have to do anything if my bot lane is playing the way that they're playing, right? So I very easily could have picked the Zyra, and I could have navigated it and allowed my team to perform the way they need to. So it's a flex pick, and we'll see if it's available to us in the next game.
Good stuff. Love to hear it here. Thank you so much for joining us, and we're excited to get into our next game here. Let's get over to an overall scores update. So we do want to call out that we did, in fact, get on over 225 minutes on the official timing. So, if you got your stopwatch there watching the Nexus blow up, it maybe didn't hit 25, but the scoreboard says 25, and that's the fairest thing to go with. So, do have to give that credit on over, and then it does also mean that points across the board going over to Tic Tac's Toes. So, Ranked Anxiety Squad, they get one back in the form of that 25-minute mark.
Let's see if in game 2 they can make sure to come back, make the scores a little bit more even. League being
we'll find out. This does give that lead over to Katie's side, 16-12, able to pull things into her favor. We'll see if she's going to be able to keep that going in game number 2. If Paytime's able to put together another performance like that, as well as, Keidi and Nelly deserve full credit as well. They had themselves a really solid little laning phase there. Going to need to see some answers to that in the second draft. We're going to take things on over to Browntul, though, to introduce the halftime show, talk about how we're doing, and then we will be back with you guys in game number 2 after just a little bit of a break.
All right. Thank you so much, casters. Now it is time for the halftime show. Every day we will feature a VTuber singer who is so talented, you might call them inspirational. Today's performer is an elegant goddess and idol from the land of Symphonious. She is featured in numerous VTuber concerts, most recently appearing in the xKeidi VTuber concert live in Las Vegas. You can watch her live on Irium US, available in the App Store and Google Play Store. Here to perform a cover of Everything Goes On is Zephyra Chordis.
Don't try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. Well, you were staring out the window, and I said I wanna take you to the sea. And when I'm better, we'll do everything. I gotta stop making promises I can't keep. But if I was gone tomorrow, won't the waves crash on? Is it selfish that I'm happy as we pass the setting sun? Someday I'll be overcast, but you won't have to cry. 'Cause we'll do the grieving while I'm by your side. I said, don't try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. And I'm so scared of getting used to this. All the vines that keep you tethered in your room. Someday both of us are leaving here, but for now we'll just bring you. Oh no, when you meet me in the daylight like we did before, then I felt you on my shoulder. You weren't suffering anymore. You said I'm sorry that you worry, but don't apologize. I told you to forget me, but you stayed by my side when I said, don't try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer,
Welcome back, everybody, to tonight's stream of the VTuber Battle Royale. Gracie and Keidi looking to get into game number 2 here. Before too long, we will be swapping sides here. So tic-tac-toes going over to blue, ranked anxiety squad, over to red. Crimson, that of course carries with it changes to the draft order. What are you feeling like tic-tac-toes are going to be going for this time around?
Honestly, given their success in the last game, I think they could opt for a fairly similar composition, maybe one that focuses a little bit more on that dive. And I think with Ranked Anxiety Squad, they're going to potentially learn from their mistake and have a little bit more of a front line in their lineup as well. Notably, last game, Tic-Tac-Toes did ban both Mordekaiser and Mundo, opting to take away 2 very powerful options of both Frontline and Engage. Let's see if they make a similar decision this game as well.
Yeah, we'll find out here, as I wonder if that Zyra first pick is going to make another appearance, or if it's going to get banned. Because, you know, Paytime did reveal a little bit to us there in the post-game interview that they're willing to play that thing everywhere. So it's definitely a really strong pick to go for first. Guarantees that you're going to get a champion that your players are comfortable on and can move it around to avoid poor matchups wherever necessary. You probably can't have a team entirely comprised of Zyra counters.
That would be absolutely hilarious, though.
Yeah, it'd be a lot of fun. Trying to think of like what would that even look like? I mean, so the jungle Zyra hardest counter pick is the Mundo for sure. The Mundo is a hilarious Zyra counter. The only reason jungle Zyra works is because you can root people when they find you in the jungle and just walk away, and Mundo does ignore that. So that's a big pick that's Dardock's pick into the Zyra when he's playing in NACL and stuff. He loves himself a Mundo into Zyra. So that's tier 1. I don't know what you go for in lane though.
In lane, you do opt to tend to go for characters such as Elise, Silas, people who have that very guaranteed dodge or reflectability. And if they opt to go lane Zyra, I do think, in my opinion, I think Mel is the strongest pick out of the 3.
Mel would also be really good into that Seraphine if they go for it again. Mel, probably the best Seraphine counter in the game these days. It does kind of hose the best thing about that champion. Sona in the same boat. If you have a projectile ultimate that is like your number 1 source of value, Mel ruins that character pretty hard.
Absolutely. A lot of power on that W, I believe it is.
I think Rebuttal's W. I've not played enough Mel. I think you're right, though. I think E is the root.
Yeah, I think E is the root, poke. Q is for sure the poke, and then her ultimate is big AOE.
Yeah, it just does damage to everybody who has the passive applied. I actually really don't like it. It's like very unintuitive in like what it does. Yeah, not my favorite one. Golden Eclipse. Also, don't really love that Eclipse was already the name of an ability and they named it Golden Eclipse. This is the kind of thing you run into when the game has like 150 characters, but
170.
Yeah, I can complain all day about the people who name abilities. Listen, as a play-by-play, I'm the only person in the world who cares, but I'm the only person in the world who cares, so that means my opinions should have some weight, right?
Absolutely.
No, they name the worst. These abilities, especially lately, they're out of control with some of these ability names. Just completely impossible to talk about. Melio's the worst offender, I think, by a fair margin lately.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I struggled to even remember any of Melio's like ability names at all. I just know what they do.
Yeah, and that's fine for you for trying to analyze the game and play it well.
Yeah.
But I'm supposed to be saying these ability names, and Melio Q is called Ultra Mega Fire Kick.
That is.
I'm not gonna say that.
Wipe the name
in the heat of the call. It's terrible name. Terrible name.
You know, slightly going back on topic, Melio is also one of the best late game counters to Zyra.
Yeah, you're right. Breath of Life will get you out. The rest of the ability names are not that bad. Ultra Mega Fire Kick is just so bad that it like supersedes everything else.
I know his W is what, Cozy Campfire?
Cozy Campfire, Warm Hugs, and Breath of Light. The rest of those are fine. But
I'm never calling Ultra Mega whatever.
It's Ultra Mega Fire. Listen, the only that's up there. That's on my list. The worst defender in a lot of years is Qiyana Ultimate. Qiyana Ultimate is called Supreme Display of Talent.
I have opinions on Qiyana and her abilities and general playstyle.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Supreme Display of Talent is, first of all, it contains a descriptor of how good the ability is in the name of the ability. I think that's just a no-no right off the bat. Because then you start to talk about people who have good Supreme Displays of Talent and bad Supreme Displays of Talent.
It's really funny, though.
And on top of that, that has more syllables in it than Super Mega Death Rocket, which is an ability that has an intentionally long name as a joke. But this one's not a joke, and it's just straight up longer. I got some strong words for that.
I feel like everyone has some strong words about Qiyana, just in general.
Yeah, no. That's a champion that I feel like everyone has kind of forgotten about, and hopefully can stay a little forgotten for a while. I don't think we're missing out on much.
Definitely not.
One of those champions that, since they introduced the changing Summoner's Rift with the Dragon Souls, is one of those champions that got very interestingly impacted. And another reason why I really wish they would tell you the soul in Champion Select, because there would be interesting scenarios where you would pick, like Qiyana more than almost anybody, you could find scenarios where she behaves differently depending on what rift you get, because you'll have better access to water or something like that for your elements.
Yeah, in a hot take, I think it would be kind of a moot point, because unless you're specifically playing for Qiyana, you're gonna play what you want, just kind of in general.
And you're solo queue for sure.
Yeah, and like even in competitive, and like again, unless you're mainly going for the Qiyana pick, a lot of times players are just going to force a specific composition anyways.
Yeah, well, what I think is more important than, I agree, I don't think there's such a thing as like a Mountain Drake comp, really. But what I do think is true is that like Hextech Soul's the best and Chemtech Soul's the worst. And knowing which one you're dealing with determines whether your comp should focus on early dragons or not. So that's what I'd like to see a little bit more of, but I definitely agree. I don't think you can really hammer too hard into your entire composition based on souls. It looks like we're keeping these same bands, by the way, now that we are in it.
There is Paytime's Kennen taken out of the mix. We were kind of expecting that.
Yeah, I mean, definitely they said they played a lot of Kennen. I could have sworn I clicked on their little profile and it was all support stuff, but
yeah,
maybe I'm just... That's because it was. All right. Well, it's a secret then. There's some stuff that you can't find out from Tracker GG.
They also did say that they played it mostly in the last few splits. And I believe Tracker only gives you the most recent information.
Very possible here. So, Keidi, now on to the blue side, Tic-Tacs-Toes with the first pick. And there's that Vel'Koz that they banned in the previous game. Are they just going to snap it right up? Could this be for Keidi in the bot lane, who appeared pretty comfortable on those mage supports before? It's the Melio!
They heard you talking about him, and lo and behold, he arrives.
Ultra Mega Fire Kick coming through on the cast. The Vel'Koz is a contested pick. It's been locked in on the side of Ranked Anxiety Squad.
I think I know who's taking that Vel'Koz. So I believe we are going to be seeing a mid lane Vel'Koz in this game.
I do actually think Vel'Koz, listen, I promise we're going to drop the ability talk very shortly. I do think Vel'Koz has the longest ability name in the game, but it's justified because it suits the character. His ultimate is Life Form Disintegration Ray. I think that's as long as they get.
I think you're correct. You would know him far better than I would. I just know what all the abilities do.
Yeah, I mean, Supreme Display of Talent, Super Mega Death Rocket are both 7 syllables. Life Form Disintegration Ray is 8. I think that's about as big as they get. Diana locked in. Was just talking about this champion the other day. She's been getting little jungle buffs here and there. She got some generic buffs not too long ago to her passive. I like Elaine Diana personally. I know that makes me a little bit of a pariah in some places, but I like myself a little mid lane Diana. I think it could be fun.
You know what? It's been a hot minute since I have found someone who agrees with me on that exact take.
There we go. Let's go. All right. So I mean, I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind a mid lane Diana if we end up with it.
Yeah, Jungle Diana just is so powerful. I understand why people prefer to play it. Notably, I do want to point out three bans here. I was going to say the Ari, the Galio, and now the Seraphine are very interesting picks. Galio, I think they're scared of the sheer power that heroic entrance holds, and I think that's really interesting that they chose to ban it.
They're just banning away the whole comp from game one.
That is really funny.
Yeah, I mean, this is why comp play is moving more and more towards fearless in 2025, where you just can't pick the same champions game after game. But it is funny that they now dedicate all their ban. They're creating their own fearless, as is Tic Tac Toes to some degrees. They ban away the Seraphine at the very least, pushing them over onto the Vel'Koz. I like a Mordekaiser in the top lane. Morgana.
Ooh, that is a spicy pick.
Yeah, I mean, it could be support. It could be mid lane with Vel'Koz support. Morgungle is also a thing. You can play it in the jungle.
Is very funny.
Yeah, it does exist. It's very slow in the early clear. Tormented Soil does a little bonus damage to monsters, but not a lot. Akshan is locked in. Oh boy.
Certainly that is a mid lane Akshan, correct?
I think so. I think it's Diana in the jungle, Riven top, Akshan mid. I think it's pretty transparent. Lucian Melio is... I'm going to be honest, it's a pretty try-hard bot lane. I'm not going to lie to you. They're looking to win this game on Tic Tac Toes.
Absolutely. We have a very interesting set of team compositions here. We have a lot of poke coming in from Tic Tac Toes with a good amount of counter engage, kind of lacking the hard engage sans Diana. The same can kind of be said from Ranked Anxiety Squad, where Nocturne is really their only big form of engage.
Yeah, I mean, gonna be... Yeah, no, I mean, you're completely right there. I think they've got a lot of range is the big thing here. Like, Dark Binding is obnoxious in how long it lasts. Like, somebody's just going to get bound, and they're going to get life form disintegration rate and bullet timed, and they're going to disappear. They're going to stop existing in very short order.
Dark Binding is also the longest route in the entire game at 2.75 seconds.
That's crazy on a basic ability.
A basic ability.
Yeah, it's kind of all she has anymore. Like I don't know, CC immunity is something, especially against... The only thing it really matters for is the Diana, but you can really disrupt some plays on the Diana if you Black Shield a Moonfall or something to walk on away.
Yeah, it does low-key also affect the Riven, but it does look like we have an ad coming up here as well. Shall we pop it on over to Brown?
I'm sorry, I thought I was thinking we were already going. Take it away, Browntul.
Okay, thank you very much. We are going to do a very special video right now where I showcase my hands opening stickers presented by Gracie. Let's go ahead and take a look. Hi everyone, this is Browntul, and welcome to this live unboxing of the thing I already unboxed, which is a Draw with Christy envelope, which I have hidden some goodies inside, at least the ones I still have. I've been buying a lot of stickers from Christy, and it's been a great way to bundle it with the Brownie Val Card Club rewards, which I give out to people that I'm able to meet IRL and have contributed greatly to my community, and namely the Brownie Val community. So I thought I would show you what I still have from the Christy stash. I definitely need to restock this, but let's just go ahead and start pulling out things, whatever I pull out first. This is the Draw Christy postcard. Write nice notes on it. You go on our back, like, sign it and do things like that. Very, very cool. All right, might as well talk about Brownie Val. And this is one of the Brownie Val cards, the OG version. If you have an OG one, shout out to you. This is how I kind of bundle the stuff together. And then we got to give them some stickers. So I thought it'd be better to show the sticker sheet here. Very, very cool, very inspirational. I got that Boba one over here. That's like really awesome. A lot of Pocky ones. So it's a really nice sticker sheet that you can get. I do have some other things to show. There's a little drawstring bag that you get if you order a certain amount. You can check on the website. But it's a really comfy bag, a good way to kind of put small items in there, and I think I do have some small items. Oh my gosh, it's a boba washi tape right here. Very awesome. Use it to tape the envelopes closed. Very, very cool. And what else do we have here? It's like a pin. It's a pin! There it is. Look at this. This is so cute. There's a lot of it on the Instagram. That is the place where you get to see all the arts and all the wonderful things that Christy has been doing for her small business. I'm very thankful. Christy has supported this event for, it's already been 2 years. It's crazy. 2.5 years now that I've been doing Brownie Val with Christy. She's been very, very supportive of everything that I've done for the tournament, to give everyone opportunities and to being able to support small businesses like Christy. It's truly inspirational. So everyone, please thank Christy. Don't forget to enter the giveaway. The giveaway is US only, but Christy does ship to multiple countries. If you go online and buy a sticker, you can find the region there, and you can order some stickers for yourself. It's actually really, really cool. So either way, I think everyone wins. What are you waiting for? Check out drawchristy.com and enter our giveaway in the chat right now. All right, casters, back to you. All right, thank you to the pre-recorded version of me. I think it's time to go back to the game now. So let's bring it back to the casters.
Thank you very much,
And
Browntul.
welcome back, everyone. We were just discussing how it's going to be very interesting. Eyes are up on Paytime once again, playing Riven into Hale's Mordekaiser. I do know Hale is a Mordekaiser main as well, so this is a very comfortable pick for him. Or for them.
Now, here's
My
the
apologies.
Yeah, I mean, here's the big question, right? Paytime, how experienced of a Riven player you are, because you are either a Riven player or you aren't in League of Legends. All right, if your last name's not sure, you probably shouldn't be. So we're gonna see how Paytime is gonna be able to do on this one, because this is one of these matchups where Hale's comfortable in the Mordekaiser. He's playing a better character. I'm not gonna lie, Riven not in a good spot right now.
Yeah, Mordekaiser is a S-tier top laner for a reason in the current season, just being that big walking slab of stats.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't get any better than that on the Mordekaiser. And yeah, I mean, definitely just has the slab of stats to be able to battle up against a Riven, especially if, I mean, to even approach, the reason that Riven's always bad and always low win rate is because she's perma-balanced around these silly little auto-cancel mechanics that are, almost fighting game adjacent in the way some of the executions are. Mm-hmm. And either you know them and you do them consistently, or you don't and your champion's bad. So we'll see what category Paytime falls into.
So far, it looks like it is the former category, opting to take that trade and coming out slightly on top against Hale. This is going to be quite interesting just to watch. Now, I do want to take a quick second just to talk about the team compositions. It is just really interesting how they are set up. Tic-Tac-Toe kind of has to win earlier to make sure that Riven, that Diana, that Akshan get ahead, and that Lucian also gets ahead and stays ahead. But the longer this game goes on, the more certain characters are going to fall off as well. Just on Ranked Anxiety Squad's team, Mordekaiser, very strong late game. However, being able to take one person out of the game only can do so much for so long. Yeah, and Morgana, that one Q hitting a specific target, that's just a fight winner.
Yeah, absolutely. It does make a big difference here, as we're getting a little bit of lag in the feed here. But
ever so slightly.
Coming through for Domo, getting a nice amount of damage on towards Winter, but going to back on away.
Little hard to see what's going on through this lag, but it's okay.
Yeah, it looks like it's like that on stream too. I'm checking my other monitor here, so
okay, yeah.
We're all in this together, y'all. But it looks like we're back. We got it. We figured it out.
Let's go. Ooh, a fight going in onto Shiki, targeting both Shiki and Gracie with Lucian's piercing light. Piercing light.
Yeah, it's piercing darkness for his wife, piercing light for him, and. Yeah, that's the Lucian Senna lane. It's always funny to me that that's never really been a viable duo. They're kind of looking for different things. You know, both of the couple, they've settled down with nice fish people. They both have you know, good little duos. Senna with Tom Kench, Lucian with Nami, but they don't really they don't really do up together too much.
Yeah, unfortunately, they are kind of anti-synergistic. Unfortunately.
Yeah, it's a bit of a design oopsie there, but I get it. They wanted Senna to be like a carry support. I think that's a cool identity for her. It just doesn't really suit. Yeah, these champions came out like 6 years apart. They were not being planned together, and it kind of shows. Oh, big interrupt from Domo!
And forcing the flash out of Jules. My goodness.
Great placement there on that Tectonic Disruption, if I'm remembering that ability name right. Does a great job to pull him right out of the heroic swing, and prevents kind of the main escape tool that Akshan's going for there. Nice execution by Domo, showing why the Vel'Koz is banned away from him in game number 1.
Absolutely. We do find that Gracie is tending to use a lot of mana to secure these last hits down in bot lane. That is a very scary strategy. Additionally, Nelly has that first back. They are stronger in terms of items, so anytime they want to go on a trade, they're gonna win.
Yeah, now making their way down towards the first dragon. Once again, Tic Tac's Toes putting a lot of priority on this first dragon, and looks like they should be able to get over towards it. Yeah, I mean, it's a recall being channeled by Gracie, so they're not going for this one. Jappa, learning a lesson from last time, just not even going to be a part of this. I do think it's a little dangerous where Shiki is standing right now. Yeah, she's on a ward. I don't think she realizes it. And not really accomplishing moving there, but Ultra Mega Fire Kick connects, so that's all it is. Just a little bit of damage.
My goodness. I hate that name.
No, you could do like, I like, there's some video, some meme video that just edited. Oh, wait a second. Hail. Going to be able to pull Paytime underneath the turret, gets a shot off. The shield is expired, though. You gotta pay some respect here. Underneath, Paytime puts their mouse in the wrong direction. They Q3 in the wrong way, and it's solo kill first blood to Hail.
Hail securing that first blood. Insane. Getting very lucky there with just Paytime making a singular mistake in that matter. Unfortunate for Paytime.
All right, let's lock the replay. Let's get a little bit of Riven school going here. So Riven Q always goes towards your cursor. No matter what you're doing, it goes towards what your cursor position is, if I'm not mistaken.
You are
and
correct. The exception being if you're doing the fast Q combo.
Oh.
Unfortunate. It's interesting because the dash goes in the direction of your mouse as well. Or not in the direction of your mouse, in the direction of your character. So that was a certain just misplay on Paytime's part. Getting the dash in the correct direction, angling yourself, and then moving, trying to dodge, presumably the Mordekaiser Q coming out.
Yeah, so huge win there for Hail, going to kind of make up a fair bit of that CS deficit that they find themselves at. So Vanster hovering around here, gonna find Jappa. Jappa gonna be outnumbered.
Getting that huge spell shield off.
Really necessary. Going to be able to stay alive thanks to it. So we got another replay. What is this a oh, it's a replay of the second kill that we missed.
Domo and Jules.
Well, Domo's level 6 and Jules isn't. Jules takes it, but oh, getting hit by one Q. That might just be it.
There it is, yep.
Yeah, life form disintegration.
Very clean on Domo's part. That true damage really coming out there, getting that extra bit of damage just really needed for the kill.
Yeah. Great. This is going to be some nice early confidence here for the Ranked Anxiety squad, especially if the name is unironic. Should have swayed a little bit of that anxiety when you be able to get 2 early kills, one of them up against the Masters player who carried the previous game. Good stuff. Going to feel a little bit more comfortable coming on in, especially as Jappa has taken over to level 6, gives them access to Paranoia, one of the more powerful abilities in the game, can really get those ganks off at unexpected angles. As the grubs are being worked on, maybe they're going to use their first one just to get in on the grubs.
Honestly, it is something that I would personally opt to do. I think just getting those grubs early, especially in this season, given that grubs no longer spawn that second time, just a lot of power right there, and there is 2 grubs for sure, and all three.
Yeah, I mean, ship it sailed. They got there a little too late. You gotta believe that they knew what was going on. Domo was laning alone against nobody, So you got to assume Jules is probably over there working on the grubbies. They do end up picking up all three, so that's going to be a nice bit of extra pushing power whenever they're able to get priority. Hale and Paytime trading here. Hale able to extend the trade. Dodges out on the ultimate. Wind Slash not going to be there. Jappa popped the ultimate, but they lost vision, and they're not in range. Oh no, the first paranoia going to go to waste.
You know, it's like that sometimes. And Paytime, seeing that paranoia come out, immediately knew that it was probably for them.
It dips into the bush. I mean, great heads-up call there. Hale could have thrown a ward down, but it's a little too late. Although Jappa getting in there anyway. Another snag from Hale off the Mordekaiser pull. This is a kill. Jappa's going to get this one. Feat of Warfare, 2 ranked Anxiety Squad.
Absolutely astonishing plays by everyone here today. Jappa and Hale doing great communication there, just setting up, being patient, kind of, I think, preying on Paytime's ego from last game. I don't want to say ego, that's kind of mean.
No, I think you're onto something there, right? You get a lot of confidence when you're able to slam lane. And the thing about League of Legends, this happens to a lot of people, right? Is you win a game, you get super ahead, you get accustomed to just being substantially ahead of your opponents. You go to game number 2 and you forget that all that's gone. And there's another ultimate coming out of Domo. I mean, Jules, yeah, you got to stop getting hit by those tectonic disruptions. You're finding yourself quite disrupted in your laning. Not going to be able to pick up this next wave. Going to probably have to teleport back.
I think they're going to have to. They are already essentially 3 golds worth of kills, or 3 kills worth of gold down. Goodness, words are hard
Jappa nearly finding a really critical spell shield there, but the second spell shield comes on through. Vanster chasing down will finally pick up the kill off one more Lunar Rush.
Everyone getting separated so horribly. Shiki's in a bad spot here.
Yeah, stuck underneath the tower. Does pop Chains of Corruption, won't quite be able to get it. Now walking on away and just barely able to escape.
My goodness, what an intense display of fighting down there. Looks like there might still be some action heading down bot lane where they want to try and look for a dive against Shiki specifically. Shiki finding that route. Gracie getting that.
I'm surprised Gracie just doesn't pull the trigger there. You can go into bullet time hiding behind the minions. Keidi won't be able to hit you with the Ultra Mega Fire Kick. You could have pretty much forced Nelly out of lane with that.
I think she was probably afraid of the Diana still being there. I don't think... Yeah, they don't have any vision going over towards where Diana was backing. They probably presumed she was just sitting there. That Vancer was just sitting there still.
Yeah, just a stone's throw away. That's definitely a risk there from Vanster, so... They will escape with their lives, and Ellie going to go in for that recall, still building up a nice CS lead in the bottom lane. These two have been very, very good in lane, Ellie and Keidi, and they come out with an advantage on their own, even without getting the kills, as Hale and Paytime going at it again. This has not been going Paytime's way so far.
No, but Hale is in a dangerous spot here. As long as Paytime makes sure to either connect the next Wind Slash or have wards deep enough to spot the potential Nocturne. We do see that Nocturne was spotted on the map on bot side. Paytime opting to recall here, knowing that they're safe. Never mind. Going back into lane, probably going to try and kill Hale. Here it is.
Ooh, the pull misses that time. I was going to say another pull. Could be another kill. Very dangerous to be underneath that turret as the AD Riven. Another landing of another Dark Binding.
I think Gracie's playing a little afraid here. She's a little traumatized by last game, it looks like.
Perhaps, yeah, because I mean, this dragon is going down, and this is unfortunate when it happens. A lost opportunity to kind of go for a cross map here. So, Paytime's got the ultimate Wind Slash. Won't miss this time, and it's a solo kill to Paytime off the back of the flash.
Yeah, unfortunately, at the health percentage that Hale was at they just needed to land.
Oh boy.
Vancer coming around for the sick dive on Gracie. Ooh, and the ultimate coming out as well, getting the fear. Chains of Corruption as well.
Yeah, doing their best on Shiki's side to try to get somebody off of the carries, but all the damage is not letting up. Vanster going to be able to clean up that one, and just like that, Tic Tac's Toes take back control, and they're going to get plenty of time to feast on these plates with their grubbies.
Absolutely, that's going to be a huge gold advantage for the bot lane. Ooh, we got a replay ready, presumably of that last fight.
Yeah, there's a little bit of panic there from Gracie. Blows all the summoner spells at once, doesn't actually get any value off the barrier, and then is in a position to get executed. So a rough moment there. Just
Definitely think that was a fat finger.
Yeah.
Yeah,
easy to do. Hard to avoid.
Yeah.
Oh, and the grub. I think the little void might blocked that dark binding
I think it
from
did.
Sneaky.
That is so unfortunate. Incredible timing on the game's part.
Yeah, that's rough. That's rough when the little might blocks your dark binding and then your most
we've
powerful
all been
ability
there.
is gone. Yeah, I mean it happens. I hate those mites, man. They really get on to get in the way of some of these individual skill shots, and it's tough to work through. That turret
I cannot
now.
tell you the amount of times I've had Ardent Blaze just do nothing because of those little grubs.
Yeah, it'll do that for sure. And this turret now on a sliver, as is the top lane turret. This first turret objective will give Tic Tac's Toes the feats of strength, because the first 3 kills did go to Ranked Anxiety Squad. 3 objectives already secured for Tic Tac's Toes. So it all comes down to that first turret, and they've got 2 juicy options in the side lanes here.
Yeah, I think they're most likely going to be pushing on to that top lane, make sure that Hale, stays a lot further behind than they want to be. Yeah, and we look at the gold advantage here. It looks like Paytime is about 1,000 gold ahead, despite being 2 deaths. And Nelly being, 1,300 gold ahead.
Yeah. Gold advantage of 15, by the way, does go over to Tic Tac's Toes, so that's another point. They will also secure themselves the Rift Herald. I mean, they can use that to secure themselves the first turret anytime they want. Vanster just walking
looks
up
like it's
here.
right now.
Yep, throw down Shelly. Let's see if we hop on inside. We will. Vanster going to take it on a ride in towards the turret. Hale got to watch out for the knock-up here. It misses the turret.
Oh my god.
Oh, driver's
Tokyo
license
drifting.
revoked. Trying to get on out of here. I mean, this is some impressive drift
they-
mechanic for sure. Wait, can they get it around on the second run?
They
I don't
can, they
remember
can.
range. Paytime.
Oh goodness.
Oh my goodness, this is... Well, here's the thing. If you miss the charge, it still gets to charge again now. That's kind of the... That's a change they made to Rift Herald this split. Here it comes, charging on
Vanster with
fights
the
being lost at the same
insane
moment.
ultimate.
Shelly finds her target one way or the other. It's a double kill over to the side of Tic Tac's Toes, and they get the feats of strength, and they get the first turret, and they get the gold. Oh no, it's just a disaster for Ranked Anxiety Squad.
Big advantage over onto Tic Tac Toes part. Let's see if they can carry it, given ooh, and that dark binding being blocked by another minion.
Oh man. Nelly really chasing this one down. Shoal Shackles are out. Nelly breaks them and dashes forward to finish off the kill.
And the bullet time coming out so late.
Oh, Gracie. And we got the replay. I hope it's for the Rift Herald.
I also hope it's for the Rift Herald.
Let's see. Send it on over. See what we have to offer. Because, yeah, a little bit of a mark against your driving record there for Vanster. Does end up missing out on the tower.
It's the Rift Herald. Let's go.
All right, but takes the full loop around and thanks the developers for this patch, because they do now let the Rift Herald charge again if you miss the manual charge. That is not how it worked like 2 months ago.
No, I'm shocked that missed, by the way. It was like 2 pixels away.
It's a huge target, though. I'm not gonna be as forgiving as you. You gotta connect though.
you got him. I'm just shocked. That's all I'm saying.
Does not matter. Vanster will still find their mark at the end of the day. And here's a collapse from Paytime. Getting on to Domo. Already used the flash. Nowhere to go.
Notably, we did
nice
have 3 ultimates come out in exchange for the kill and a flash, and no tower to call for it. However, Vanster is opting to deny Jappa. Vanster having a 3-level lead on Jappa. Jappa's having quite a rough game today as well.
Yeah, it's a difficult position for Jappa here, who's just doing their best to farm on away, and that's the kind of the nature of the Nocturne. When you don't get good value off your Paranoia, if you miss even a single one, it just feels like your whole champion is so behind. Here's Hale.
Hale opting to fight Paytime in Brazil.
Yep, goes over to the Death Realm. Gets about half of Paytime's health, maybe even a little bit more. They're out of the Death Realm now, so Hale loses some of the stats they stole. But they're at such an advantage, they can force the flash out of Paytime anyway. Well played by Hale. Going underneath the turret,
so
another
aggressive.
flash. This is maybe a little too much. A bridge too far from Hale, but
And
no!
he gets the kill, the shutdown gold. My goodness, Hale opting for the most dangerous of plays. My goodness.
Worth, I say, although Jappa goes in again, smiteless for a Dragon Steel. Huge tectonic disruption from Domo! Lands onto 3, and is going to turn that into 3 kills! Vanster's chasing down on a Gracie on the opposite side, will be able to find her, as Domo now has to get out of here. Advances an E for what feels like the first time this game, and I think Vanster might be able to chase down this kill. He's got to just try to dodge out on some of these skills from Domo. Avoids the Crescent Slash. Domo's trying to kite this one out. Vanster does
He's doing a
use
shocking
dash.
good job.
Oh, gets in there. 8-0
to
to
see
Diana, just a little too strong.
Ever so slightly. Domo played that immaculately, though, kiting incredibly well, making it so that Vanster missed the Crescent Light. My goodness. Domo also notably getting a 3-person lifeform disintegration right for at least 2 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, it's that huge tectonic disruption. They've been on point with these E abilities throughout the entire game. Jappa goes in for the steal, doesn't quite get it. We forget about that, because look at this E from Domo, connecting onto 3 members on the back line and connecting a huge lifeform disintegration ray.
Taking everyone out of the game with exception to Vanster. My goodness. Vanster did opt to just ignore Domo.
Whoa, all right, we're getting into another fight up here, and Wind Slash just tears apart the ranked Anxiety squad. 3 kills in an instant to Paytime and Vanster.
I do wonder how that got to be, but honestly, not going to question it. That was quite the presumably collapse that they got up there. They're opting to play rather forward ranked Anxiety squad, given their lack of turrets. Bold choice.
Yeah, dangerous place to be in for certain. Maybe thought they were going to be able to get a little collapse there, but did not end up working out. We do have a replay. Check out what happened. The action never stops, so we will get one more chance.
Quite the bloodthirsty game.
Absolutely, yeah. Both teams getting the action in here. They were 3 versus 2, so you can almost see why they felt like they could take this fight. Unfortunately, Diana's like 10 kills deep right now, so Vanster just demolishes it.
Cheeky showed up a little late. Vanster getting that big 2-person ultimate, displacing both Hale and Jappa for long enough that Riven was able to do their thing.
Yeah, so huge lead for them there off of that one, is coming back out onto Summoner's Rift. 16-8, a 10k gold lead here. Oh, they are going to hit 25 minutes again, I dare I say. I know I kind of jinxed it a little bit last time, but got 3 minutes, 30 seconds to end the game. I don't think they will do it that fast up against this Vel'Koz.
It's kind of hard to say. That Vel'Koz with their wave clear, especially once they have that AP under their belt, it's a W just clears a wave.
Yeah, I love the discipline here from Vanster, by the way, to go for the Undying Despair, getting a tank item in there on top of the full AP build. It's so tempting on the Diana to just be trying to one-shot people all day, but making sure you survive long enough for Moonfall damage to go off.
Very important. Additionally, notably, they have opted to go the Conqueror, the Riftmaker, Unending Despair. They are fully prepared to just sit in a fight for as long as possible and make sure that they are winning because of it. Definitely. Their lack of a true tank being made up for just by the sheer power that is, like, off-tank Diana.
Jappa not going to be able to be there to contest on the Otacon, so it will end up falling. Will cement what is already a substantial XP lead for the side of Tic Tac's toes. They think they have the catch, but it's Vanster over the wall. Back in with the Moonfall, holding them still as the culling across the wall from Nelly will finish off a double kill, and it's 5 versus 3 on the map.
Unfortunately, I think that this is going to be them getting at least 2 turrets, or Hale being caught out of position, being too far up.
Oh, throws down the ultimate, trying to brawl with Paytime. probably wishes they got Keidi with that one. That might have actually given them the time to stay alive. Shifty in there. Shiki cannot get off those chains in time. And that very well might be it for this game. I think I might have jinxed it again.
I think you might have. Gracie being very bold in her positioning. The flash, the barrier, bullet time coming out, and there goes Gracie. Vanster maybe getting killed here before the game can end. No, it looks like Java is being pushed away. Towers are falling. Domo has to do a very big job at clearing out the entire wave.
Yeah, looking like it's going to be a 2-0 here for Tic-Tacs-Toes as they close out game number 2 just a little faster than they closed out game number 1 off the back of Vanster's Diana. What a game there, 12-0-7. Huge kill participation, only missed out on 3 and going deathless the whole way through.
Truly an impressive display of skill. Truly inspirational.
Well done, well done. So it gets a little MVP for themselves. We do pull in Vanster for an interview here in just a few short moments. Excellent
24,000 damage.
Check out. Yeah, I mean, 24k in a 23-minute game. It's about 1k a minute. Can't complain about that one. Domo comes close on the Vel'Koz. Did definitely rack up some real big numbers during that moment where they were on getting that dragon fight won in their favor. Huge tectonic disruption, lifeform disintegration rate combo puts them up to about 22k. But at the end of the day, you can see who wins the money and who wins the game, and it's this Diana.
Congratulations to Vanster for the impeccable game. Also, once again, as you pointed out, going deathless, truly impressive. That is very hard to do in League of Legends, especially against such a high damage team that Rank Anxiety Squad had.
Well, and especially, they did not play carefully. They were getting in there very, very frequently on the Diana, definitely diving the back line, definitely getting those moonfalls off, finding good value. Vanster does join us here. Welcome back, Vanster.
How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you guys?
Doing absolutely wonderful. What a game that you just had. I think we do need to bring up the elephant in the room. Please tell us what happened with Harold up there.
Honestly, I mean, as much as I would love to sit here and say it was completely calculated, I actually just completely whiffed the tower. That's actually the first time I've ever drove the Herald and whiffed the tower. So, I mean, this is the first for everything. But thankfully, it worked out in the end. But let's just say driving skills were not my strong suit that game.
Yeah, I think they made. I'm not trying to clown on you. I think they made it easier this patch, though, just a little bit. I think it follows your cursor a little more closely, but listen, you can't get it every single time. You have a pretty immaculate game otherwise. 12-0-7 here. What inspires the Diana pick so early on in this draft here? Not really a pick we get to see too much of these days, but you guys seem pretty comfortable going for it.
I mean, honestly, I wanted to find a pick that I would have fun on. Diana is something I played a lot of in the past, but I haven't played much recently. But I really wanted to pull out the Diana. It was actually the biggest thought process was behind it was kind of in honor of my girlfriend. That Winter Blessed Diana skin was like one of the first things she ever bought me. So along with having fun and also
that's so sweet.
That it was something I wanted to play there because I think Diana is a really fun champion, especially when you're getting kills like that.
Yeah, absolutely. What do you think was the turning point for your guys' team? Because I know you guys did have a slightly rough early game overall. Where do you think that really swapped, where you guys kind of hit your groove, so to speak?
I mean, honestly, I think it was just a combo of getting good backs and good timers in all the objective fights. We made a big emphasis on making sure we were there early, getting vision early, clearing out vision early on all the objectives. So just getting like 4 or 5 members of the team there ready for all these objective fights really just put us in a good spot to win these fights and get all these objectives as the game went on.
Yeah, definitely seeing the emphasis on the Dragon and the Grubs in these early games over the course of both of the games here tonight. So great job being able to continue to secure those. Overall, looking like your team comes out with a pretty solid lead off the back of the League of Legends night here. I mean, how does that affect team morale coming into game number 3 tomorrow?
I mean, everybody had high spirits. We were laughing, having a good time. I think we're ready for tomorrow. I mean, I'm playing as well tomorrow in the Marvel Rivals, so it should be a lot of fun. And I think we're going with good spirits, good vibes. Everybody's been having a good time.
Phenomenal. Well, we look forward to seeing the amazing plays that you guys are going to be bringing tomorrow, and I hope to see more wonderful attitude coming from both sides as we go into the next game.
Of course, thank you guys so much.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thanks for joining us here, Vanster. Do want to get on over now to the map results, where we will review what has gone on throughout the entire game. We're not going to talk about the overall scores here yet. Browntul will bring those over for too long. But it is a 2-0 night for Keidi, so got to be plenty happy with that one, especially coming into the night on a close overall score, but at a very faint deficit. I mean, Keidi's certainly going to come out of this one ahead.
Absolutely. This definitely has to be a good mentality for Keidi as well. Just the coming off of a tough game and a game that you guys are pretty confident in, into going very close to now kind of stomping in a game, not going to lie.
Yeah.
The mentality must be great on their side.
Yeah, certainly must be here. And I think that's about to do it for the League of Legends portion of little VTuber Royale here at Crimson. So let's send ourselves off. First of all, for you, anything you want to promote, anything you want to shout out before we end our section of the tournament here?
Not in particular, but I guess if you wanted to, you guys can go follow me at Crimson Hero V8 on Twitch. If you want to just see me more. How about you, Gordo?
Yeah, good stuff. So you can definitely, you can check me out on Twitter at GordoCasts. I'm always posted about something League of Legends related there. If you're looking to get into North American Tier 2 League of Legends, Tier 3 League of Legends, where players are, contending to go pro, trying to become the next generation in the professional league. I cover that over on The Salt Mine, my podcast. That's at The Salt Mine Pod on Twitter. It's at The Salt Mine Pod on YouTube. It's at The Salt Mine Pod on Spotify. You can check us out over there. Would be happy to have you guys come and hang out with us.
Well, all right.
And with that, I think we're going to send things back on over to Browntul, who's got an update on the scores overall and more information about the rest of the event.
All right. Thank you so much, casters, for your great presentation. Gordo and Crimson, they all are probably going to go to bed after this, so I'm going to let them go to bed if they'd like, or to stick around and learn a little bit more about our overall results, which we are going to take a look at right now. Okay, so I guess Keidi is really good at League of Legends. Or at least the squad overall. Pretty dominant victories in both games. Pretty much the biggest logistical highlight was whether the 25-minute mark was going to be hit for Team Gracie. And that was really, really close in that first game. I mean, like, technically it was not 25, but the game said 25. I mean, it was so close. Really, really. Second game, very exciting. You saw some of the fun plays. That top lane was a masterclass. I was telling the people in the back that it was basically WWE up there. But overall, it was great. I don't know too much about League, so it was great to learn from these casters and our observer as well. Gordo, Crimson, and Miwa are both very awesome people to learn a little bit of League from, and maybe I'll subscribe to that podcast and learn a little bit more about this great game that has been out for many, many years. Okay, well, it is time to chat with our VTubers one more time before the end. So let's see if we can get the creators in a call to chat.
Hello.
Okay, there they are. We are live. This is Gracie and Keidi.
Hi again.
Hi.
Okay, let's start with Keidi. You said this was your favorite game. Is this still your favorite game after those results?
Right now, yeah. I'll check back in with you after I play ranked.
Straight into ranked after this?
Wow.
Debatable.
Mm.
We'll see.
All right. Well, tell me more about your team composition. Do you know what you're going to go through with the champion select going into this? What was the thought process for those games?
Going into it, the first game we had an idea of what our comp was gonna be. Like I said, I think I mentioned this yesterday, but I'm just here to show up. Paytime's the one that does all the drafts and stuff. And going into the second game, we had like a rough idea, depending on how the first game went. And then I remember, and then it was kind of like you play what you want near for the second game. That's why I played Melio for the first time.
Oh, for the first time ever.
Ooh.
Wow. And also,
Yeah, it's there's like an inside joke with it where Paytime is there's an inside joke with our friend group where my boyfriend who is Paytime, his baby we were joking that his baby photo looked a lot like Melio, and then we were talking about like good supports that go well with Lucian, and someone mentioned Melio, and I was like, oh my god, I can play Paytime, and I immediately bought him.
maybe we should have interviewed Paytime. All right. Well, obviously the hard work from Paytime and the rest of your team has worked out. So congratulations, Keidi. Now, Gracie, you had some great fights down in bot lane. Tell us more about your thought process there. You had some pokes toward Keidi, and then you were surrounded, and then what was going on?
There were a lot of times where I just went too close to them. So those were mistakes. But I was pretty proud of myself for being able to poke a Keidi here and there occasionally. But yeah, there wasn't really a huge thought process. I was just trying to focus on what I learned from my wonderful coach, and yeah, I just tried to survive.
Well, survive you did indeed. You did a wonderful job, gave us some great content, especially at the end of game 1. You knew what the point system was. You knew that the 25-minute mark was very important. And once we were hitting the 24:30 mark, what was your team thinking?
Oh my god, all we said, the entire voice chat was just me yelling, we're almost there, we're almost there. We were trying to survive so hard there. Yeah, it was just us really yelling, trying to survive. We got this. 25 minutes, almost there the whole time. It's kind of funny.
All right, and finally, I just want to ask Keidi about what you thought about that driving performance in top lane.
Oh man. So our comms. So I was busy bot lane with with Nelly, and then all we hear from topside is I'm a bad person, and I see Vancer swerving Rift just like through the bush into their jungle. I'm like, what just happened?
Well, we have a whole replay of that, so if you want to look back at what our caster said about that, you definitely check out the VOD. Alright, well, there it is. League of Legends is out of the way. That was Keidi's favorite game. But tomorrow we're going to go into Marvel Rivals. So Gracie, as the creator with more experience in that game, how do you feel about your chances with that? I heard you actually have a player that is very experienced with it that will help you.
I'm super confident. Ari is gonna be our IGL, and I remember Super Brownie Rivals. I did not get to play with Ari at all, so I can finally get to experience their IGL. And I'm very excited. I'm very, very confident in Marvel Rivals.
So there it is. Will we see the Squirrel Girl?
Maybe. We'll see.
Okay, we'll have to see.
We might.
Now, I will have to quote Keidi here, who once mentioned on her stream, "There is no way anyone can make me download Marvel Rivals." Now that you've downloaded Marvel Rivals and prepared yourself to play in this event, how prepared do you feel And do you think your team is able to hold on to this big lead that you've created?
You know, I just want to say, first things first, just get out of the way. If there's anyone that could get me on Rivals, it's you, Brown. And I can't believe you managed to do that.
Hope you, Brownie.
But, uh, going into tomorrow, I'm confident that my team will be able to. I have faith in my team. They've been teaching me a lot about how to play Rivals, like what each character does. I'm actually like I wasn't expecting to be so excited to play, but I think with the team that I have and like playing alongside my friends and like being able to be a part of this, it's like it's made the hate for Rivals go just a little bit lower.
Hope you.
Or if in a different POV, you like Marvel Rivals a little bit more.
It's just a
tad bit.
Fair enough. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing maybe Cloak and Dagger. Is that going to happen, Keidi?
Possibly.
Hmm.
They've been really fun to play.
Okay. We will see. All right, so before we let you all go, do you have any shout-outs you want to give to your teammates from League today? Let's start, Keidi.
I mean,
Honestly, just shout out to all of them. Shout out to Nelly for being able to come in last minute to cover for Lack. I had a lot of fun playing bot with him. Shout out to Vanster for holding us down in jungle and helping us get objectives. Shout out to Paytime for being IGL and like keeping the spirits up. And shout out to Jules for holding his own in mid. He was really nervous, but I'm honestly so proud of him for playing so well. Honestly, my entire team. I'm very happy. Happy I got to play with all four of them.
And what do you call them?
Oh, my arsonist.
Okay, great. Gracie, Gracie, what do you have to say about your team? Any shout-outs?
Just shout out to all my teammates as well. Like Shuki and Joppa were trying to keep me level-headed because there were times where I started panicking. Shout out to Domo for just dominating mid as much as he could, and then Hale. I believe Hale got the first blood, right? Like, just Hale was also just very high spirits. I really love that. So yeah, I love my teammates.
Awesome. Well, there's one theme that matches for both of you. It's the fact that you both have such great teammates. Very inspirational, perhaps. And y'all are going to do very well tomorrow in Marvel Rivals. Ladies and gentlemen, that is Gracie and Keidi. Thank you very much, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good night, guys.
Good night.
Alright, so thank you everyone for this wonderful presentation. I believe I didn't talk too much about Miwa yet, but Miwa was the one that was doing all the behind the scenes stuff with the League of Legends, basically controlling all the observing and the replays. So that's really, really exciting, and without Miwa, I would have been very lost in this game. So thank you very much to Miwa, the Observer, for their great help in making this possible and making all of us very comfortable with this broadcast. Alright, well, that's it for all of us here at the Gracie-Keidi VTuber Royale. Thank you to all my staff and talent for their wonderful work. See you tomorrow at 2 p.m. Pacific for the next game of our event, Marvel Rivals. You don't want to miss it. Thank you all for watching. For all of us here at the Gracie-Keidi VTuber Royale, this is Browntul saying goodbye.
Thank you for tuning in to the Gracie-Keidi VTuber Royale. This is Pak Marime, the cutest witch who lives in the clouds, signing off. Be sure to follow me on X, YouTube, and Twitch to hear more of my charming voice, sing, dance, and play games, all for my Maripies. I really hope to see you soon. Mwah. everyone, welcome to the Gracie-Keidi VTuber Royale. Over the course of this weekend, Gracie and Keidi's communities will battle it out in Valorant, League of Legends, and Marvel Rivals. They'll gain points by either winning their matches or completing in-game criteria. There's a lot at stake in this VTuber Royale. Who will become our champion? Stay tuned to find out.
Thank you, Park Marime. And hi, everyone. Welcome to the Gracie-Keidi VTuber Royale. I'm your host, Browntul. During this weekend, Gracie and Keidi will battle it out in a triathlon-style format to determine who will become the first VTuber Royale champion. Just like the previous 2 days, they will gather team points today using our overall scoring system. The more matches they win, the more points they get. Even if they don't win, they can still earn points through side objectives which vary across the games. Here's the results from Valorant on Friday. As you see, the scores were pretty close. We had a nice game on Haven. We had the second half sweep from Team Keidi to get that victory. And then Team Keidi grinding all the way down through Abyss, through the depths of it, winning that game 13-11. Very, very even matchup on Valorant. But then we got to Team Keidi's favorite game, especially for their captain. It's League of Legends, and Keidi definitely had such a wonderful time playing those 2 games of League. I've yet to ask her if she had played more League comp after this, but for sure we saw a good showcase of what their community was up to. But with Marvel Rivals coming up and Gracie's experience with that, I wonder if that will come back and haunt Team Keidi. We'll have to see. And here's the scores that we have so far. It is 22-13 in favor of Team Keidi. Team Keidi is running off of a 12-2 victory in yesterday's matchup, but of course Team Gracie won the Valorant matchup. So will Team Gracie be able to come back in Marvel Rivals, put up a big number there? We'll have to see and find out. Here's the players pool that Gracie and Keidi can activate their players from. And each day they can activate at least the minimum number of players required for that day's games, plus 3 additional substitute players. Some players are one-game specialists, and others are flexible gamers. What combination will these creators bring to the table today? Let's learn directly from them right now. Before we begin the competition, let's introduce our 2 VTubers who are taking on the challenge presented by the VTuber Royale. Say hello to Graciejie and xKeidi. Hi, you 2!
Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing today? It's a early afternoon now.
I'm so tired.
Yeah, I woke up like 2 hours ago.
Ooh. Yeah, you can tell because their voices are really soft right now. What they're saying is they're all tired. It's okay. Honestly, after 2 night games to come out here in the afternoon, it's like, oh my gosh, I have the 2 p.m. game today. It's just like everyone's trying to boot up here. Okay, well, let's start with Gracie. This is a game that you have been playing on stream a lot. I know that your Squirrel Girl is very iconic. What do you think is the mindset of your team going into today's Marvel Rivals games?
Our mindset, I mean, because the point is a little bit big gap, but our mindset is just going in, having fun. Our team synergy, I'm pretty sure we're right there, up there. So farming clips as much as we can. So yeah, positive mindset.
We love it. PMA. That's what we call it. Positive mindset and attitude. For me, I hope I can farm clips for you, but I'm the observer. That's the context. We'll see. Now, Keidi, we mentioned this a little bit yesterday about how the only person that can get you to play Marvel Rivals is someone named BrowntulStar. Well, here we are, and after a whole month of preparing yourself for this day, how do you feel personally? Do you think that you're up to the challenge? You're comfortable in the Marvel Rivals space? You're going to be a hero?
Yeah, you know, I'm just here to clock in. I think if there's any any chance that like I would ever play, like I said, Brown, you're the one to get me on. And I think with the team that I have and playing with my friends, it has made it a lot more enjoyable. So if anything, I'm just really excited to play and like have fun, just vibe.
All right. Well, it seems like both teams have already set their thought process of how they want to approach these games just to get good clips and good vibes. Well, I do want to ask you two right now. Hopefully, we can get an answer out of them right now. Who are you going to play, Keidi?
I'm playing like a really hard champion called Rocket. It's really so hard. My finger hurts just holding down right click.
All right. What about you, Gracie? Who are you going to play?
It's like the second hardest hero as well. Squirrel Girl probably. Holding the left click is kind of tough too.
Me and Gracie,
Yeah.
we're doing our best out
We
here.
got this. We really do. We really are.
Got it. Okay. Well, best of luck to both of you and your teams. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Gracie and Keidi. Now it's time to start our competition. Let's chat with Park Marime to learn more about today's game, Marvel Rivals.
Gracie and Keidi, your final challenge of VTuber Royale is Marvel Rivals. You're getting the Super Brownie Rivals experience at its highest level.
We are not playing Marvel Rivals today. Who the
That's a good one.
But Minion Lover is able to bring Emmy back into the fight, and Emmy right from the res is able to grab a kill. Now receiving national kills with that ultimate, able to find Sushin. 5v6 in favor of the haters. Looking for a couple more kills, but Justin's right there for the trade. 5v.
Each of you will be able to pick 2 maps from any map rotation in Marvel Rivals to play. In each map, the more rounds you win, the more points you gain. Win as many rounds as possible in regulation, or push the game to overtime in domination maps, and finish the job to win the most amount of points. I've been told that Gracie has the most experience in Marvel Rivals between you two, but will Keidi find the heroes and villains to change the game in the series? I suppose we have to stay tuned to find out in the Gracie-Keidi VTuber Royale.
You can learn more about our scoring system for today's games by going to our website and clicking on the Events drop-down on the navigation bar. Now that we know how today's games will work, are we ready to start the map bans for today?
Yeah.
Alright, I can hear the enthusiasm straight through the screen, into the universe, out to the super metaverse, all over the world, through the chat, on every platform, wherever you may be. It's so exciting. Thank you all for being a part of this great program throughout the weekend. Throughout this event, we'll be highlighting our event admins that help make this event possible, including today's Map Bands admin. Let's welcome back Claire from Friday's Valorant broadcast. Hi, Claire.
Hello.
It is there. You hear Claire there in the background. It is you, yes. Claire, a quick question for you. I know I didn't say I would interview you or anything, but just this one question. What is it like being an admin for this whole weekend? Did you enjoy it so far?
I really love it. It's really what I expected and more. There's a lot of things to do and a whole lot of behind the scenes thing from a player perspective, which I would never know from a player.
Well, I'm glad that you enjoyed your time so far. We'll hear from you and the rest of the admins toward the end of the broadcast, okay? So, are we ready to do the map bans, Claire?
Yes.
Alright, let's begin.
Alright, guys. It's a coin flip to decide heads or tails.
I will
Gracie.
choose heads. Thanks, Keidi.
Gracie heads.
Yeah.
Keidi tails. It's tails. Keidi, you get to pick first. Team X or Team Y?
Will be Team X.
I. Keidi, you get to ban the first map. Which map would you like to ban?
Can I ban Royal Palace? It's at the bottom.
Sorry, thank you. Keidi, what would be your first map ban?
I will ban.
I'm Gracie.
No, you're good. You're good. House Heaven.
House Heaven?
Mhm.
Keidi, what would be your second ban?
Can I ban how do you say it? Krakoa? Hellfire Gala?
Okay. Gracie, what would be your second ban?
Yggdrasil Path.
Okay. What would be your first pick, Keidi?
Midtown, please.
Midtown? And Gracie, what side would you like to start on?
Attack.
Attack?
Mm-hmm.
Gracie, what map would you like to pick?
Symbiotic Surface.
Alright. What side would you like to pick, Keidi?
Defense, please.
Right.
Could I do Shin Shibuya, please?
What side would you like to start on, Gracie?
Defense.
Defense. And Gracie, your last pick?
Spider Islands.
Alright. What side would you like to start on, Keidi?
Defense, please.
Alright. Any server preference that you guys would like to play on?
Dallas is good.
I think I will go
Okay.
with Dallas.
Mm-hmm.
So Team Keidi banned Yisgard Royal Palace and Hellfire Krakoa, with Gracie banned Hydra Charter's Base, Hell's Heaven, and Yisgard Yggdrasil Path. Your first map would be Eternal Night Midtown, with Gracie Star on attack. Your second map would be Clintar, Symbiotic Surface, with Keidi Star on defense. Your third map would be Tokyo Shin Shibuya, with Gracie Star on defense. And your last map would be Tokyo Spider Islands, with Keidi Star on defense. And your server would be Dallas.
Sounds good.
Sounds good.
Good luck, have fun, guys.
Thank you.
Right. Well, thank you, Claire. Gracie and Keidi, any last words?
Let's end this with a bang.
Have a good time doing it. Good luck, Gracie.
Thank you. Good luck, Keidi.
Thank you both, and good luck today.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Despite the fact that only these two communities are playing, you as a viewer can win as well. Thanks to our longtime sponsor XKeidi, you can enter a special giveaway where you have a chance to win an assortment of Toffee the Brown Bear stickers and a Brownie Val card. Here's how you can enter.
Thank you to XKeidi for supporting BrowntulStar and the Gracie-Keidi VTuber Royale. Bring Toffee the Brown Bear home by purchasing vinyl stickers for your journals, water bottles, laptops, and more. Watch the stream, gain points, and redeem them for raffle tickets for a chance to win a special sticker bundle and a Brownie Val card. Gain the powers of Toffee the Brown Bear and become inspired by a handwritten note by Browntul himself. Be sure to enter the raffle before the event ends on Sunday.
Thank you, Toda, for explaining. Thank you again to XKeidi for this great opportunity to win the stickers, the Brownie Val card, and a personal handwritten note from the host, Browntul. Okay, are we ready to begin? I'm excited to introduce our two casters for today's games. And here they are. First, he is an experienced commentator representing UCI Esports on its broadcast team. He was also an official Marvel Rivals commentator for the official 2024 Season 0 tournament, and was on call for the Marvel Rivals edition of Twitch Rivals. Now, after 2 years, he returns to this channel for his Super Brownie Rivals debut. Here is Ashavok.
Hi, that's me, the number one caster Vok Ashavok, also Snarl Gang CEO. Nice to meet everyone. It's been, I want to say, a hot minute since I've been back on here. Like, honestly, Browntul's right. It was 2 years ago when I was on this channel. I was doing Valorant events, and now look at me, the big time. Not really, though. I'm doing my best. But yep, nice to be here. Nice to meet y'all, and I'm ready for some Marvel Rivals today.
And they are a longtime caster for Brownie Val and has made numerous appearances in high-profile Brownie Val games in the past 2 years. In January, they were the lead analysts for Super Brownie Rivals as Marvel Rivals burst onto the scene. They now make a return to the broadcast booth for this special event. And it must be noted that they are a Canadian Goose. Here is Goose.
Hello. I hope everybody's having a lovely day. It's awesome to be here. Thank you, Brownie, for allowing me to invade your casting space. I'm Can Goose, the Canadian Goose, the goose that can and always will. And I think Brownie put it best. I've been here for a hot minute, so here's hoping we have some great games. These communities seem absolutely awesome, and I'm excited to get into this. So, as we know, we have the maps laid out for us. We are going to be starting out on Midtown. So Ash, what can you tell us about this? Like, what are we looking forward to here?
Honestly, what I'm looking forward to, and one thing that I've noticed that is pretty interesting going back on our, map picks and bans, Goose, if you look correctly, almost every ban that I've seen so far is domination. And honestly, I want to sit here and say, oh, well, that's interesting, but hell, I don't blame anyone for going that route because let's be honest, those domination maps, right? Hell's Heaven, Royal Palace can be so annoying to deal with, but starting off with Convoy on Midtown should be fairly interesting, especially going into our Season 2, Season 2.5 meta here.
Oh yeah, considering the fact that the meta for a lot of this season has been hyper aggressive, coordinated dives onto the squishiest players in the lobby. I am not surprised that it has been a lean towards the Convoy rather where you can actually, or not actually, but much easier to isolate targets rather than having to brawl out on a site 24/7 and then attempting to like lock somebody out. So considering where the meta is, these bans do make a lot of sense to me. So I do have to wonder what the strategy is going to be, because of course I was just saying a lot about the dive meta. I have to wonder as to what the response is going to be. Are we going to be seeing a hyper defensive comp, or do we think that we're going to see more aggro here?
If anything, I'd have to say more aggro, right? Season 2.5 or Season 2 in this case has really been defined by all that ruthless aggression that I have been seeing, right? Especially going into my ranked lobbies, all of a sudden I'm seeing people rip out, Hulk bans, bans against Namor, and I'm sitting here wondering, wait, why is that? But then you look at the Gamma team up that they provide, and it's like, oh, I'm suddenly having to deal with a Hulk dive off of shields, and then Namor is especially coming in off of gamma-charged octopi turrets. It's not a fun time.
Oh yeah, it can be absolute hell for a lot of tanks, specifically when it comes to tanks like Thing or Thor, who have been really struggling this season. Amazing anti-dive tanks, but they struggle against the most popular anti-dive characters. Things like, as you said, like Namor and Hulk, these characters who are able to like get in, get out very quickly, or can pump out obscene elevating damage over long main laneways, forcing a lot of people out of sight and making it very, very easily to isolate targets. So I would assume that characters with barriers like Emma and Magneto would probably be a very, very easy a pretty easy shoe-in for characters that we're going to be seeing a lot. Emma, of course, being the newest character in this season, she's just absolutely phenomenal. I don't know how much Emma you play, but she ends up getting like tossed around in my circle. Like we take turns playing Emma because we all quite enjoy it. So it's been a very, very fun time joking with like my rival circle about how we fight over playing Emma Frost. Phenomenal character, best anti-dive tool in the game with her choke slam, phenomenal damage reduction with diamond form and the barrier, and moving into our ban system, and I'm already seeing a hover that scares the life out of me. You know him. You love him.
Oh no. Tell me about that hover. Which hover scares you just so badly like this?
Oh, just like, I mean, there are two. There, one less so than the other.
Okay.
Spider-Man has the two most rewarding buttons in the game, bar none. In my opinion, I feel like he really, really pushes people to think of the actual like game engine that is about like how he works and how his tracers and the line of sight works, and really forces an entirely different approach to the game that can be very, very difficult, especially for squishier characters. Add on the Venom team up, and you have a character who right clicks you once, twice, and then if you don't have a burst healing option already active, you're dead.
No, genuinely, the touch of Clintar team up that Spider-Man and Venom have to offer can be the most devastating thing that, to really deal with, especially going into backline. It's not a fun sight whatsoever, so seeing some of these hovers scare me, but then seeing some of the hero picks in bans that we are getting, target bans at that, feel fairly interesting. But the protect on the Rocket Raccoon, now you know me, right? Rocket main myself, I have about, gosh, I want to say almost like 110 hours on the character combined through like beta going in to like open gameplay. Fun character, getting some interesting tech next season, especially going with the double beacon, double spider nest overload with Penny Parker. But the payoff, or I should say, the thing is, one or the other you can't have, because you either use the nests or double beacon. Can't have both.
That's actually really cool. I did not know that. That's a fun interaction. I think the opportunity cost, my gamer design brain is going crazy. I'm like, oh wow, okay, opportunity cost. You lose the nest, you give the other, you lose the beacon, you give the nest. I think that's really, really cool, and I think it'll add a lot more depth to Rocket going forward. Now, looking at the actual bans here, so a lot of people might be very confused as to why there are so many characters in the selection here. How this works is these are one-sided bans. So you are banning the other team's character. You can play a character that you have banned, but the other team cannot. Think of it as you are stealing a character from the bad timeline and pulling them over to the new timeline, and they are no longer in that. They are no longer in the attacker side timeline.
Just targeting them and be like, okay, you exist here, but in this plane of existence, absolutely not. Am I alive in the third world? Well, maybe. That's debatable. Depends on what happens there, but should be fairly interesting. I mean, regards to Protect's Cloak and Dagger, Doctor Strange one side, and then Rocket Raccoon and the Hella. So I imagine if you want plenty of the poke action, that should be, I don't want to say a fun time. I mean, let's be very real here. I have a couple friends who are Eternity and GM Hellas. Those are the scariest kind of people you can run into in general.
Oh, absolutely. I am a Torch main. I have
You know what? Hell yeah.
I've played Storm since beta, and I've always pumped out just some of the most obscene numbers that make me just scream. I was actually against the first set of Storm buffs because I'm like, this character doesn't actually need these, and I feel like I was very right and have been vindicated after Season 2, and I'm doing the exact same thing with Johnny right now. But let's see what we get going on here. Of course, the Punisher turret up in the high ground. Tell me about it.
About to say, just not for long. Vanster already pushed it down, but Nellyful going for the poke action, especially a rogue Rocket Raccoon in your back line, but might not be up there for long. Mighty Unicorn gonna pop the shield just in the nick of time, but for Vanster, able to get the kill against Aya, leading a front charge on the thing, and wanted to go concussion. Vanster already building up on the final judgment, pushing ranked xKeidi squad all the way further and further back here. The spawn, Michael 10 taken down, and It might be 2 more tanks, 1 more DPS to go down, but BRB Beacon able to bring back Michael just in time here. Dancer's ulti goes down, but already we're talking charges. Ranked Anxiety Squad would be able to use the amp here.
Yeah, that was a 42-second build up for the for Judge Judy to come in, and here we go. The amplifier giving everybody a ton of extra shield. Shielding does not let you build alt charge, so it is a very, very important tool for a lot of tanks specifically. You don't want to feed different ults, and oh my god, I have to say Nelly's aim is starting to scare me.
About to say, when it comes to Hella, especially being in the back line, can do some effective damage. Not for long, though. I might have misspoken a little too soon. Eye off the Magneto Shrapnel. Was still able to secure 1 more kill, but now we have another thing to factor in when it comes to support. I should say triple support in this situation. The side of Tic-Tac-Toes, a long way on the Loki, as well as Azura coming in on the Rocket with the amp at that would be devastating, but 2 eliminations in the side of Ranked Anxiety Squad right now as Aya now has to lead the charge, coming in with Fart on the Scarlet, but not really able to secure more here in regards to peak eliminations.
Good zoning though. It allows them to take this this lane that can be a devastating choke at times and let them move through very, very quickly and easily. It is also one of the best hallways for Rocket. So many walls allow you to bounce your orbs and get 110, 160, 100, like 700, 200 like health just off a single orb in just like a second. It allows him to really shine, and here we go, tons of ults going off here. Oh, Michael 10 is gonna get dropped by the Magneto ult, allowing Nelly to pick up that that kill on Rotofart. Michael 10 getting res, and the Magnetos are going to take out Aya.
And I was gonna say, just 3 to 4 different interactions that we had all at once. We had the Goddess of Death and then Dr. Strange coming up with the shield to stop that. Meteor M finding 1 off of that, and then the unbeatable Squirrel Tsunami, which I want to sit here and say wasn't as effective as I would like to have hoped. You had the Cloak and Dagger ulti just in the middle of that, buffering through any damage that was gonna pull in the first place. But Ranked Anxiety Squad mighty leading the charge, having go for the Dr. Strange. Eye of Agamotto would be a more devastating play if you can just get past Punisher turret.
Oh yeah, this is a difficult spot to deal with because this high ground on the midsection here heavily favors the defensive. Oh wow! What an amazing coordinated play to take out that Magneto ult and then immediately take out Aya as a result. Even though they're gonna get rezzed, everybody's very, very stuck here. They are gonna rely on this Sia amplifier to make their way into the main lane here. But Roro actually getting taken down within the brawl, and
there we go. Eye of Agamotto to finally make the impact play you've been looking for, but not able to find a real Loki. It has to be Ariel to clean that up, and still devastatingly enough, Born just goes down to Gracie here, especially off the Squirrel Girl. Now the Cloak and Dagger ulti to buffer through any damage. Now for Ranked Anxiety Squad, or excuse me, Tic-Tac-Toes, gonna find themselves on the back foot defense here, but where there's 1 Cloak and Dagger, there is another unbeatable Squirrel Tsunami to pressure through your back line and back up top. Goddess of Death coming into it from Nelly Full, finds 1, finds 2, the former Graciejie.
What an amazing stabilization from the Tic-Tac-Toes. That is some defensive synergy right there, using these double hit scan characters as just pure pressure, like pressure people. There is nothing more horrifying than having a Hella follow up a Punisher turret, because you have to be looking at the Punisher turret or else you're going to die. You have to look at the Hella or else you're gonna lose your supports. It is a horrifying situation to be in, and even with an unbeatable Squirrel Tsunami, you got a lot of damage coming in between Loki, Punisher, and Hella. There is very, very little way that you're going to be able to go through that. Oh my goodness.
Okay, have to really buffer through again, and not enough healing in the world can save you from this one. Have to rely on the Loki totems, but even then, so like, it's just smart enough to get rid of anything and everything. Aya, of course, leading the charge again off the shrapnels. Vanster finally going down. Has been such a Punisher menace really throughout this entire match, especially off the charge dams. Not only that, the infinite ammunition is really starting to shine its way through here when it comes to the Rocket Punisher team up that you'd love to see, but now having to worry about the Scarlet Witch. Shield might not be enough. Fart couldn't get in through the door in time, and now ult charge gone. Have to wait for it all over again.
Oh my god, what an amazing shot from Nelly. I genuinely didn't think that they were going to be able to...
Oh! Okay!
Get down, Mr. President! Oh my god!
Oh no, I just saw that the corner of my eye. I'm like, okay, that's not gonna hit, is it? And it does. But hey, you want amplification? You got really just the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier back on deck. And now more healing mean is just not gonna last long. I say that, and Vance immediately takes them down. Nelly full Nightsword Thorns able to pick one more off of Michael. And now Mighty Unicorn having to fight for their life in the corner here, especially playing off shield, only 11 health. But hey, health pack in the corner, you don't really have to deal with it. I say
no,
that,
Strange is stuck
Nelly full.
Oh no, they can't portal back. They can't portal back. No, they were able to like hide the Strange and stagger him, so they weren't able to get the portal in. An amazing defensive tactic from Tic-Tac-Toes.
That is very unfortunate. You had the ability to portal, but in regards to spawn in just the time, wasn't close, and that is very unfortunate, actually.
Yeah, no, like you can literally just see Vanster like, hey, yeah, no, I'm here, but they did not actively try to kill him. Like they barely chased him into the corner there. That was a really good play. I wouldn't be surprised if there was an actual like call in like in comms being like, no, don't kill him, no, kill him. It's Strange. But either way. Now we're going to be moving on to our second half. We have a new sort of comp here. So moving on to the Ranked Anxiety Squad, they are running with a new tank set. Strange and Penny rather than the Magneto. Roro still chilling on that Scarlet, which team up, and now with a Namor and the opposing side, the Tic-Tac-Toes, Vanster and Nelly doing their thing. I would never let them leave DPS if they were on my team. I would be like, nope, I will full on pocket you. I will lift the world to make sure that you are able to stay alive and we can continue with this. That was insane. But here we go with the Penny. What do you think that we're going to be seeing moving into this round?
Honestly, someone who's picked up Penny Parker as of late, let me tell you one thing, right? Ranked Anxiety Squad, especially really playing into defensive tactics, so wanting to use the spider mines, burst down backline if possible, but also make it a problem for frontline to have to contend with the mine damage. But Nelly just going to ignore that completely, takes Roofart down, but still able to get the revive off the BRB beacon. That's totally fine, but I am kind of finding themselves in a tough position, having to snare one, but you notice the Spider Nest just taken out a little too soon here, but Tic-Tac-Toes knowing to take priority, Nellyful especially, but hey, don't want to get too close to the sun here and buy that. Okay, maybe, wait, did work for a second, Michael!
No, there's no fear in Nelly right now! Just right in the back line, Magneto shield ends up getting popped, allowing them to go right back, and that is literally a full set of space, allowing them to break through this choke here. What an amazing solo play from Nelly to bring them into the, like around the ambulance corner here and put themselves strictly into a winning position at the moment. This point is as good as gone unless a miracle happens on the side of Tic-Tac-Toes.
And especially, but back to Azurek right now, 90% charge coming in off the amp, but it's going to be more back up front again, finding something, anything off the shrapnel hits, and still a Penny Parker to worry about. These spider mines, I can guarantee you right now, are going to be such an annoyance on the side of Tic-Tac-Toes. Horn of Brodian goes down, and there we go. First kill, especially off the mines against Nellyful, and now Final Judgment to worry about. One gets snared. Nest is completely gone, and now Aya forced to play from corner, especially back off walls, but even though he managed to snare one, not going to be enough here. Born finds another peak kill, but Aya still getting brought back. Cosmic Yarn Amplifier now in the corner. Bubble in play, especially Scarlet Witch back up top, and this might be an insane ulti if you're not careful enough, but Spider Sweeper pushing through. Thank God for the Doctor Strange shield as well. Could have been disastrous. Now BRB beacon gone. Nobody falling down at least just yet here.
Yeah, no, trying to restabilize this situation. I think that Tic-Tac-Toes have been very good at keeping this pressure up. But Ranked Anxiety Squad with a really good response using that Scarlet Witch ult to restabilize. And here we go with the Goddess of Death in the air, just breaks right through the shield, and everybody just starts shooting her to get her out of there. An amazing mag shield to actually save her in this situation, and Dancer's just gonna go crazy.
Man, and triple support is really, I don't want to say rearing its ugly head, but you can kind of tell it's playing a little too well, as multiple times back to back when Nellyful should have died, has just been staying alive by, not the grace of God, but Airline. I'm speaking of supports. Vance Vanster saw an opportunity with the shotgun. Boom! Roadkill.
Yeah, that is that's a call to animal control right there.
I don't think
That
Peter's
was
going to
an
be happy
unfortunate-
about that one, Goose. I'm going to be very real with you.
Oh, believe me, I'm a goose. I am no stranger. But here we go, a comps switch up here. Aya actually doing the amid that we were talking about earlier, and a swap over to the Psylocke from Roro here, going with a more risky burst and flank playstyle. We're gonna see as to what Roro is gonna be able to do to kind of stabilize the situation for the team. And here we go. What are we looking at here?
Uh-oh! Good God!
Team wipe!
A full team elimination, and tic-tac-toes just find themselves smothered, covered, and that Eye of Agamotto couldn't have been more devastating coming in from Mighty. I imagine Ranked Anxiety Squad are gonna want to be clipping that for a little later. But Rorofart and Airline already have both ultis built up just from that alone. I have a feeling there's going to be a sneaky flank play here. Dance of the Butterfly would be the most devastating impact you can imagine.
Yeah, no, like being able to force out a support ult in a bad spot. Like there are 3 here. The Loki is gonna make that dance a little bit difficult, but hey, it's not a tango if there aren't 2 in this situation. And Loki is gonna be the partner that Roro is gonna have to compete with here.
No, absolutely. Also, for some reason, my phone's blowing up because they just revealed another Tekken trailer. I will save that for later. This is Marvel Rivals now. Cosmic Yarn Amplifier back up, but not going to last too long whatsoever. Toes knowing to take it down. And now, Mighty having to play the shield. Not that much health left on it in the first place. BRB Beacon would be available the most in the team, and Rorofart could have the option to pop Dance of the Butterfly, but instantaneously, Dance of the Butterfly, Cloak and Dagger, have to go out. Goddess of Death at that. And now Vance is just playing for health time, and even more so, Nelly off the Night Sword Thorn. Michael goes down, and now we have the mind control Horn of Proteus, but Aya goes down. Nelly full, still able to capitalize off of flank plays alongside Vanster.
Oh, the sheer pressure that we are seeing here from the tic-tac-toes is just obscene to watch. Like that, the coordination in between their DPS to focus targets is so vicious and violent. I don't know if we can share it on a family-friendly stream.
I really genuinely don't think we don't. But MVP going to Vanster, at least for this match. I mean, right deservedly so. 26 peak kills coming in full force. Ooh, man.
Absolutely disgusting showing from these two. Vanster, I remember seeing Vanster in the first Brownie Valley, I believe, and oh my god, look at the stat spread here. I want you guys to look at this and see what mass coordination in between your team will do to stats. This is a team that was so netted together that they were able to feed their DPS so many more. Like there was 2 final hits on the support side.
Man, not only feed their DPS, but Goose, what's one thing you notice when it comes to the healing stats of some of our characters here, specifically with Wangwei Asurek and Feyre?
Oh yeah, it's high.
Good God.
Yeah.
Oh, triple support, how I love you so, but at the same time, I imagine everyone hates your guts so badly. I don't blame them. Vanster, Nellyful, and Born just would not go down. Genuinely wouldn't.
Well, I have to put a lot of credit on Jayvorn's shoulders. Their bubbles were some of the biggest swings in that match. I want you to go back and look at the ult charge that Vanster or Nellyful were at whenever Jayvorn put a bubble on them.
Right.
It was always at the perfect moment. And here we go, looking at the last few seconds of this, everybody scrambling to try and get on site, just attempting to claw their way on, and just the consistency at which the DPS are able to get their kills, take their 1v1s, work as a team. I think both teams did incredibly. I do want to give a ton of credit to Rorofart and the supports on the side. Ah, no.
Uh-oh.
Oh, we're good.
Oh.
My apologies. I just had a bit of a computer freeze. We are all good now. But yeah, I do want to hand a lot to the to the opposing team here. I think that the xKeidi squad were able to work together on the fly, and I think that their composition changes were really, really well made. That Emma and that Psylocke, you could see the difference in impact immediately.
Yeah.
Of course, we just saw that amazing clip of Roro just walking in and then killing everybody, having that dance in the back pocket, potentially ready to swing the next fight in their favor. But unfortunately, the opportunity just didn't arise itself. I think it goes to show how important it is on attack, or on defense rather, to stall for as long as you can, because you get a lot more value contesting the point than the attacking side does.
Yeah.
And go ahead.
Yeah, and of course, seeing which characters work, which characters really don't, especially going into Midtown, right? We did see a little bit of the Penny Parker, and I was sitting here a little optimistic about it, thinking, okay, Spider Mines might work for a little bit, but on the side of Tic-Tac-Toes, it just had too many characters that would be able to, easily diffuse the situation at that flank around, get rid of the nest at any means and way possible. But then it was the turret holds that really caught my eye, especially the Rocket Raccoon and the Punisher combo that has really been shining throughout most of the season, especially after buffs. But the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier plays even more so, coming in conjunction with the Cloak and Dagger, playing heavily into the sustain meta that we have been seeing off of triple support. Just double support in general, that's fine. But then it was Nellyful. Plenty of points coming up with the Goddess of Death, really bombing damn near everybody back on the ground, and then would not die based off the fact that Tic-Tac-Toes had the health pool necessary.
I could not believe it. And I have to say, Ares' aim is insane. I don't know why they I know that I am talking about a Rocket player right now, but their aim is so consistent. Anytime we were looking through their POV, it was perfect laser focus on the head. Every time that rocket was shooting, they were hitting their shots. It is insane. And you can also see what we just saw right there pre Wanda ult. They're using the consistent healing of the rocket orbs, the repair mode orbs, and their slow movement speed to heal the entire team at once. That way they can multitask, deal damage, and manage their cooldowns. Maybe perhaps on the comm side, call things out and be a bit of an IGL. I'm not entirely sure what it is, but it is always a really, really good multitask character if you want to play Rocket.
I mean, genuinely, as Rocket Raccoon main myself, I'm not joking when I say just spam right click. It is literally that. If you want 20,000 damage per game, most of the time I average about 21 to 35k. Just spam that right click. BRB Beacon saves lives. I will tell you that to the end of my days.
It is very funny. I'm a fill player mostly. My mains are the entire support roster: Johnny, Storm, Magic, Psylocke, and then the entire tank roster.
That's understandable. That is quite understandable.
So whenever I end up, sorry. Whenever I end up playing Rocket, I literally am just okay, I know that you can die because my beacon's up. I'm gonna just go kill the other Rocket. Real quick, because he's so fast. He's so fast, and if you do the wall run boost, you run on the wall and then use the boost to get the insane movement. It's hey, I'm gonna just dash through their whole team. In half the time, no one's gonna be able to react to it because you've gone from their backline to your backline in one button.
Yeah, of course. And when it comes to our match history, I mean, we just wrapped up with Convoy on Midtown, and now we have Convergence going into Clintar Symbiotic Surface. I can think of so many necessary character bands that are going to go into the next map, possibly. And let me tell you, having Hulk and Namor on this map will be your worst nightmare. It's not a fun time. I can guarantee.
Oh, yeah. But going back to to being optimistic about Penny, this is one of the greatest maps for her to just do her war crimes on.
True.
The back walls and the small areas allow her to really, really shut down chokes and allow your DPS a lot more room to flank, take off angles, and prevent feeding ult charge too much. So I think that Penny is one of those weird characters that brings down the average damage of both sides.
Mm-hmm.
But all the damage that is done is significantly more impactful.
Right, and honestly, it's going to
Unless
make it a
on Penny,
lot
because Penny's
tougher.
a big hitbox, but sorry, go
Right.
ahead.
No, you're fine. It's going to make it a hell of a lot tougher, right? For, let's say, these squishier DPS characters, specifically Dive. I'm thinking of two in particular, right? Wolverine, I mean, hell, he has a health boost, that's fine. And then Iron Fist, right? You get attacked by them, and then all of a sudden the mines just do their work. It's like, okay, my backline's safe for now, but then forces the team to kind of go for a change-up shift, especially going into their personal comp. So Penny, I'm a little optimistic in saying that she can definitely go far going into conversions, especially on Clintar. Like you mentioned, plenty of spots where she can hide the nest and then go on from there. But then honestly, I'm scared because she does, I'm like, let's be honest, she is frighteningly vulnerable without the mines. Very much so.
Yeah. Oh yeah. She can be an absolute ult battery.
Right.
The big thing that a lot of pennies have started doing now is like that web stacking trick. Where it's like if there isn't someone with like a consistent burst damage potential, like a Hela, like a Punisher, you can eat a lot of damage just through the bonus health that the webs give you. For those who don't know, Penny has a very, very strange interaction when it comes to her overhealth and her webbing. If you have one web, you gain at a set rate. You gain a little bit of health, and then when you're at full health, you get bonus health. If you stack the webs, you heal at the same rate, but your shielding rate goes up by a lot. I don't know the numbers, and that stacks up to 4. So if you get all 4 layers of webbing under you, you're looking mighty, mighty fine. I am scared to see what that's going to be like in the next season, because I don't know as to whether or not these new nests are new layers of webbing, or if they attach and create one whole. That'll be something to see in the future, though. We are looking at the now.
All I'll say is that I have a very strong feeling we're going to be seeing a lot more of Penny coming up in Season 2.5. I wouldn't be shocked, especially looking, some of the adjustments, tunes, and then the fact, like I mentioned earlier, her team up coming up with Rocket, but, one can't have, the other, but she still gets double Spider Nest. I'm sitting like, okay, Netties, I understand you guys are cooking. We might be cooking a little too much here, but that's fine. But hey, headed into our next match here on Symbiotic Surface, seeing a couple hovers. Remember how I was talking about Iron Fist earlier? I'm not liking the side of that from one way here.
Yeah. No, Jayborn also hovering that Panther. They're looking to really show people what's been going on in ranked right now. This is these hovers are genuinely scary, and I hope to God that they are just trolling right now. But looking at the bans and the saves right now, we have Tic-Tac-Toes banning Rocket immediately. They don't want Anxiety Squad to be having those BRBs. They don't want the Sias. Oh, that is a Groot protection on the side of Tic-Tac-Toes.
Now that I'm really trying to gauge it, right? Groot going into Symbiotic Surface, you have the walls to deal with, and then the fact that Iron Lash, Thornwood at the same time are never fun. And Groot's main mission, right? Reject, redirect, cut off frontline tanks, especially going in for support, and then spore bomb them after. It's not going to be a good time.
Don't remind me. That thorn wall will literally just clap you immediately. There's no real startup to how long it'll take before it can begin just slapping you silly. And okay, a very, very good ban here. It looks like Farah's dialogue has been banned. There's a safety pick for both Invisible Woman on both teams rather, and Magneto being banned. Interesting.
I mean, we did see the last map going into Midtown that Magneto did make a few impact plays here and there, especially off of Meteor M. Fairly strong shield tank going into it, especially in his current day meta, but then to protect on the Luna Snow. So I imagine one ranked Anxiety Squad going for the sustainability Punisher. I sorely wonder why that could have gotten banned here.
I wonder. Maybe it had something to do with the 40-second ult that they were able to get last game.
It surely couldn't have been that. It surely couldn't have been the turret holds.
Surely not. I need to actually see how many ultimates Vanster got in that last game, because I am genuinely afraid of that number. I'm just scared. But looking at what we have right now, Jborn is opting for the Venom. This is a very, very good Venom map. Big, big, easy to swing on walls that are that allow Venom to get massive mobility and high ground. So a lot of the time, Venoms don't want to be swinging into an engagement. They want to be wall running into an engagement. So that way they can dive in the back line and then use the swing to get out.
And going for full disrupt at that, I mean, especially going into backline, you'd have a full charge on Feast of the Abyss after the fact. And then, let's not forget the health boost that comes after. I mean, Venom's E, it's a damn good button. But let's be very real here, because you lose half your health, all of a sudden, you go from, 300, 400 to already 1100 in a short span of time. But already getting started, imagine Born just wanted to, plot, sit there, menacingly, ranked Anxiety Squad already out the door.
Here we go, Gracie on their trademark Squirrel Girl, the one that we've heard about quite a bit now. Aya opting for the Emma Frost. Definitely, there have been some lessons learned from the last match. I'm seeing a lot of barrier tanks come in here, trying to deal with these a lot of like the really good aimers that are here. Nellyful picking up a kill off the Onk initiation from Vanster, and immediately things are starting to look rough for the ranked Anxiety Squad. They immediately have to retreat. Row, unfortunately unable to get away as Nellyful just beats the butterflies out of him, I guess.
About to say, just not looking too hot for ranked Anxiety Squad right now, just fully staggered, pushed all the way back to point. Really should say spawn in this situation. And Nellyful, especially Vanster, did get a good initiation, especially off of the Onks in the first place, like you mentioned previously, allowing Nellyful to come in with a clean confirm after the fact. And now these Groot walls, I guarantee they're going to make it such a problem for everyone involved. Because what was it? Ironwood, healing, right? And then Thornwood after the fact provides lash damage, but now going for the portal strategy instead. Ranked Anxiety Squad still having to be careful. His front line is packed to a pulp right now, and Venom charging it.
Oh man, yeah, no, here we go. Mighty Unicorn doing their best to kind of like zone out here and get what they can. Oh my god. I am chasing around the Venom at like no health is so funny to me. And here we go. Oh man, a lot of pressure is actually being done here. Ooh, ranked Anxiety Squad dropping 2. We are now even in the character count at the moment. Michael 10 desperately trying to keep Unicorn alive. The Conchu's favor is going to come down onto site, or the Fist of Conchu rather. But here we go. Ooh.
Dance of the Butterfly just already out, fully active, and not able to keep the shielding long enough. Mighty as well as Aya, both going down and out here. Really unfortunate. And now for ranked Anxiety Squad, losing a good chunk of progress, but thinking about ulti differentials, right? Tic Tac's Toes would have Feast of the Abyss readily available from Born, but then ranked Anxiety Squad could get a good push, especially going in off the unbeatable Squirrel Tsunami, which I don't want to bank too much on, especially considering you only have so little sustainability ults to push you through, and not enough of a charge just yet. Michael could build that up though. I could be mistaken too soon. Barrier would be an impact play.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I am a little bit scared about this. Oh my god, what an amazing initiation, forcing out the Invisible Woman's barrier. And here we go. Everybody is just gonna return to site, return to sender. Everybody is coming back home for a second here after stalling things out. I do think that the Cloak and Dagger ult will potentially end up dying to this Squirrel, especially if they end up going through a tight choke like the main trench. And here we go. As an initiation, we're going to see as to what the outcome is.
Ooh,
Let's go, Roro!
Double elimination coming in from Roro, unbeaten, making that I did initially think. And now Azarek just forcing Bubble back on top of themselves to really get the heals and the play at that one, able to chow out and win against Roro. But now you have the Cloak and Dagger ulti we were mentioning earlier. Big sustainability, especially in from Michael. And now for Tic Tac's Toes, would have to possibly make the play with the Groot Bomb. Maybe Wrath of Conchu into it, but not if Ayabaga has anything to say about it in the first place against Bjorn, though. Able to pop the E, and now ranked Anxiety Squad finally able to get the ball rolling. In this case, finally able to get the symbiote rolling.
Oh my god. Wait, yeah, no, Graciejie and Michael falling right now, and it looks like ranked Anxiety Squad. This is actually a good place to die if you're going to die. Because you just got the good spawn, your opponents have a really, really rough one. So it's honestly like, if you feel like doing a silly play, do it right after you get a point. If you think that you want to take a risk, do it after you get the point, because that's when the risk is the least on attack. And oh my god, Nelly immediately making me eat my words.
A triple elimination coming in off a Dance of the Butterfly, and Vanster still holding on to Wrath of Khonshu, which, if anything, if you are ranked Anxiety Squad, you're going to want to make it inaudible to watch out for that at all times, lest you stagger yourselves and obviously get sent to the underworld here. But now, Tic Tac's Toes keeping him off of backline health. We're just trying to get back on push here. Ranked Anxieters, Tic Tac Toes have anything to say about it. We're going down just yet. Good clap on that.
I think a Groot ult's about to happen. I smell a Groot ult.
I'm smelling it. It smells like trees. It smells like fertilizer.
Oh,
and honestly, we're concerned about it.
Oh, that's gonna go right through. That's gonna go right through.
Oh no!
Hey, they still ended up getting one, so that is a massive, massive trade in favor for Tic Tac Toes right now. They are now in the driver's seat, knowing that the opponents are down ATPS at the moment, and they are able to just hunker down here and get themselves a really, really entrenched spot in main. But getting zoned out by the reality erasure, Wong rather is going to get deleted shortly after completely tanking the ultimate. And wow, this point gets I don't know what it is, but nobody ever ends up fighting in the straight part of this of like the center point here. I don't know what it is about it, but like everybody ends up pushing up past both corners once they get up ramp. And here we go into the final fight of this point, potentially. Plenty of ults coming out.
About to say barrier into the really just the ulti coming in from Michael 10 right now. Just have to put on the playlist for a little bit of K-pop action. That's found to the fate of both worlds. But then from cross distance, getting held down by the Squirrel, Nelly full erased. And now having no choice but to pop the eye of Agamotto. Gracie, 1, 2, 3, triple elimination, quadruple coming into it. And now the mind control to worry about absolutely going crazy in conjunction off the Squirrels alone. And Aya finishing up with the cleanup against Tic Tac's Toes.
I don't know if you guys caught that, but Unicorn B-hopped off the convoy to get a speed boost in order to make that ultimate happen, and that couldn't have worked out better. It's pretty small, and when you kind of learn how it is, it's like, oh yeah, no, this just seems like fun. No, that absolutely made the difference in that fight right there. That was such a well done play from Unicorn. Give it a try. Try to figure out how the convoy B-hopping works.
You know what? Hell yeah, I gotta give that a try later myself. But Wrath of Khonshu now in choke point. Barrier pops not in time. Vanster still able to find 2. And that's gonna be just enough. Ranked Anxiety Squad all going down one by one. And Roro at least trying to find something, anything off the reality erasure, but gets erased themselves by Vanster and the Crescent Blade.
Yeah, that was a very, very risky play, but it could have potentially worked. Roro, if they were able to get out, that would have been a little bit of stall, preventing the opponents from taking this convoy and making them lose precious space. We are getting down to the wire here, so this is a very important time to keep the pressure up and make sure that you don't start rolling forward. Roro with a hero change over to the Hella this time. Oh, this is a dangerous spot for the Tsunami. If they don't kill it, that's a support getting deleted.
Dance to the Butterfly, though, in your backline, and Nelly Fool, at least only able to find one. Make that a second one. Double elimination. Bjorn leading the charge yet again. Triple elimination against Graciejie. And now Wong Wei finishes it off with the Thorn in your side. Ranked Anxiety Squad. Absolutely terrorized, brutalized. 2 seconds left. And not going to be enough to try and get back to Convoy. Has to cap it out at 0-2.
Oh, what a phenomenal first game. A lot of really, really good back and forth. This is absolutely workable if you are the ranked Anxiety Squad here. I think that just a little bit of additional pressure onto this Psylocke to make sure that they're unable to dip in and out of your backline would definitely help the Anxiety Squad a lot here, and I'm seeing immediately a response to that with this this penny in the hands of Aya Annie. I believe that I'm pronouncing that correctly, but I'm not entirely sure. Either way, I think that this is looking to be a really, really good game. I would not be surprised if we're going to see another, what's it called? Overtime here.
No, genuinely, this has been going so incredibly back and forth that
Nelly.
honestly, I'm surprised it was still able to cap it out 0-2. I mean, hell, it's just a testament to how close it has been. And now it's going to get even closer. I am scared of really just how this is going to end up, especially Aya, like we were talking about earlier before this match even started, the Penny Parker. Let's see if that's going to even make an impact in the first place.
Oh yeah, we'll see as to what happens here. Of course,
Right.
like there is the Punisher bans, that way Vanster doesn't run away with too much. And already we are seeing, at least in the numbers, you are seeing Vanster take a little bit of a dip in like raw kill power, but the coordination with Nelly is still there. One of the first plays that we ended up seeing calling out was the one where Vanster just onked somebody and then Nelly was able to just come and clean up immediately. But here we go, a very dangerous Penny setup on site here. Vanster just giving us a wonderful foray of the skins audio. Very, very nice.
And imagine for ranked Anxiety Squad, wanted to play into the walls as well as the Penny coming in from both Penny and Groot. In the first place, play the nests and then play it down to really make sure those odds don't make an impact, but at the same time, Roro having to keep an eye out. Wong going in with the Spore Bomb and almost enough to take another as Vanster still to make the impact with the Crescent Blade. Finds another second double elimination from Wong here against Aya. Mighty Unicorn, no route to deal with.
Yeah, you
And
working, buddy.
tic-tac-toes.
You working, baby.
Torque it. I know that's right.
Oh. Let's go. Absolutely phenomenal showing from Wong. I have to point out, Asarex blind absolutely saved them there. Disorienting the backline, he was in a perfect position to just get blown up, and that was just such an amazing save from the supports. Goes to show how valuable they can be when played right. And oh my god, Vancer just blows out from the Squirrel Stampede, and immediately Aya starts cleaning up. Oh.
And has to place down a barrier coming in from Lei right now, and able to keep most of the team alive, just not for long. Like you see from Feyre, but tic-tac-toes and coming in with the damage, going to the front charge, especially off the diamonds instead. And now Tree to have to worry about 400 charge coming in full force. Just go with the grab, slam me down, and back up against the wall. Still, Wong has to clean up the job here. Spore Bomb gets caught out, and now try to put down the Iron Whip walls. Not enough here off the Thorns.
How is J-Born alive right now? I can't fathom how they're alive. They ended up going into like sub 300 range several different times while being walled off by the Iron Wall, and they just keep on trucking forward, really putting the van in Vanguard right now because they are beefy.
And absolutely Infernelli full right now gets blasted back, but won't have Dance of the Butterfly just online and available. They're sitting there menacingly, but instead having to worry about the mind control possibly into Dance of the Butterfly. Wait, the wall's right there! Smart play coming into it from Ranked Anxiety Squad. Keep themselves away and keep themselves alive, at least in the moment here.
Anxiety Squad needs to find a way to stabilize here. I don't really know what they're going to be looking to find right now, but keeping up the pressure from this Hela and just zoning out to try to buy themselves at least 10 seconds on the clock here. Every single one of them is very valuable. Hey Wong, it's good to see you. We absolutely love your show that you're putting on. Thank you. But here we go, back into your regularly scheduled Rivals gameplay. We have a massive Dance of the Butterfly and Wrath of Tantu getting canceled out by the beautiful playlist of K-pop.
And I mean, absolutely, but the Spider Super coming out in full force in conjunction with the fate of both worlds. Spore Bomb down and out. And of course, that's going to be Azarek only able to find one more report. And Nelly for finishing up the job against Mighty, and Aya Gracie-Keidi down to the Spore Bomb. And now, 3 inside of Ranked Anxiety Squad. 2 supports still alive, and Roro really just having no interest but to make the Walk of Shame back respawn.
Yeah, Roro trying to find a way to maybe build an ult and potentially get something in here, but no dice for anyone. Too much displacement and CC. It looks like we're gonna get tic-tac-toes stealing it in a very, very fast 2-win victory, or a 3-point victory rather. And everything that I said in the first game applies here. The coordination between Nelly and Vanster is horrifying and should be keeping everybody who is watching the stream up for the entire week.
Why do I have a feeling that going into next game, half of those target bans are going to be towards Nelly and Vancer in the first place? Like, you just look and boom, Hella gone, Moon Knight gone, Punisher gone. It's like, what the hell?
Yeah.
What are we doing? And then you look at it's like, oh, the stats, 27 and 27.
Yeah, no, there's something very, very important to point out here. Again, like, I like giving a lot of context to the stats that we're seeing right now. Nellyful and Vanster, I have been giving so much love this entire time. And that is because they know how to play together to a degree that is actually horrifying. Like, Vanster will throw the Yonk down, and immediately, once it lands, Nelly's in position to follow up. If the right click hits, you see Nelly go in. If the right click misses, Nelly backs off. Like, they only died 5 times, which is less than the backline DPS. Like, there is no better decision making than between these two characters, and it was so amazing to watch. Not only that, but just like the comp swaps and the versatility that Gracie showed us throughout the entire game was actually really, really amazing. Some really great squirrel ults to get their team precious time and space. Ro able to keep up a lot of really good pressure that I found was able to keep Jborn away from their front line a lot. And of course, Azarek and Feyre. I know I only called out the one blind that saved Wong, allowing him to get us the best twerk clip of all time.
The twerk tech is absolutely wild. I never expected those words to come out of my mouth. I look at that, I'm like, is that how you were able to do that the entire time? Oh yeah. Goodness.
But I could not be more happy with what we just saw. Oh my god, it's always so insane to me watching a Groot just outright tank reality erasure. Like, he's rooted so well that there's no taking that tree out of
I'm sorry, did you just say the tree is rooted so well? I'll leave now. That's fine.
Let my puns be silent. They are, yes, intentional.
I was about to say, nothing silent about the Nellyful elimination that we did see off of Dance of the Butterfly in backline there. And I want to call to attention, right? The barrier play going into it, especially try to counter the Wrath of Khonshu. I mean, hell, it was enough, I want to say, barely, and it was very frightening at that, right? To really worry about the damage and the impact that it could have had, saving your team the time and trouble of coming back from spawn, and then really going into it, Nellyful just getting absolutely erased by the insane 1-2-3 quadruple kill switch coming into it from Gracie on the Squirrel Girl.
So well done. That was of course where I called out that. And, jeez, that combo of Groot Moon Knight will always be one of the most devastating combos that you can possibly have in this game. Being able to pull in and snatch an entire army and then just let a god's wrath rain on them will always be one of the greatest combos in this game. And of course, we have to get another look at that Wong play before moving over to Jborn, just being an unkillable menace over here in the in mini right before one of the most difficult choke points to push through in this map.
Man, especially with the tree placement, or I should say the wall placement coming in from the Groot to try and counter back against the Emma Frost, which thankfully came in clutch, right? I was almost certain mind control would have popped out and all of a sudden everybody would have been dragged, but hey, thankfully that was not the case. But I imagine going into next match, definitely a more diversified set of target picks and bans that we're going to be seeing.
All right, and the man who we've been hyping up for so long, Vanster, it's good to see you in here. How you doing?
I'm doing amazing. How are you guys?
We're good.
Yeah, I'm doing great.
I can't speak for Ash, but I'm great. You made... I don't know if you guys have heard us in the booth here at all, but we've been freaking out. You and Nelly are horrifying. There's like I have never seen a duo have more cohesion and like success rates in just like, hey, I've honked someone, go kill. It's literally, it feels like a houndmaster telling it, just looking at a duck and telling its dog to go get it. It's great. So what are some of the things that that you were looking forward to coming into this entire event?
I mean, honestly, the big picture at the end of the day is just, playing games and competing and having a good time with the people you love. All the people in this team have been amazing, top from bottom. So it's just been a fun time, good spirits, good vibes all around, win or lose. I know was going to be a good time with the team that we have.
Absolutely. And in terms of the team comp wise, like what was the sort of like a through line for your team? Were you guys just like, hey, here are the characters that we're comfy in, or did you go in with like a very specific sort of game plan where it's like, hey, we have a specific combo that we want to do. Are you able to learn this character? Or was it a vibe?
I mean, a lot of it's, of course, down to comfort. Me, Nelly, and Jayborn are all pretty flexible players, so the big thing is getting everybody else on comfort, and then we're kind of filling these roles, these gaps, what we need in areas, depending on what the enemy team is playing. So, but we have a lot of flexible players on the team, a lot of players that are willing to listen, willing to learn, so it's just a good experience overall, and everybody's been a great help.
Absolutely, and I'll hand it over to Ash and see if he has anything to add to this.
Yeah, of course. So Vanster, going into the next match coming up, are you at all worried about some of the target picks in bans that might pop out, especially after this one being Clint Target Virgins?
I mean, honestly, they could ban off 4 DPS, and me and Nelly still have 5 more characters we can play.
Oh.
We're both extremely flexible players. I can play. There's probably like 8 to 10 DPS I can play myself. I'm sure there's more DPS I'm more comfortable on. As you see that Star-Lord ban, that's probably my best DPS. So we'll see if I actually get to play it, but I don't think we're too worried about any DPS bans coming our way because of how flexible we are as individuals.
Right, and so I will actually pass this back over to Goose here. Honestly, that's all I had to ask, but honestly, good luck to y'all on your team.
Thank you so much.
Of course.
Absolutely. We'll see you soon.
Of course.
All right, so now we are going to give you guys a very, very special. Oh wait, no. Okay, sorry. Apologies. The turtle in my ear is telling me that we're going to be going after a score review, and then we'll be bringing you to a lovely, lovely halftime show. So, taking a look at the scores, we are 16-28 in favor of Keidi. You can see the point breakdown for Valorant, League, and Marvel down below here. If you guys want to know more about the point system, I believe that there is a command in chat, and also where I got it, there's the Brownie Val event website. So this is a really, really cool event that we've been putting to not we, but Brownie has been putting together. I am very excited to see what comes next. But for now, I believe that we have a show to give you guys.
Halftime show. I'm looking forward to it. Let's get into it.
All right. Thank you, casters, very much for that great presentation. Now it is time for the halftime show. Every day, we will feature a VTuber singer who is so talented, you might call them inspirational. Today's performer is a Cleone, which she would let you know is also known as a sea slug or sea angel. She sings live covers of Vocaloid songs and more on her live streams on Irium US, available in the App Store and Google Play Store. Oh, and she's quite the IDV player, so she can identify if you're a hero or villain. Here to perform a cover of Rivals Till the End is Hiumi Subaru.
gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world I see you standing in my way. I remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. Night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fist and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny till the end.
Alive. Overtime with gun just starts to burn, and there's Emmy. A great first 2 kills to start things off, making it 30 kills. Emmy putting the team on her back.
Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across the time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn, we can still fight like the wind and fire. And would you know more? Then now is the only turn, your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break the chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fist and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time.
Time for the side of Jeff Lovers, but no kills at all. Oh, what a brutal. To counter, Emmy and Caitlyn from the mid-laner should be able to hold the moment, but there's the Starlord ultimate. Nice little swagger coming out. There's the kill for Justin, but the kills have not quite been found. But there's Jash, armed and dangerous, looking for some kills, able to find the first into the backline. 3 kills for the Winter Soldier, make it a 4. Looking for some.
Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you, ready to unleash it all. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fist and slashing through time walls before the rift splinters yet again. We are rebels to the end and rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
Hello and welcome back to the Gracie-Keidi VTuber Royale, this time for some Marvel Rivals. Yet again, it is your number one caster Vok, Astrovok, here with my co-commentator, Goose. And after that last map, how are we feeling going into map 3 here?
I am unbelievably excited. These guys have demonstrated some absolutely phenomenal gameplay for us, and they have turned me from a caster into an excited viewer, and I just want to see more. And where are we going to be seeing more? Shin Shibuya, of course. So, this is Katie's pick. What do you think we're going to be looking at? It looks like Gracie and their team are going to be starting on defense here. What do you think we're going to be looking at?
If anything going in on defense, I have yet again, seen the Penny Parker a lot on Shin Shibuya. But then when it comes to other frontline tanks that I'm really trying to think about going into that shield play, especially off either the Magneto or the Doctor Strange, dive in either with the Thing or the Hulk after the fact. And I do want to say that triple support might shine again just for the extra sustain, but maybe not. I could be wrong.
We'll end up seeing as to what the look is here. So this is a convergence map. It has one of the most disgusting chokes in the game at the moment. The first point for the attackers is easily the most difficult. Pushing through the fully destructible choke point that becomes an indestructible choke point with 2 different lanes. With very, very few side passages. It becomes a very specific game of cat and mouse. How are you able to pressure their team to allow you to push through this absolute death trap of a choke point?
Oh, not only that. Speaking of choke points, also sorry to cut you off there. It's the fact that there's one character that I have seen banned so many times because of that, certain choke points going into Shin Shibuya. And then on a convergence map such as this one, it's been the Human Torch. Notably for the fact that you can get a lot of push points off the dive that he has with his E, and then the fireballs he has to offer, going, maybe just make a 4 here or there, or a square. Obviously, you would have put your backline in a bit of a tizzy, and then the Supernova ulti, right? In conjunction with that would not be a fun time. If anything, that's one character that I have seen banned, interestingly enough, almost 90% of the time in most of my lobbies.
Yep. I don't get to play my boy anymore.
Good! That man, Scourge, evil, hate him.
He wasn't even that bad before. All he needed, I'm gonna be honest, all that he needed in terms of the buffs was the 75 health on dive. And seeing him get toned back just a little bit. Actually, no, he's getting toned back a lot. Next season, we're going to be seeing less of his obscene damage output. We're gonna be seeing a more like a slightly more cover heavy style with a good mix of like poke and right click. You're gonna have to manage your fireballs a lot more. But in this choke specifically, I think he's absolutely amazing. Like it is such an easy rectangle to make, and you just literally left click, right click. You're gonna have a fireball almost always. So making that happen is not hard. Torch is one of the most impressive characters in the game right now. And I do wonder if we're going to be seeing it. We have a Storm sitting on the side of the tic-tac-toes, so we're going to have to look at what happens next here.
I mean, I will say, speaking of hovers, that would be Azarek on the Jeff, which I will say going into Season 2.5, if you've seen some of the changes that Jeff is getting, I feel so bad for the people that play that character. I don't want to say he's getting gutted, but it's not looking too hot. It really isn't.
Yeah, I will, I'll probably boot up stream and talk about the some of the changes that are happening to Thor and Jeff, because I do have my... I'm cautiously optimistic about the reworks, but I want to be optimistic. But you do have to look at everything with a somewhat critical eye sometimes, But looking at what we got here, we have the Toes are refusing to play against Rocket, Emma, and what are they protecting here? What is going to be... Or sorry, they have protected Groot and banned Star-Lord.
Which is understandable. I have seen Galactic Legend popped one too many times. Specifically back in Twitch Rivals, that Shroud took full advantage of going into Shin Shibuya. Hell, even other teams like Team XQC, Team Hogs, and it was not a fun time from there on out. But if we're talking protects, right? Groot, that should be fairly interesting one. Now you have full access to your walls, and knowing how tricky going into it Shin Shibuya is, especially how thin it is, not gonna be fun. But with the Punisher Protect too, I imagine if you are on the side of really Aralai and Gracie, you want to play into the Rocket Punisher team up that can provide some value here. But the Cloak and Dagger Protect now wanting to opt in for the heavy sustain off the ulti instead.
Oh yeah. There's something very specific about Cloak and Dagger that you want to either ban or keep, because they don't have the best healing in the game. They have the most consistent healing in the game. And knowing what consistency your team can provide can allow you to have a very set in stone game plan that you can move through. I feel like production is going to kill me because I keep on gutting names.
I think they're gonna kill us both. I look at that and I'm like, hey, that's totally fine. But hey, we're getting the hang
there
of
it
it.
is.
That's fine. Okay.
There
okay,
it is,
Nelly.
my boy.
Okay, Nelly. You decided to be evil today, which is quite understandable. I mean, hey, evil is fun. Sometimes playing against it, obviously not.
Oh yeah. No, I mean, sometimes you just gotta melt the concrete around you. You know, there's something primally satisfying about doing a big ol' right-click dunk in Nova.
I mean, what's even the melting point of concrete? I think that's the more important question. Hold on. Surely,
Hey, several different times Johnny has gone supernova and melted the city block around him. It's
okay, true.
It can
melting
be
point of concrete, depending on its composition, between 1,150 to 1,200 Celsius. What is that in freedom units? 2,192 Fahrenheit. Okay, so hot.
Yeah.
Hot as hell.
Very, very hot. But here we go with a really fun looking comp here. There's a lot of sustain on the board here. Vanster going with the Mr. Fantastic, and here we go. We got Gracie on the Punisher trying to use this amazing turret placement to farm a ton of ult here. They've already got 23% on the books. Luckily, with Johnny Storm, nothing is ever going to be easy in terms of setup. But oh my God, Unicorn getting absolutely shredded right now. All of this damage coming through, needing to use the cover, which is being stripped away so unbelievably quickly and unable to get any substantial damage going. Oh man, what is the recovery here looking like?
I mean, the recovery, if anything, for ranked anxiety squad build up in the ult is as fast as possible is what I would say, but at the same time, I mean, there's so much you can only do, especially against a very pissed off Human Torch in the form of Born here, who goes in for the dive, good button off the E, trying to play for the stagger, and now Nelly falls back in the corner on the signature Hella. Born is able to find one off the ring of fire, and now Michael having no choice but to pop the cloak and dagger ulti, play into the life sustain, at least give the rest of your team a fighting chance here.
Oh yeah, that was a really, really good recovery. Not a single moment where the capture point was uncontested. Able to preserve a lot of this really, really important time and space. After this point, things can start moving very, very fast. And here we go, Supernova's going to be coming in.
But the Brainiac bounce back up top into it, and on top of the barrier. Supernova, 1, 2, 3 fire nados that you have to watch out for. And Vanster, playing the fact that you don't exactly have two tanks, want to play the extra role here of the tank DTS hybrid, but now he would at least have Meteor M readily available, and in this choke point, if you have the Luna right behind you, might be the play, or maybe not. Focus down on this Fantastic first, and Vanster goes down to Gracie's shotgun.
Yeah, Judge Judy is making an appearance here, and oh my lord, I'm scared. I don't know how many times I must say that, but these players have some mechanics, and whenever I see a Punisher landing headshots with their ultimate, I immediately am just like, okay, yeah, no, they're dead.
I mean, we want to talk ulti differential though, right? What does interest me, Tic-Tac-Toes would have 3 available, Goddess of Death on top, but I imagine if you are Nelly, clocked it immediately. I love the power of prediction, but Meteor M is just going to tank everything. Smart play coming into it from Aya, and back down below, effectively nullifying whatever chances or plans you have from Tic-Tac-Toes really play into the Hella in the first place, but now Goddess, Cloak and Dagger ulti, hoping to play and make a way through. Wong into the charge. Nelly finds one off the floor, but where there's one smoke, there is another. Michael now coming with the Cloak and Dagger ulti of their own. Now back in through. Have the clap coming into it off the Luna Snow. Roro able to secure at least 1 assist here.
Oh yeah, and here we go. Just an amazing defense coming up here. I really got to hand it to the Anxiety Squad. They have made some really, really good changes in between the last game and here. Here we go. Loki stealing the Moon Knight of all characters right now. Able to get them a pretty decent break onto site here. Oh wait, no, sorry, it was Cloak and Dagger. My bad. I, for whatever reason, thought that they were just mashing Q. And oh my god! J-Born, the tracking!
Just straight out of the sky! And that's a painful way to go out, no matter how tough the defense might be. Tic-Tac-Toes toes. Still able to push through best as possible. Now for ranked xKeidi squad, no choice. Try playing defense and keep this at an 0-1 standstill.
Something to note, Strange has been banned. So there is no resetting with portals here. If you lose half your team, you lose half your team. They are now on their own on an island. Oh no! Jborn falling into a really rough position and being forced to rely purely on the output of their healers to survive here. Able to actually make it out pretty well though. And it's important to note that Jborn has actually moved their way onto the Magneto here. So we're now going a 3-1-2 here. And oh my god.
And the final judgment, I mean, not that much of an impact play, I will say so myself. Zephyra still able to escape, especially, but at least still able to keep Tic-Tac's toes down and away. But that root bomb still gonna hit you. Saved in the nick of time and just trying to play the wall against the Luna ulti. Not gonna be enough. Mind control pops back up. And still for ranked xKeidi squad, listen, if I were them, I'd be holding my breath so badly. You would not believe the escape they just made.
That was so well done. Really came down to the wire there. And if there was a, this is why Namor can be so scary sometimes, because you can still get one shot through support ult. So that could have been a very difficult decision, or a situation should there have been. Oh my god! Nelly able to find a phenomenal kill onto Roro, who ends up going down just outside of the barrier. And here we go. The defense has been broken and fortification shattered. Triple tanks are just going to start running through the back line right now as a full team wipe ends up coming through.
Man, it took me actually, hold on, 2.2 seconds to realize and go, oh my god, we actually are running triple tank in this meta, in this economy, I say, as I clutch my pearls that are, of course, non-existent here, but for Tic-Tac's toes, it's working, I don't want to say almost a little too well, but with some of the sustain that they are getting in turn, hell, it's not that bad. And now for ranked xKeidi squad, really forced to have to keep up a frontline advantage.
Oh, absolutely, and here we go. Oh, that might... Wait, is there a clobbering time? Oh, no, it's not time quite yet. Vanster just kind of literally posturing for a clobbering time there, just putting a little bit of pressure on the backline. Here we go, final judgment coming in. Gracie, let's see what you're able to do here. Lamps are up. Even just getting lamp edit value, let's be honest.
I mean, true.
But yeah.
It's good to see, but at the same time, you have to worry about Vanster being able to get the ult charge up staggeringly fast. And now that concuss into the knock would not be fun off the clobbering time. Not just yet, though. Every gonna deny us that, at least in the moment. And now with the clone coming into it, off the Loki, cloak and dagger. Good deception into the ulti at that for Aya and Mighty lead to charge again. Asurek gets killed and sent back to spawn. Has to make the walk of shame back. Doctor Strange portal coming out in full force. Aya on the road, maybe not just yet, but the mind control out in full force. Shield to keep you safe and not able to catch anyone except for two. Root wall goes down to keep at least too safe. Aya almost didn't notice, still got hit with the Meteor M.
Yeah, both of the both support ults coming up from the defensive side here. xKeidi squad fighting tooth and nail to keep this in possession, and with the Goddess of Death pop just to save themselves, Nelly leaves the point, and we are on to an 0-1 score line at 128 meters. This is kind of exactly how I thought this would end up playing out. Rocket is banned on both sides.
Right.
Strange is banned on the side of ranked xKeidi squad.
True.
And this whole map has 2 choke points, 2.5, if you want to count what goes on in the third, that are the fighting pieces, which is the first point and then at the end of the second point. Like, those are where all the fights on this map end up taking place, the vast majority of the time. Yes, you can get some pretty specific clips in and prove me wrong, but those are where the most impactful ones come from, the vast majority of the time, where most people are hitting buttons, like 9 times out of 10, let's be honest.
Right.
But, looking at what we have here, triple support, both sides.
Listen, we had triple tank the last time, and you look at that, and it's like, you know what? This seems fair. This seems very fair, triple support.
Love triple tank. I love playing triple tank.
I don't like playing against it. I'm a be real with you. I hate playing against it.
I do not blame you. I don't blame you at all. Like, if you don't have really, really good tank shredders who are able to control space and prevent them moving forward, you're in for a very, very rough time on the like on the other side of it. But here we go. We have the first few interactions here are fairly insubstantial. A lot of just kind of like poking, looking for ult charge. Namely, Vanster has already got half their ultimate in the bag. Nelly trailing behind at 43. And oh, what a hook! Able to put Aya. Shoot. Able to put area behind the wall there, and here we go. Bucky doing his thing. He's got 2 fireballs now. He's gonna be able to just shred through the front line and gain all of the ult charge that he could ever want.
About to say, last thing you want to have to worry about in your front line is really the Bucky, let alone the Wrath of Khonshu raining down in your parade. Vanster and Nelly, like you do love to see in conjunction. 2 eliminations, especially one last one off the Tainted Voltage, and now Barrier, the Cloak and Dagger ulti, just us against the world here. I mean, no exception for Michael right now, trying to peek in with the damage off the smokes instead. Good off the E, and for Aztec goes down, and now the fate of both worlds playing into it from Luna into the group bomb, cracking impact to find one.
Able to find the mark onto Aya, but ends up getting taken out very, very quickly thanks to the mind control. A really, really well played defense. Not even a full tick coming through here, and now it's just clean up to find Unicorn. Full reset on the game right now. 2 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock. Wong has these Loki clones in some great spots right now. The one on the right can get taken down should that roof end up falling, or he aims down a little bit too much. But it also still has a great spot even on that balcony. But here we go. It looks like the xKeidi squad has taken notice of it. Checking the Punisher with a bubble, and we're going to be pushing in off of Judge Judy. Uh-oh, double faded of both worlds.
Oh, but just not enough though. Loki Lamps is just gonna go up in full force, double fade of both worlds, making it hard for damn near anybody to just get peak eliminations off rip. But in backline, off to worry about down with the Crescent Blade, maybe, but no. Aya and Mighty Unicorn, however, not able to escape in time here. Go down and out. Nelly still to get another peak kill. There's one more on the board here for Tic Tac's Toes.
Oh yeah, and they are unable to use Strange to bypass the main choke here, so they have to find their way through this. As I was talking about earlier, this has now become 2 lanes of hard cover. You cannot break that section of the building, and it is so good for so many DPS because you're able to get a weird little like third-person kills where you're able to bring the activation point of your attacks like around the corner, so that way people can't really see you. It's similar to a head glitch, but it's in third person. Very, very strange stuff. But Roarfar on the yeah, there's just too much happening. I'm a spectator.
Oh no,
right
no,
now.
I got you. It's a play-by-play already. We have the barrier just popping up in full force. IS able to find Born instead, and now Fate of both worlds. I'm pretty sure I heard the Loki Deception clone pop off in full force. Won't be able to fully activate that, and now Tainted Voltage uppercut right into the Kraken impact. Not able to find anything off the shield. Into the mind control coming into Advancer. Wrath of Khonshu, huge in play, and now playing into the Crescent Blade. Final Judgment going for the impact pulls you need. 1, 2 eliminations. Azarek being the last to fall, and Feyre, I imagine, not having a fun time into the butterfly dash.
Oh my god, what an amazing shot to just absolutely trounce Nelly out of the just straight out of the portal. No support able to come through, and they are now locked at their own spawn doors because of the strange portal. An amazing showing from the xKeidi squad to just absolutely smash this choke point into bits and pieces. Like, that is a really, really difficult choke to get through. So props to them for making it happen. Oh, Michael getting shut up by the door there, unfortunately.
That's fine. If you didn't see it, I didn't see it. It happened.
I always feel so bad. Every time that door closes on me, somebody dies.
Already got the turret back on the pole, though, especially going into convoy. I mean, it is really funny to see, especially how this goes. Just the run and gun approach, if you will. Or just sit and gun in this situation. I mean, Vancer would have the Wrath of Khonshu up available. Ranking xKeidi squad would have the Dance the Butterfly. Backline flank would be the nastiest thing possible. I have a feeling I can smell it coming, but Nelly full. Imagine taking a breathe in off the gunpowder. Born finding another one off the spore bomb. And now Dance the Butterfly almost gets completely nullified going into it, especially off the feats coming in from Luna.
Oh my god, able to drop out Michael 10. Airy opting not to use the invisible barrier here. Everybody's gonna end up backing off as this is going to be a fight in the favor for Tic-Tac-Toes. Trying to stall it a little bit more as we move into the last minute of the of this point. Trying to regroup. Everybody is going to be clustering up by the payload here. Ooh, I think we have some oh no. Interesting. Okay. I was wondering what was going on over there. I was like, J-Born is jumping up at the ledge. I thought he had a ramp there. No, he just has a regular wall and is standing on it. He's doing the May.
See who's hiding menacingly behind the wall.
Oh my god.
Rank Anxiety Squad, if you're not careful enough, y'all might want to turn around for this one. Into the bomb. Barrier goes down though. At the same time, I don't know if Wrath of Conscience is going to have an effect, at least in the moment. And Aya still able to hit off with the meteor, and Michael has to go with the sap option, finds Born, and now in the distance.
Oh, Airy getting aggressive.
Played that much effect either. Vanster, Crescent Blade, and now Roro killed and back to spawn, has to make the walk of shame back. Wong, good escape though, and Nelly trying to find at least one more pick, at least off the tainted voltage. Nothing just yet here.
And there we go. The deception turning into into us against the world. Here we go, a full set of magic carpets, 1 to heal, 1 to damage. We are looking mighty fine here, and everybody is just going to end up charging as much ultimate as possible. Gracie popping Judge Judy, and here we go, cracking impact to try and get these executes, immediately getting shut down by the entourage of ults, just dealing so much consistent damage. And here we go, Mighty Unicorn getting an unfortunate reload there, is unable to build up all of that charge on J-Born, who ended up getting hit by the mind control. Oh, here it is.
Wrath of Kansu, Dance of the Butterfly, and Born, good timing on the shrapnel. 1, 2, 3, pick eliminations.
Here we go.
And of course, a few more for Vanster and Feyre here, still able to shut out the point, the convoy, and sitting good.
Oh, that was a good one. That was a good one. Again, like those 2 choke points that we saw being fought in are very difficult for the attackers to push through. So honestly, both teams played so unbelievably well. I think literally the difference just came down to ultimates. It just came down to the support ultimates and who was able to sustain for certain amounts and who was able to build ults within those ultimates. Like, the reason why Rocket's ultimate feels so good right now is that it blocks people from building their ultimates, because it's 100 shielding a second. So you don't get ult charge off of hitting blue health.
Right.
So when you're in healer ults, and why triple support is so unbelievably like oppressive at times, is because when everybody's in there, everybody's just building their ultimate. Thing specifically thrives in healer ultimates. Like, if you're able to pocket your Thing while a support ultimate is happening, he's going to build 10% off of every right click. It's absolutely insane.
I have to say, just Yancy Street Charge, especially going into M2, they tell you don't spam it. It's honestly not that easy. It is that easy. The amount of ultimate charge you get off of it in the first place, like I said, in conjunction with just getting pocket healed by Rocket, it's dastardly. It's nasty.
Yeah, healing him for pretty much 210 like every second, because he fires like nearly 2 right clicks a second, so you're able to heal him for an insane amount. So long as you're able to pocket him well enough and he has his damage resistance up, Thing is going to build ult unbelievably quickly when inside of support ults. And what we saw nearing the end of this is just there was more ultimate charge coming from the side of Tic-Tac-Toes during the end of the fights.
Yeah,
at least on their attacking side, where they were able to push it just a little bit further. But here we go, bringing it through some of the highlights of the game. Just the amount of growth that Anxiety Squad has gone through, even just within these 3 games now, it has been really, really good. You can see how much more cohesive they are, how much more they're able to protect Gracie, their star DPS, and how much more they are able to coordinate their support ultimates to give themselves the longest sustain that they possibly can.
I mean, absolutely. The name of the game going into this, like you did mention earlier, is sustain. But like, just right there, that Groot Bomb and a very well-timed Fate of Both Worlds to make sure the rest of your team is alive. Didn't even need the Cloak and Dagger after the fact. And then shielding coming in with the Emma Frost. You love to see it. Even more so, right? Frontline tank charges really playing a highlight into this match, whether it be with the Magneto, whether it be with the triple tank composition that we did see a little earlier, or in this situation, the Emma Frost off the mind control, the Groot to protect you, and the Spore Bomb to really catch you off guard. But had it not been for Wrath of Khonshu making it a problem for everybody involved, I imagine you probably could have had a little more wiggle room.
Yeah. Also, like, not even to mention the Strange Ban, which I think sealed the deal. I think the Strange Ban fully sealed the deal there because, like, there was, I believe, in the final fight, there was a very, very quick pick onto one of the DPS on the side of xKeidi Squad. So having them be unable to immediately swap to Strange, get back to point, and then bring somebody else with them, I think banning Strange was a very, very good idea, and in the format that we're in right now, where it's a one-sided ban, I think it's the most valuable ban that you can do.
I mean, absolutely. Personally. We saw how effective that Strange ban was in the first place. I mean, really no portals to really place you from spawn into point in the first place, or save you time and trouble of having to make the Walk of Shame all the way back to Convoy. And imagine it wasn't a fun time, and you had to rely on more characters, or others, I should say, that had varying shields, but still just was not enough.
Oh yeah, I think I had several moments where I just became an excited viewer, where it's like, oh my god, this is just like every little decision is going to have a massive, massive impact into the outcome of this game. And I was unable to fully keep up with like just how many of these little optimizations that I was seeing between players. The amount that the supports on both ends were able to keep each other alive, let alone their frontline, was absolutely amazing. And I can like point out specific little optimizations that they were able to make. It's fun to watch, especially when you are an absolute bloody nerd such as I. But we must look forward.
Of course. Looking forward, I believe we have our last map of the day. It's going to be Convoy Spider Islands. Now, honestly, Goose, I gotta ask, what certain lineups, I should say compositions, do you think we might be seeing, especially going into this one?
I wouldn't be surprised if we get another triple tank. This is another one of those maps that has a... Well, this is the first map that we are seeing out of our group that has very easily accessible cliffs.
Right.
If there is a Spider-Man player within this lobby, we're gonna be seeing the Spider-Man.
Spider-Man ban immediately. That's what I'm saying. You go into Spider Islands, you best believe any cliffside. I can already hear the web slinging from here. It's PTSD in a handbag. In this case, a spandex suit.
Or a paper bag, you know?
Well, true.
Yeah, I have many a fun memory early on of using Groot and Invisible Woman as well, where you give... What you do is you place your wall right in front of the door and then tilt it a little bit towards the cliff. So that way when the tanks walk out, because they're going to walk out to like try to engage, you just push them off as Invisible Woman.
Oh, that's nasty. That's foul. I've seen it happen so many times. It's disgusting.
It's so fun. It's so fun. But yeah, I would not be surprised if we are seeing either an Invisible Woman safety or an Invisible Woman ban on either side. That little like psionic, it's not tunnel. It's like psionic push pull.
Yeah, the burst.
Yeah, psionic burst. Exactly. Yeah. It is such an amazing value tool, and it's one of those tools that doesn't show up on stat lines. It's an
interesting.
Well, think about it. There's a Strange coming in for an ultimate. You push him. It doesn't show up on the stat lines, but that is a play that can win you a game. Just pushing a Strange as he's trying to ultimate. Displacement in this game is silently the best tool that you can possibly have.
I mean, hell, going into this map, it might be crucial. That's the thing I'm intrigued by, especially, talking about these characters, and then, going into it, are they going to get banned? Like, what's going on here?
I'm just excited to see more rivals, man. I am enjoying these.
You know what? Hell yeah.
I also wouldn't be surprised if we're seeing a Penny. Despite how open a lot of these like the main streets are, the alleyways are very, very tight. And can make it so that way Penny mines are very, very aggressive. There's also a lot of back walls that you're pushing around. So a lot of these corners have pushed up cover that you can hide mines on to potentially just ice the supports on either way. Wong hovering a very interesting choice here. Oh my god. Immediately, Gruten banner gone.
Okay, there we go. Yeah.
Put him in the back alley.
With the Hulk dive, absolute menace. But I will like to say, right, when it comes to playing this map in the first place and the characters that I do usually see, Psylocke, I really wouldn't be surprised by that pick in the first place. A lot of good flank points. Moon Knight, especially, Ankh placement can be crucial going into Spider Island.
I absolutely think that that is the case, but it's also one of those abilities that is like, it has a little bit of silent value in the way that it makes everybody turn around. So if you need to confirm a kill on a tank, you can throw an Ankh onto your enemy's backline, and then you can finish it, because the supports are now forced to look at their feet because they have to heal each other rather than the front line. And there it is, the Invisible Woman ban and the rocket safety is going to be coming through.
Okay, so a target rocket ban, but a rocket safety for your own team. I mean, hell, it's the smartest thing to do. So, what was that one meme? No amp on your arm, but amp on... Oh, goodness.
Come on, kid, enjoy the amplifier.
Oh, man. Love to see it. Even more so, the Magneto Protect. So, wanted to play heavily into the shields, especially on defense.
Oh, yeah. And this is this being a pure convoy, Strange doesn't have the same sort of clutch value, especially when you're on defense, when the portal is like 20 feet. But here we go. A Cloak and Dagger ban and a Cloak and Dagger Protect on the side of the Anxiety Squad. This is still a very new sight for me, this screen, so it's I enjoy it quite a bit. And yeah, Vizzy being banned on both ends. No Spider-Man ban, but I am not sure if there are any Spider players in this lobby, but we will probably find out sooner rather than later.
Say you never know up until you see the character hover and it's like, wait, you've had that in your pocket the entire time? Well, yes, I just didn't want to tell anybody in fear that it would be banned, which is quite understandable. But on the side of Tic Tacs Toes, or excuse me, this is a Ringside Squad.
Yeah, let's go, Vanster.
Alright, so it should be fun. Vanster with... So here's the thing.
Our boy, the blue-eyed brawler himself, the Thing. One of my favorite characters, probably one of the characters that I have the most time on at the moment, with the exception of, I think, like Johnny, and then I have more like Johnny and Storm. Not Johnny Storm, but Johnny and Storm. You know what I mean? But phenomenal character, especially on this map. These corners force the tanks to push right up to the walls, that way they don't expose themselves to too many angles, and the third-person camera favors the right side. So if you're pushing up to a corner as Thing, you want to be on the right side. You always want to have the wall to your left, and that is a very, very good spot for the Thing on this map. But there are a lot of those corners, is what I'm saying. So Vanster is going to be able to build a lot of ult charge. He's able to put a lot of pressure on the back line, and he's going to sustain a lot of damage. Blue health, again, does not build ult charge, does not count towards stats. So it is very, very important that that Thing is able to keep his health topped up at all times, especially with his damage reduction, forcing that into play. But here we go, the early game poke battle, trying to find a lead into the mystery of how to win the game. Infinite ammo has been dropping. Ooh, Thing gets choke slammed down and is able to get up with the friendly bond. And Wong ends up just getting absolutely iced by the early Squirrel Stampede.
A good Squirrel Stampede at that one, but still going to come back at least off of the BRB Beacon. And now Final Judgment into the Cloak and Dagger ulti. They have much to worry about, especially playing it to sustain. Maybe the amp can really build through here for Born. Able to take down G very fast here. Just Gracie gone down and out at least for the moment. But Ari trying to get in with the fate of both worlds. Good K-pop playlist, even with the stun and the concuss coming into it from Vanster. Still to keep your team alive on the side of Ranked Anxiety Squad.
That was perfect. That was absolutely perfect timing, and that is a perfect play from both teams. Vanster made a huge ultimate and traded that out for Luna ult, which at the moment is far more valuable on the defensive side. So Tic-Tac-Toe's able to force it out in a very, very good spot. Wong is being very aggressive right now, and it's scary.
And genuinely so. I mean, you look at Wong just on the Loki here, and you think, okay, there's no way there's like no DPS capabilities. Are there? There are very much so. Let me tell you firsthand. And now, Shield Charge at least coming into it from Born right now. Mighty just back on the side. That's honestly the high skulls available, but the Meteor amp goes down. Slam dunk against Gracie just right out of spawn. And now, really just on the side of Ranked Anxiety Squad, trying their best to come back from everything and anything, but still just completely nullified the ultimate unbeatable Squirrel Tsunami. Just completely canceled out, coming in from the fate of both worlds, and now the full-on mind control. Favor can only hold out for so long here.
Yeah, no, that was a very, very fast moment of just like, hey, we're gonna get a rain check on this clobbering time. We need to stabilize and make our way back in with Judge Judy on the amplifier. I am scared. That's all I need to say. You know what's going to happen. It's a ton of damage getting pumped out immediately. Gracie is now back, and clobbering time has been checked in, and their return call is going to end up dropping Gracie and Ari. And Vanster ends up dying after overextending just slightly, as Aya is able to absolutely annihilate his face.
Man, Ranked Anxiety Squad is still able to keep themselves up and alive. Nellyful back up top with the turret. Has no chance for the Ghost Scourge. Gritty to pop back out for the quick escape. Squirrel Tsunami just back below. And for Roro, finds one, finds a second, finds a third in conjunction. Morn and Azarek finding it's just falling hard here. It's not a fun time. And for Aya, the shrapnel instead.
Yeah, if you're able to pick a DPS and you know that the tanks are short range, Squirrel Stampede in like really tight roads like that can be devastating, as we just saw. Like Feyre had absolutely no chance, but here we go with the group up. Vanster able to keep himself alive after that interaction. Oh, never mind, I'm gonna eat my words immediately as Gracie is able to barrel stuff Vanster with the shotgun and deliver some divine punishment.
With the fate of both worlds just ending, infinite ammunition. You see in the corner right there. Now for Nelly, finds one off the Scourge. And now Final Judgment. You get crashed down upon, I don't want to say mistimed ulti, but a better timed Meteor aim to really take you down and put you through your paces here.
I don't think Aya had the bubble either. I think they were using that to protect their support at the time. And here we go. Nelly with their own Judge Judy coming to take a visit, and both support ults we're gonna get Fate of Both Worlds on toes, and the Anxiety Squad is gonna get the Twisted Fate. And oh my god, what a fat ultimate coming in, able to drop Wong on the Loki immediately, and this is looking like it is twisting on a head right now. Very little support on the attacker side, and they're barely able to clutch onto this cart right now. Finally, the supports are going to be rejoining the action as... Oh, no!
No! Do not tell me that was a C9. Do not. I don't want to hear it. Oh.
I thought they were on it. Hold up. Was that a moment where Cloak and Dagger right-clicked and then...
Oh, no!
It made everybody intangible?
Oh, no!
Is that what I just saw?
Oh, please. I don't want to... I know we're all... Do I dare go back and watch that on delay? Do I dare see what happened?
I think I will. I'm doing it right now.
Oh, understandable.
I'm doing it right now.
I mean, hell...
It absolutely was. It absolutely was.
No!
Oh,
I mean, hey,
no.
That's unfortunate to have happen. And it's... Okay, you know what? Just for the sake of everyone, I had to sit here and be like, we gotta move on. We still have the rest of the game to focus on. It's unfortunate, but just lock it in.
Absolutely. Look, it's not going to be a story if there isn't struggle. You know, sometimes
True.
in order to make that story happen, there has to be not a mistake, but there has to be some difficulty. You know, but here we go. Moving into our second half. Tic-tac-toes is going to be moving up with a pretty much, you know, it is the same comp. With the Rocket team up being the only active one in the moment, and Jborn sitting on that mag that they have saved. Good idea. Really, really good idea. Oh, we do have an Emma now. So we're going to have a Emma mag team up coming in for the attackers. And here we go.
So good to see. Wanted to go in for the shield and brawl composition. The Emma and Magneto. Hey, fun to see. Not fun to have happen to you, I do imagine, but inside of tic-tac-toes, wanted to go shield and dive into it inside of Vanster again. Off the thing. Now I up the charge again. Good bubble into it. Yancey street charge just in the back line. The range that has, I swear, is insane. But of course, shift charge right into it. Haymaker to hit.
Oh, what a grab! Oh! Wait, no! Wait, did he try to ult? No way. He's at 45. That he didn't try to ult. I was like, what is with the dramatic voice line after he died? But yeah, no. Oh, Vanster dying immediately after re-engaging. Like the raw damage of this 2-2-2 comp with both Squirrel and Punisher is horrifying and can absolutely shred through anybody. Oh my lord, Gracie lasering Wong out of the way. What an... Ooh, Vanster making the swap. Okay. So he actively just like ran into the back line during his last death. He wanted to swap it and ended up getting rezzed by the Rocket Beacon.
So we're just going full on harassment with the Captain America. Honestly, a good Captain America can be the more dangerous cap, but Squirrel Stampede off the unbeatable Squirrel Tsunami to worry about. Meteor M finds impact against Airy here. So no more Cloak and Dagger, at least for a brief few moments. And now I'm bringing a shield. Final Judgment to worry about again. Nelly finds one, finds a second here, finds a third peak kill against Mighty. Almost finds a fourth, but Jborn has to be there with the shrapnel to clean it up. And now plenty of space cleared in the way for Tic-Tac-Toes.
Oh, careful. That's a Loki. You will die if you peek it again. Oh, God. Yeah, no, this is going to be coming down to the wire. There's going to be a fight right on the blue finish line. Oh, the freeze to confirm the kill on Roro. Absolutely phenomenal play. And, here we go.
Cloak and Dagger ulti to play through, and now Meteor M to make the slam dunk. Not that much of an impact. I'm almost certain that there's something I heard in the background. My control to hit, and now plenty to go in regards to shield play, like I did mention earlier. Captain America, though, still harassing your backline in the form of Vanster right now. Wongwei would readily have the clone available just on anything to find. Vanster finds one on the shield bash, and now dueling playlist off the fate of both worlds coming into it. Might be a second one here. Unbeatable Squirrel Tsunami to hit. Nelly will try to charge again off the shotgun. No Scourge Grenade just yet, but jump into the sky. You can go twice as high, fall twice as hard. Favorite gone to Roro, and off the scrolls. You can say that's absolutely nutty with it, at least in the moment. And now Airy trying to find at least a few more, much wiggle room for Aya. The Claymore metal into it. 1-2 down. Mighty able to get the trade on the Nelly, and now in the back line, it's
Wong. Turn around. You need help. You're Loki. Oh my god, and Fate of Both Worlds coming back in on the attacker side. Tic-tac-toes with the saving grace of a K-pop star. Meteor M as well. Oh my god, he got
two picks. Well, Harry and Gracie just done and out.
Shielding happening right now.
With a slam dunk, and now Mind Control back at it. Mighty only to recuperate for one more kill, and Born is still able to push the rest of the team through here. All you need is 1-0, and that's gonna do it for Game 4.
Oh my god, what an absolute stonewall from both teams, coming down to the absolute wire. Now, Ranked Anxiety Squad has gone through a literal full character arc in terms of their cohesion. They have done so unbelievably well when it comes to like their gameplay, and their strategies, their comp, their cohesion. You can tell that they were significantly more comfortable playing with each other nearing the end of our set here. And looking at the final score, Nelly actually being outdone by Jborn on the Magneto. Like one of the dark horses of this event tonight, been absolutely obscene when it comes to like their protection as well as the way that they're able to take and control and anchor out space. And this game, they were allowed to frag out, doing so much damage, 17k on Magneto in a 1-point game, mind you, with 17 final hits, the most damage blocked, and the most kills in the whole lobby.
I was about to say, we want to talk about shield heroes. The amount of damage blocked on either side is just coming into an average 30 to 32,000 on the account of Jborn and Vanster. And then Aya and Mighty were playing their hearts out, especially going into the front line dives. But then I feel if there's one person I got to give it up to, especially, it's Roro coming in on the Squirrel Girl, right? Just found plenty of good final hits. I mean, 10 final hits at that, right? I'm almost certain, whether it be the Squirrel Bounce or really just going in off the unbeatable Squirrel Tsunami after the fact, especially going into Alleyway Choke Point, really a highlight here going into it.
Oh yeah, absolutely amazing game to watch here. The back and forth is always really, really fun to witness, but of course, there is nothing that can compete with like playing the game, and it makes you appreciate these really, really minute like moment to moment decision making skills that these players have demonstrated for us all night tonight. Thank you so much. And here we go. We're going to be going through a few of the highlights here. Roro with one of the initiating kills onto Wong, allowing them to push right up to the second corner. This amazing Fate of Both Worlds to just absolutely stonewall a literal rock figure and take him out. The really, really amazing Loki lamp to prevent their entire team from getting Meteor M'd. Nelly. Oh wait, sorry, no, this is the clip that we're looking at. This absolutely disgusting Squirrel Tsunami from Roro, bringing us into the absolute mayhem, which was the like minute and a half overtime right at the end of the first point. Just so many amazing amazing plays from every single player on the field to either save a teammate or confirm a kill and push things further and further. And there it is. That was the unfortunate right click that took them off of the point. But
man, I was gonna say, I won't talk about it if you like. I pretend I do not see anything, but I will say, in seeing most of these highlights, especially going into the final judgment off the Punisher from long range, honestly wasn't expecting just the elimination again from Gracie, but still by the skin of their teeth was able to grab that. And Aztec, of course, coming in off the Rocket Raccoon, another final judgment to really clear things through for Nelly, though. That was nasty work.
There's a funny mirror there. Because we saw that same clip between Roro and Nelly, except like using a DPS ultimate in the same framing. It was just they were able to get there in different ways, and I find that really, really cool and a huge strength of what hero shooters can bring to you, allowing you to express how you want to play a game and reach your objective together. This has been a great event. I've been really enjoying this.
Man, honestly, I've had a blast. I will say, a little rusty myself, but I've been having fun so far, being able to commentate with you, Goose. This has been very great, enthusiastic cast.
Hell yeah! No, that was way too much fun. I will. God, I'm fired up now. It's like I want more. I want to see these guys.
Exactly.
Which, by the way, if you want to see these guys, there are Twitch links in for these players in the chat. So hope you guys are as pumped up about this as we are. Let's take a look into our map history and our point score, giving we started with Midtown, giving us a 2-1. Oh yeah, that's right. Clintar was our only 3-point game.
True.
The rest of this was this was
frighteningly back and forth.
Yeah. Well, both of these teams went into the very defensive playstyle. A lot of double barrier, a lot of
triple support,
a lot of like methodical Groot, and triple support. And the get down Mr. President-esque protection of the DPS.
Man.
But
did
here we
see
go.
plenty of the. Okay, there we go. Back to our screen here. But overall, an exciting day of matches for Marvel Rivals. Again, we do appreciate everyone for coming out, being able to participate as well as watch. Shout out to Brownsville and the rest of staff for even having us on in the first place. Ooh,
oh yeah,
this is great.
Thank you so much, Brown. I literally got the call to do this last night, and he didn't even have to give me details. He's like, "Hey, I need you tomorrow for an event." I'm like, "Done. When? Give it to me. Give me the deets."
It's like, you're not even gonna know.
it.
I'm not even gonna ask. Like, not even a quite no. Give me the details. I'm there. Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. I didn't say no. I'm saying yes.
I know that if Brownie Val or Browntul Val is calling me, it's important. I need to help my boy, because that man works so unbelievably hard to bring you guys these absolutely phenomenal events and deserves so much credit. So from us to you, Brownie, thank you so much. This has been absolutely amazing. I've been the Canadian Goose, the Can Goose, the Goose, the Can and Will. If you want to potentially see me stream at some point in the future, check me out at can_goose on Twitch, goose_CP on Twitter, or I think those are really the only two things that I'm using. Oh yeah, that's right. I have a Blue Sky. I forget exactly what that is, but I'm just a funny man who scream at microphones. So if you enjoy that, then pop on over, say hi. That's all I got for you. How about you, Ash? Where do we find you?
Yeah, of course, you can pretty much find me everywhere. It's at Ashervok, and when it comes to Marvel Rivals, I'm hoping to do more commentary for that. I mean, previously did MRC as well as Twitch Rivals, and then got stuck in college, and then got stuck again in the FGC, which has been an amazing time. Let me tell you, love my people over in Tekken 8, as well as Street Fighter 6. But hey, MRC, if y'all need anyone, don't be afraid to call us. Don't be afraid to call me. We are right here.
Oh yeah, this has been Goose and Asher of Rock. We're gonna be signing out and handing things over to Brownie, the man, the myth, and the legend. Thank you guys so much. We'll see you later.
Thank you so much, casters, for your great presentation. It was a really good time to have Ashavok and a Goose to help us out. Of course, Goose has been here for a while with a lot of the Brownie Val tournaments. Ashavok was here for one of the first, if not actually the first Brownie Val event. It depends how you see the timeline. But it's such a pleasure to have both of them back here for this broadcast. And what a great way to end, quite honestly. Let's take a look back at how our games went for all 3 days of the tournament, shall we? So, as you know, we host Brownie Val a lot, so of course, Valorant is our staple event, and oh boy was it a staple. Honestly, that day one was one of the best days I've ever had watching Valorant, with these two teams battling it out, and to just see the comeback potentials from both sides, including on Abyss, that overtime potential was there, and then on Haven, right, the ranked anxiety squad, that second half I think was very, very big for them. They won all the rounds in that half. So we saw a showcase of why both of these teams are very good at Valorant. In terms of League of Legends, that was a game that we knew Keidi was very, very into. That's her expertise, and she had a very great squad that was targeting the objectives, really pushing the pace, and trying to get through the Summoner's Rift in great efficiency. So they did very well in the League of Legends day. Then we had today. This was Marvel Rivals, and it does say that Keidi's team swept, of course, but if you were watching the games, they were extremely close. I mean, a lot of them were coming down to overtime in the second half. If you don't understand the way that this game works, I mean, it's the score really does not indicate how the game has gone, especially compared to the other games and how they do scoring. So I gotta give props to both teams. The Tic-Tac-Toes. Oh gosh, the tongue twister. Tic-Tac-Toes. This great team. They did a wonderful job. The Rake Anxiety Squad. If they had any anxiety, I think that anxiety is gone. Like they have grown so much through this weekend. I'm super proud of them. They've been practicing so much even after the days are over for the weekend. So with all of that together, I'm honestly proud of both teams, and I hope that they are proud of themselves and their hard work they did for this very special event. Okay, well, I guess it's time to reveal the winner of the Gracie-Keidi VTuber Royale. Are we all ready? Great, I see the enthusiasm through the chat and through the screen, through the whole wide world. Let's do it. Let's get that drum roll going. Let's hear you loud and clear. And here comes the score. The winner of the Gracie-Keidi VTuber Royale is Team Keidi. Wow, as you see on the screen there, Team Keidi, aka the Tic-Tac-Toes, have won the series. You can hear them in the background already. So, congratulations to Team Keidi for their victory. Alright, now it's time to interview the winning team representing Team Keidi. Here they are on your screen. It's Tic-Tac-Toes! Yay! There we go. Y'all were so excited. Let me censor y'all on the screen here. There we go.
I need to be censored.
Y'all were extremely excited going in there. First, I gotta ask Team Keidi, the leader of Team Keidi, which is Keidi herself. What are the thoughts that are going through your mind right now after winning this event?
I can't lie, my first thought was uninstalling Rivals. That was it. But I'm also very happy that I got to play with everyone, that we won. Go Team Toes.
Yay!
Yay!
Okay. I was wondering if they were enthusiastic about the toes.
Team Toes! Team Toes!
It's
All
her
right.
thing, not ours.
Yeah, okay. Who's on the team?
It's her.
For yourself.
Never mind.
Okay, so knowing that some of you have played multiple games throughout the weekend, any of you can go on this, but seeing this format and you know that you're going to play the 3 games, what do you think as a player is your strategy as you have to kind of swap games every day to get through this event?
Is this for anyone?
Everyone is shy. Anyone can go.
Well,
answer that
I only
question,
played for the rivals team, so I think someone on 2
Nelly.
more teams. Yeah, Nelly.
Well, I was trying to answer the question. I didn't know how to go about it. It's more just like going into every game, or at least the Val and the League one and the Rivals one. They're all just they're all FPSs, yes, but they're all different ways of playing it. So it's more just having a strategy for each game for the having set comps for the Val one and the League one. Same with the Rivals one, but it's more just different play styles to just adapt and play in it. It's a little bit harder to plan for, but worked out for us pretty well.
Yes, definitely. So many different play styles. Did the rest of you that played multiple games have that same sentiment?
I mean, yeah. Valorant's of course, my main game. So I don't get to play in many Rivals or League events. But I still enjoy those games. So I mean, along what Nelly said, it's just adapting from game to game because I mean, Rivals and Valorant are both shooters, but then League is just completely different. But I like to play enough of each game to still have a good understanding of each one and be able to be ready and adapt to the situation whenever needed.
and adapt you did. It seemed like that Valorant, it was very, very close. And then you went through League of Legends, and then in Marvel, despite the games being so close, you were able to win each of those games. So knowing that your performance was really good, how does that make you feel about your skill set, especially for Keidi and how you know your friends' skill sets? Like, how does that make you feel about the flex capabilities of them?
Wait, is this towards me? I'm sorry, it cut out
Keidi,
for a
Keidi,
second.
are you? What do you think about how flexible your teammates are? Like how that was showcased. Are you proud of them?
Oh, I'm so proud of them. It made it so easy for me to just have a single brain cell and just right click and heal. It was them being flex players and them being comfortable with playing flex, playing their characters, and all while teaching me how to be like more efficient at my own character really helped. I'm
You can
glad
give
I was.
yourself some credit on positioning, because that's half the battle.
I learned from you guys, my goats.
My go pet.
Yeah, the goat toes, I suppose.
Oh, yeah, that we're gonna use that from now on.
All right. Well,
Em and I are
you're
just
welcome.
big toes.
That's a new one. That's a new one.
All right. Well,
Big toes.
but before we wrap it up, we have a special message from our guest announcer, Park Marime. So let's go ahead and take a look at the Discord screen share that they're able to look at and see what message that Park Marime has for our winner.
xKeidi, congratulations! You've just won the first ever VTuber Royale. It is my deepest honor to congratulate you and your wonderful community. Keidi and the Arsonists have done their best to showcase a diverse and varied skill set over the past 3 days. Once again, congratulations and enjoy your victory.
Arsonist!
Yeah, so I guess my last question to you, Keidi, why arsonists?
This is something that came up on in my community when I first started streaming, like 2 years ago. I think it had to do with Minecraft and me accidentally setting my base on fire. And I think the name just stuck ever since.
I see. Well, hopefully you can use your winnings from this event, the $50 to repair your Minecraft house. Unless you want to use it somewhere else, where are you going to use it on?
Pop Mart.
Pop Mart. Pop Mart.
Okay. Fair enough. That's one Pop Mart. All right. Oh, cool. Well, okay. I'm gonna go down the line here. You all get 10 seconds to give a shout out to any of your fans. We'll go from top to bottom in this Discord call. Let's start with Farah.
Wait, restart. Sorry.
Restart. Let's start with Farah.
Wow. My biggest GoPat fans from Noah's Discord. I hope you're watching. I love you, Shiki. I love you, Starry. My goat. Yo, I had one job and it wasn't a curse. I'm gonna mute again.
Okay, thank you very much for your family-friendly message, and here comes Jayborn.
I'd like to thank my teammates. They've been working real hard playing and practicing. Everyone who's watching, supporting us, and Gracie, thank you.
All right, Keidi?
I'd like to thank everyone on my team who played, everyone who supported us, my community, the Arsonists, and a rare appearance from some old friends, Floppy Gang. I'm very happy that they were here to support. And just like everyone who's just been here to support like just the entire tournament as a whole. W Brownie, W admins. But yeah, thank you guys for making this happen.
Thank you, Keidi. Okay, Nelly?
To thank probably my teammates because we've all just been playing the game, just getting to know each other better and just having a fun time with it. And then all the other friends from the Discord supporting us throughout the whole thing. So I'd like to thank all of them.
All right, thank you. Vanster?
Just a thank you to all the teammates we played with throughout the league and the rivals. It was a wonderful time to practice and get to know everybody. Big thank you to our W team captain M for having me and having an amazing community, and of course all the staff admin that hosted everything, casters, observers, everybody as a whole, and everybody that supported us and watched.
Thank you. And here's Wong.
Hello. I would like to dedicate this win to in loving memory of Jules. He's not dead. He's just not here. He's gonna be here today, but shout out to him.
All right. Well, thank you so much to Tic Tac's Toes. I'm sure your rest of your teammates appreciate your message and all your fans as well. Everyone give it up for Tic Tac's Toes.
Ooh. Yippee!
Yay!
Woo!
There you go. Thank you all so much. Y'all have a wonderful rest of your day, and thank you for playing.
Thank you,
Thank you for hosting. Thank you for hosting. Oh.
All right. Well, now it is time to interview the runner-ups for the event, and this is the team representing Gracie. Here is the there they are. You can hear them immediately. Ranked Anxiety Squad. Yay!
Yeah!
All right, here they are. There's a completely different art style compared to the last team.
I don't know what you mean.
Okay, well here you are, Gracie. You've made it through the weekend. Tell me how you're feeling right now. You've played 3 different games in 3 days.
I am hungry. No, but I was I had a lot of fun. I'm very happy that I was able to participate in all of this. It was so fun, so professional, so cool. Yeah, I'm very happy.
Alright, well, you're always a very happy person. It's always so nice that I was able to give you this opportunity to be a part of this, and you also have some of your these are your Marvel Rivals teammates. Can you tell me a little bit more about them, like how you picked them and how proud you are of them?
So I picked them based off of just being playing previously before. I picked Aerie because I've never heard them IGL and Super Brownie Rivals, and Aerie is just such an amazing IGL, so really appreciate that. Hale, luckily, wanted to participate in all 3, so I was very thankful of that. So that made it easier for me.
I'm just a gamer.
Just a gamer. Io Mighty Roro, they're just, I had so much fun playing with them during Super Brownie Rivals as well. Or Aya, but not Aya in the Brownie Rivals, but Aya's just a cool dude. Just fun to play with.
It's definitely I'm getting the sense of just fun and fun and fun, and that's the vibe that we get from Gracie streams all the time. So let's open it up to anyone that is in this call, especially for those that either watched the whole weekend or you played in multiple games. What do you think is the most interesting part about playing in an event like this, where there are so many different games and you have to prepare for them?
I think just the idea of for those who did play more than one game is just trying to flex your game sense and your skills. I think that's what really helped out, or just in general made the tournament in itself super unique. It was pretty cool.
What do you all think?
I was personally involved with probably most of the teams, honestly, for coaching Valorant and then obviously IGLing today. My personal goal for at least everyone was just to make sure we don't end just not enjoying it, to still have a positive outcome. I was very much telling basically every team if we don't win but we get clips, I think we still win. Quite frankly.
Okay, well, I think I need to mention on the stream right now, Aerie and I were talking one of these nights, and Aerie said that he was going to clip farm. Hopefully there are good clips. If not, I was not observer today, okay? Alright, well, these are some great comments from all of you. What do you think you're going to take out from this whole experience, any of you?
Wanna do it
For me
again?
personally, yeah, I was gonna say I'm gonna do it again.
I want to do it.
I need
again,
my
too.
win.
You're gonna do it again.
Damn.
What
Yeah,
games
what are
would
the
you
next
want?
one?
What games do you want to play?
Valorant. Marvel Rivals.
Rivals.
Rivals of League of Legends.
Brown, you know I'm waiting for the next
I'd be down to
Rivals
challenge League
tournament.
again.
I mean,
Wait, which my
Marvel's just what brought me the opportunity to participate in Brownie Val or Brownie tourneys and stuff.
Oh yeah. See, I think 3 of you in here, or is it 4 of you,
Mhm.
are from
4.
Super Brownie Rivals, right?
Yeah, like
Yeah.
half the team. It's me,
W.
Gracie, Uni, and Roro.
Yeah, can you actually tell me the story about that, Gracie, of how this came to be? I mean, it seems like it shouldn't have been possible, even though like you all kind of mixed and matched in that event. But
Yeah.
somehow you all are one team together here. How did it come to be?
Yeah. Well, me and Mighty, we knew each other sort of like before the Super Brownie Rivals. We definitely did start playing a lot more after too. Roro, I just thought Roro was so kind, so nice. Roro invited me for the VTuber Rivals before too. So Roro's a previous teammate. And with Avery, we actually have never been on a team, like I've been saying. So just Avery reached out after Super Brownie Rivals and said thank you for the games, and we just started connecting from there. We're also in D&D together.
Yeah, we hang out all the
Yeah.
time now.
We do.
And it's specifically because of Brownie Rivals.
Yeah. Thank you, Brownie.
Wow.
W Brown.
It's kind of crazy to hear it straight from you all, how even an event that is small with Super Brownie Rivals, that was really an exhibition match, but to take that and for y'all to have that Brownie Val goal of being able to see each other and get to interact with each other afterwards, it truly means a lot, and that's the spirit of what these events are about. Okay, so which tournament should come next if you were in charge?
Marvel Rivals.
Valorant.
I would. I'm gonna selfishly say Valorant because I still want to be your admin, Brown.
Okay. Okay. See you.
I
See
need
you.
to run back on my
2035.
Maybe another exhibition.
It's okay. I'll
What
do
kind
it
of
for
new
Claire.
people you can bring together, you know?
Yeah.
I mean,
I do. I
Wait, what about
I
the
like these
Apex
community events.
What the hell?
Yeah.
What the hell?
Hey, there
Yeah,
is.
that's
Am I the
tough one.
only Apex player?
Let's just say there are options out there. No self promo for this, but I know exactly what tournament is coming up next weekend. That's VTuber related and
Ooh.
Apex related, and I'm actually really excited for that.
Ooh.
So
Yo, I
there,
need the link.
Oh my
I need the
god.
link.
there are options indeed out there. Well, maybe in the future there will be games like this. I'm glad that we got to play a variety of games and to see what people liked and didn't like. Definitely some very interesting rules per se. Now, in the end, a last group question for y'all. It seems that the message was always, we're gonna play well, but we're going to have fun.
Yeah.
I obviously it's a little rough with the League of Legends, but I know that Gracie herself has practiced so much and so much and so much, and seeing the VOD, like all the strats were still there, all the synergy was still there, keeping the vibes up. How do you kind of impose that vibe and that just that hype that you bring to people, despite the fact that the games might be stressful?
I mean, it was just, I guess, because I already knew them anyways, and the way that League is just, I don't know, it's just brought together friendship. It's a little bit, the League is a toxic game, but I think everything was fine. Yeah, how can I answer?
Yeah, it's definitely hard to play multiplayer games with chat on, but you just bring so much grace and just take everything with beauty and honestly, with all the stuff that's been going on behind the scenes just to get ready for this event. I'm just so thankful for you and your counterpart. It's been a smooth process. I'm just happy that you said yes to this. It is such a lifesaver, and thanks to all of you for playing too. It's been fantastic.
Thank you, Brown, for making these
Thank
events.
you.
Fun time.
For real, thank you.
Yeah, I try. We'll talk to the admins afterwards too. They're the ones that really made it happen. We'll get to talk to them in a bit. But okay, now here's the last thing that you all are really excited for. The part where you get to say whatever you want that's family friendly in the 15-second time slot you get as I read from top to bottom. Let's start with Ari.
Always me first. Hi. TTV/Airlay, but also TTV/Graciejie, Jie. For also because we stream D&D on Fridays at 7 p.m. PST. If you would like to tune in, I think they're really fun. That's all.
All right, thank you, Ari. Now, Aya.
Oh damn, put me on the spot. I don't know, dude. Just really appreciate you setting all this up, doing all the effort. We should see more Apex, soon. Please. That's it.
All right, thanks for your suggestion. We'll see about that. Gracie.
I just want to thank all the admins, casters, observers, Brownie, especially too, for putting all the hard work. Also, shout out to Ari and Crimson for being such wonderful coaches for League and Marvel. And yeah, twitch.tv/Graciejie. Thank you.
Thank you. Hale.
Hello. Just want to thank every single one of y'all for being patient with me with my hectic schedule and allowing me to be a part of this really cool tournament. Thank you, Gracie. Thank you, Ari. Thank you, Crimson. Thank you, Brown. Like, y'all are awesome. I'm not gonna plug in my stream because I rarely stream, but you'll see me around in other communities.
All right, will do. Thank you, Hale. Here comes Roro.
Oh no. Thank you, Gracie, for inviting me. I had a lot of fun, and thank you for the rest of the team for not getting mad at me for not showing up for practices because of my IRL stuff. Thank you, Brown, for hosting, and everybody else who had a part of doing it. Yeah. Oh, woo! Gracie Wolfpack.
No.
No.
Before we go to Unicorn, now I have to ask about the Wolfpack. What is that about, Gracie?
Well, so in Marvel Rivals in one of the 6 stacks, the enemy team kept wooing, and then the wolf pack just randomly started happening, even though it wasn't from me. I'm not part of the wolf pack. I'm apparently part of the leader.
She's the
Yeah.
Very interesting. We're coming up with new team nicknames on the spot, it seems.
The wolf pack.
That's what we're getting.
She would have let us.
I wouldn't.
Okay, now let's hear from Unicorn.
Hello, my name's Unicorn here. Just want to say thanks to Brown to having hosting all these events for us. Team for having me. Yeah, it's not really much I got to say. I think Roll has comms open to you guys if y'all need riggers.
Who?
Roro.
Oh, I bought. All right. Well, as someone would say, you all are pros. So thank you all so much for playing. Here it is, the Ranked Anxiety Squad signing out. Yay!
Thank you, Brown. We love you.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much, Gracie.
Everyone.
Gracie, you stick around. We're gonna do the creators interview
Okay.
right after this. Everyone else is going to go play Ranked with Anxiety. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Bye.
Thank you.
Guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Fantastic. Well, finally, we're going to wrap it up by talking to our 2 creators. We'll have them standing by now. If they are ready to get dragged in here, we'll start that short interview just to wrap things up with them. So, if we are ready to do that, looks like we are. Gracie, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
And Keidi, can you hear me?
Hello. Yes, I can.
All right. Well, these 2 are pretty much the biggest reason why this event happened. If these 2 did not agree to my crazy proposal for this, then we would not have the VTuber Royale at all. So I just want to have you 2 in here to say thank you to you 2 for just being so nice and kind and understanding and willing to make this event happen. So thank you very, very much.
Thank you guys so much. It was a very fun event. Keidi, GG's, congrats.
GG's, Gracie. It was really fun. I'm glad that we were able to get to know each other more throughout this.
agree.
And Brown, give yourself some credit. We wouldn't have been able to do this at all if it weren't for you and the admins.
Yes,
Very, very
definitely.
grateful.
Definitely. I will remember to give myself credit and not stress out about anything else that could possibly happen with events like this for 2.5 years.
Yeah. Yep.
So
Mhm.
as you always say, yeah, you two have been so kind to me, and you know where our friendships are at. Even though we're busy and doing other things, we can still reconnect every now and then and just have these long conversations about anything. It goes for both of you. And now I finally can introduce two of my friends together and say Aya, and you all understand language wise. So that part's really cool. Well, I hope you two remain friends, and I hope your teammates are friends with each other as well. Thank you all very much. If you want to check out Gracie and Keidi, their names are in the stream title, and we can also shout them out if you'd like. Gracie and Keidi, thank you all so very much for making this happen, and have a wonderful rest of your year until the next Brownie Val, perhaps. See you later.
Have a good one.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Alright, so there they go. We're now at the very end of the event. But before we end, as we do with every Browntul event, we like to get some words from our admins, who they're the ones that really help behind the scenes to make that happen. So I know they're in the auto call. Let's go ahead and have you all join up here in the stream live, so we can go through our thank yous. Okay, and here's the screen for that. There's our admins, everyone. Right on the screen. Say hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Awesome. Well, these are the people and the dog. I don't know why the Gracie-Keidi VTuber Royale is possible. So I'm gonna go through every one, kind of give a thank you to them, and then they're gonna have their own segment of saying whatever they want that's family friendly, and I cannot stop them. So they're thinking about it right now. I'm gonna go from top to bottom in my Discord call, which is left to right on this. Oh, it's not even left to right on the screen, is it? Oh, it is. Okay, so perfect. In order, I'm gonna start with Claire. So as I've mentioned multiple times in the broadcast, Claire is a new admin. She has never done this before, and to have her go in and to see what it's like behind the scenes, be able to inhale that information and really learn from what it's like to set up lobbies, set up roles, all the configurations. And even when times are tough and you have to balance things here and there, you still find a way to get in and contribute. And the only suggestion I have for you is to have more confidence, so that I can call you Confident Claire. So everyone, please give a round of applause to Claire.
Thank you. Hi.
All right, Claire. Any words you want to give to your fans?
I just want to say that it was a really nice experience to be able to, be in the background and make all of this happen. And one of my friends is also participating this tournament as a player, so it was also super nice to see the tournament in both perspective.
Awesome.
That's all.
Thank you so much, Claire. Well, you're a very helpful admin. I hope that you'll admin more events in the future. Okay.
I will. Thank you.
Let's go to Keidi now. So Keidi first admin for another Valorant tournament a couple months ago, and I wasn't kidding when the reason was she kind of came out of nowhere. At least that was the story I was told. But as we went through that event, it was this very long one with 16 teams, whole round robin day, and a playoff bracket. All the teams would say about Keidi was, God, Keidi is so relatable. I can talk about anything to her. And I was like, oh, wow. Well, it's nice to have people, front-facing admins like that. So everyone, please thank Keidi for her hard work. Thank you, Keidi.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, Keidi, you have any words for your fans?
Hi, y'all. I really enjoyed this tournament. Oh, wait. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Because I know I had some issues. I really enjoyed this tournament because I didn't know any of these creators and players. So watching their perspectives on things was very interesting. I also met Tiff. she's like one of the admins, and it was like very nice seeing her perspective on things. Also, all the admins are good too. I love all of them, and overall, I had like a blast. It was fun. I would do this again. Highly would recommend. Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm glad you had a wonderful time. I'm glad you get to meet some wonderful people and get a lot of information that you've learned, and maybe you can apply it in future tournaments as well. Thank you, Kitty.
Thank you.
Okay, next is Tiff. So I'm supposed to say less so Tiff can say more. I'm just going to say TLDR,
Hello.
Tiff retired as admin, and then Tiff came back for this event. And I was like, thank God, because I was so stressed that I couldn't find admins. And literally on the app, Tiff said, this event looks chaotic. And it was kind of chaotic with different games and having to learn games on the fly for me. And the tournament side, I felt like I was learning something up until like literally today. And I was like, oh gosh. But Tiff is just so flexible, and she learned a lot, and she taught me a lot as always. And she's doing big things in life. So everyone say thank you to Tiff.
Hi everybody. I don't know. I kind of blacked out a second, but like Brown said, I admin for Brown for the first year and stuff, and honestly, I still see like the strong foundation that Brown kind of put in his tournaments, and I don't know. I was really like excited just to do it. As like Brown said, I was like, oh, 3 games. Oh yeah, let me just do it just for fun because the timing was right. So I was like, I'll do one more, and I'm gonna retire again. But yeah, just like the foundation is just really strong since like Brown started, like when me and Brown started like Brownie Val like a long time ago. And honestly, like I see a lot of things that kind of like evolved since then. Since the year that I've been gone or whatever. And I got to give a shout out to Wasabi because goddamn, bless her soul. She'd be doing way more than I did when I was head admin, so bless her. I got a review.
Yes, so I see that I've been slightly called out because of the more work I put on my head admins, which is very true. It is very, very true. And that leads us to Wasabi, who has head admin before in another Valorant tournament. But I was able to bring her on here. This is her second event with me. And Tiff is right. I made her do way more because things were changing. And you know, if you were wondering who was posting clips so fast, it was Wasabi as head admin, going through the live stream and just helping with the posting of those things. But also just writing all these guys. Like something that it's really underrated from Wasabi is just being an organized person that writes things down like I do. And I swear, the one thing that admins have told me in the past was I don't delegate enough because I like to write things down and then delegate it, but then I don't have time to write things down, and then all the stuff piles up on me, and I know it's my fault. So Wasabi makes me delegate it, and it's worked out very well. So it's nice to have someone like Wasabi here. Thank you, Wasabi, so much. Honestly, I would probably die if it was not for you in game. So thank you, Wasabi.
In game, you still don't get enough sleep though, so I hope that you get more sleep once this is done. But yeah, this is always fun. We've done Val together, we've done Marvel together. League was new, so everybody went through that together to kind of see what was happening. But yeah, I apologize in advance for some of the clips, guys. We were trying to post them quickly so you could see them. But thanks, Brown. Thanks to the other admins. Loved working with you guys. Yeah, and I can't wait for whatever you've got planned next. Hopefully you'll be again sleeping a little bit better.
Okay. So I know that's like the thing. So apparently all these admins have now heard the news that I don't sleep properly. So that's not good for me. I'm roasting myself now. Yeah, I will definitely get a lot more sleep. As you all I've seen really. I haven't really been hosting full tournaments anymore. I feel like the calling has been these small invitationals, things where you give others opportunity. And I'm just glad that these admins helped made it possible. Even like being a new admin or returning admin, there's always something new to learn, and then these players get a chance to do something they've never done before. It's all thanks to them for making it possible and kind of keeping this a fun environment and a way to learn how to host an event. If everyone else is going to keep copying my rulebooks and my event format, keep copying, because it will make the event better, and I can't stop you anyways. But it will make everything a lot better. If that is the form of flattery, imitation, then I'm totally fine with that. That's just how we help each other in the grassroots community. But for the Gracie-Keidi VTuber Royale, it's over. So thank you to all my staff and talent for their wonderful work. It was truly a blast. And I thank all the players, the viewers, and fans from all around the world for their tremendous support. Thank you to Gracie, and thank you to Keidi for lending your name, image, and likeness to this event, and for making it such a fun time for all of us. Well, for all of us here at the Gracie-Keidi VTuber Royale, this is Browntul saying goodbye.
Thank you for tuning in to the Gracie-Keidi VTuber Royale. This is Puck Marime, the cutest witch who lives in the clouds, signing off. Be sure to follow me on X, YouTube, and Twitch to hear more of my charming voice, sing, dance, and play games, all for my Maripies. I really hope to see you soon. Mwah.